Primordial Warlock of Hogwarts. Chapter 1. After finishing the morning's busy work, DeWitt squinted his eyes and hummed when he came out of the basement, feeling extremely at ease. "My child." Seeing DeWitt coming to the living room, Old White quickly stood up to greet him. The bald, fat old man tried hard to make his fierce face look kinder, but even so, the only thing left on his face was that trace of kindness was also squeezed out by the fat and flesh. He had to take a breath before he could say softly, "I received a letter at home today." Letter. DeWitt stopped walking to the restaurant, reluctantly inhaled the aroma of Mrs. White's cooking, took out the letter from Old White's hands, looked at the envelope and asked, "Why did you send it to me?" He doesn't associate with unnecessary people. As long as his life can continue to run smoothly, he will never consider other people's affairs. So suddenly one day, a letter came over. This was very strange. After opening it, it was just the content on the envelope made DeWitt pause for a moment, and he muttered in a low voice, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? It was really sent to me." After taking it apart, there was no need to elaborate on the contents, but DeWitt found it boring. "Magic." DeWitt repeated the word as he thought about it. He said to Old White, "You know about this?" "I don't know, but my wife is a damn witch. She always refuses to reveal too much," Old White flattered DeWitt, but when he mentioned his wife, his tone became vicious, said, "How about I call her over? The witch in the fairy tale has a green face and a dirty hat. She will bark at Tomcat crazily and get out of the chimney on a broomstick. But what about Mrs. White? She is clean every day, is rarely seen wearing a hat, never speaks loudly, and is currently cooking in the kitchen." "Don't worry, she is cooking." DeWitt shook his head and said, "I have noticed some abnormalities, but no one bothered me so I didn't care about it. I thought magic was not useful to ordinary people like you. It's something that can be learned, but I don't really care, I prefer the knowledge learned in school now. Aren't you curious? You must be just an ordinary person, right? I don't want to go to magic school. I care more about how they find me. Magic is quite ordinary to me, but technology is more like magic. Ordinary people can create wonders and deadly weapons using only some energy and materials. Isn't this more like magic?" "Magic is indeed useless," Old White fanned the flames. He quickly said, "Look at my wife, so what if she is a witch? Now she still has to listen to me." He was quite proud. "I want to fight." Do you think she dares to use magic? You are so disgusting. What you said makes me think you are too ugly. Your behavior makes me feel uncomfortable." DeWitt ordered in disgust, "Get out and level the grass. No food allowed. No food." Old White rolled out obediently, and DeWitt came to the table, pulled Old White's share of food onto his plate, and said to Mrs. White sitting aside, "I heard you are a witch?" Mrs. White is a kind-hearted, weak woman with half-white hair. Although it is still thick and there are many small wrinkles on her face, she can still see the delicate appearance of her youth. She is also good at housework, has not given birth to any offspring, and has a poor figure. She is bloated and looks like she has no lack of exercise. In fact, she can hardly go out unless necessary. She has never used magic, and she has not shown any characteristics that are different from ordinary people. So based on these alone, DeWitt can't tell at all. She turns out to be a wizard. "Yes," Mrs. White said with a flattering smile, "have you received the letter from Hogwarts?" "Ah! That's great," the woman's eyes sparkled with sincere joy, and she congratulated, "That's the best magic school in the world." "What's the use?" DeWitt sneered, "The best magic school didn't stop you from being abused by an incompetent old man." Mrs. White lowered her eyebrows and remained numbly silent according to habit. DeWitt didn't care who was at fault in the couple, he just asked, "Can you not go to Hogwarts?" "I haven't learned enough mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology." "Normally no, every little wizard who receives a notice is registered." "What do you mean?" "There is a book and a pen at Hogwarts. Whenever a qualified child is born, the pen will write that child's name on the book." DeWitt's face didn't look good. Now that his name was recorded, he didn't know anything about it. Names always have power, just like demon too. This evil creature is especially good at playing tricks with names. And the devil is very powerful, if there is a devil behind Hogwarts. Of course this is the worst case scenario, this is just one of the reasons, but DeWitt must be on guard and was born because of his own inability to understand somewhat curious, not to mention that he was not born in this country in the traditional sense. He interrupted Mrs. White and asked, Where is Hogwarts? To go to Hogwarts, you need to take a direct express train. It's hard to explain. In order to prevent muggles from discovering the castle, a magic was cast, and you have to respond before the deadline according to the requirements in the letter, Mrs. White said. After eating, she took the notice, read it over and said, if nothing else, this letter was sent by an owl, and the reply will also be sent by an owl. Then write a reply. After writing the letter, go to the basement to find me. DeWitt wanted to come directly to the door, but unfortunately it was not safe. He didn't want to go, but he couldn't figure out when his name was recorded, so now that he had changed his mind, he lowered his head and began to eat quickly. Just say, I agree to enroll. After dinner, while Mrs. White wrote her reply in the most rigorous terms, DeWitt returned to the basement. The recording of his name made him realize that the magic in this world was not as simple as he imagined, and there must be some means that he didn't understand. DeWitt used to be a secret source Warlock 3. In the world he lives in, magic is more like a skill that can be learned. Maybe the beggars on the street can give you a few fireballs to really master magic. What separates people is a force called the secret source. Everyone has a secret source, but not everyone can use it. DeWitt was lucky enough to awaken on his own and gained a lot of knowledge in a long and grand war. The war was victorious, but the disaster was not eliminated. By chance, he came to the gap in the world and entered the void, trying to return to the void. After the result, the void had an impact on him, and the traces of time on his body went backwards, sending him to a new world. There are no enemies outside the world in the new world, and there is no magic at first sight. The concepts of magic and wizards are only clear today, but the iron shell here can move and fly, and the glass screen can light up and flash. Everything is very interesting, but similarly, a young child must have an identity if he wants to settle down, so DeWitt used mind-controlling magic to control the minds of the Whites. The couple, who lived on a farm far away from the city, quietly had a child. A peaceful life is good. DeWitt has long been tired of the feeling of taking on responsibilities that do not belong to him. In the relatively peaceful new world, no one will push him forward with the responsibility of the awakened. He only needs to just go to school, study, eat and drink every day, as if you are really a primary school student now. The only shortcoming is that the relationship between the White couple is not good enough. Apart from hunting, Old White's fun is beating his wife. The most common reason is that he can't have children, so DeWitt punishes Old White without any psychological burden. Mrs. White was exempted from physical pain, and their contribution was only to serve as DeWitt's nominal parents. It must be said that Mrs. White actually made a lot of money, which was also the reward DeWitt paid for living in this home. Recalling his experiences in the new world in the past few years, DeWitt sighed and looked at Mrs. White walking into the basement. Chapter 2. Where's the reply? DeWitt asked. It has been sent, Mrs. White replied. Tell me about Hogwarts. No, let's forget it. DeWitt quickly changed his mind. Hearing is not as good as seeing. You can't explain it with your ability. You can just talk about it there. Learn something. Many spells, transfiguration, potions, divination, protection of magical animals. Wait a minute, this was different from the magic DeWitt knew. He stopped what he was doing and asked, what is the transfiguration you are talking about? Is it the ones from the transfiguration school, one that grow wings and fly, or can you turn it into the head of Medusa's spell that petrifies others? Ah, you'd better stop talking, aren't you a witch? Can you give me a demonstration? Mrs. White was in trouble. She wiped the water on her hands uneasily on her apron and said guiltily, my wand was broken by my husband. I understand. DeWitt understood, nodded, and said, you still need a medium to cast a spell? It sounds too restrictive. What about the power? Mrs. White has no education. It seems that Hogwarts does not pay attention to the literary quality of students. She gestured for a long time and couldn't tell the specific content. Then I understand. DeWitt understood again, it's hard to describe, right? It's like a house like this. How many ways can it be destroyed at once? It depends on the magic, experience and determination of the wizard. Mrs. White was still so dull and poor in words. She could never win the upper hand in a verbal dispute. Others, I can't describe it either. Okay, DeWitt has long been accustomed to Mrs. White's appearance. If she could be stronger and more assertive and dare to resist, those bad things would no longer happen. If she wants this woman to move, she must. Someone gave her an order. According to the letter, you need to prepare a lot of things before enrolling. Do you know where to buy those things? In Diagon Alley. Another place name, DeWitt wrote it down and said, then you will take me there. But. You need a wand to enter Diagon Alley. Why? DeWitt was confused, but he said in the next second, I understand. Do you want to verify the identity of the wizard? Just cast a spell on the spot? That's simple, if you don't have a wand, you can't. You can cast spells, but what happens after you go in? What is the process? Mrs. White hesitated to speak, but under the influence of the mind-controlling spell, she had to answer DeWitt's question first. I need to change money. Exchange money? Why don't wizards use different money? Don't you? The wizard used gold galleons, silver, sicer, and copper nut, Mrs. White said with a gloomy expression and dull eyes. Me? Of course I don't have any anymore, all the money was exchanged by my husband. Pounds, enough to buy 90% of this farm. That's okay, your husband will be willing to provide a large sum of money and pay you back everything he owes you. DeWitt was disgusted with the bad things Old White had done, and he decisively decided on the subsequent use of Old White's deposits. Said, those clothes, books, and other sundries shouldn't be a problem. The only thing left is the wand. Oh, the notice also said that first-year students are not allowed to bring brooms. What's going on with the brooms? A tool for flying. A wizard rides on a broom and can fly to the sky. It seems interesting. DeWitt began to think about the simulation. Is there a battle between wizards? For me, the condescending spell can increase the damage by 2, but it is not allowed in the first grade. I understand. No, it doesn't matter if you give it up and don't let it be held, or you can't take it with you without being discovered. Finally, there's the wand. If you don't have a wand, why don't you make one yourself? Normal wizards can't do it. It's a unique skill, Mrs. White said with a forced smile. The only company in the UK that can make wands is Ollivanders. Can't do this. DeWitt felt strange. He took out an improved wand 3 from his bottomless pocket 4 and handed it to Mrs. White. Do you think you can use this wand? After receiving the wand, Mrs. White's hand was shaking a little. Just holding the wand had not been done for more than 10 years. Now that she had the opportunity to pick up the wand, she felt sour in her heart. Magic, it was something Mrs. White truly loved, and now she had the chance to pick it up again. She couldn't identify the material of the wand. She only knew that it was not wood. There were no patterns on it and it couldn't be said to be smooth. It was white and a little yellow. It was as long as a forearm and as thick as a rolling pin. The end of one end was wrapped with an irregular piece of brown cloth. The other end of the object was simply polished to distinguish the head and tail. Such a wand is very inconvenient to hold and must be held with one hand. Mrs. White waved awkwardly a few times, and under DeWitt's urging eyes she uttered a spell, luminescent flash. As a result, an unstable bluish-white light lit up at the head of the wand. Unfortunately, it was a bit like an incandescent lamp with poor contact, flickering constantly. Use it if you want, DeWitt said. To me it's a trivial thing, something I made in my spare time. The methods of making some tools and weapons are still knowledge from the previous world. Not only that, DeWitt can also make some throwing grenades, but some scrolls and potions still need to be studied. All holidays after school the things he used to work on many of the necessary materials have yet to be found. When is the best time to start? DeWitt finally asked. You say. Mrs. White said flatteringly. So DeWitt made the decision, in a few days. I have to prepare hundreds of millions more props to be ready. Chapter 3. In mid-August, DeWitt finally emerged from the basement. He first went to the bathroom on the first floor to tidy up his appearance and wash his greasy hair. After he came out, he ordered Mrs. White, when I get out, I will be your child and call you with titles like mother. That old man, where are the men? He's still waiting outside, Mrs. White asked carefully, do you think? Didn't he come in? DeWitt couldn't remember clearly. So far, Old White was still useful, so he was a little concerned. It seems that I didn't let him in, so how did I get food and accommodation these days? I'll bring it to him, Mrs. White said, becoming increasingly cautious. It lives in the barn. Is Diagon Alley far away? If it's not too far, let him drive us there. Old White had an old pickup truck that was used to pull fertilizers and transport livestock. It had poor shock absorption and was useless except for transportation. Is there a subway station? Let's just take the subway, it saves the eyesight of that old thing. DeWitt decided. He wore a thin coat to cope with the not-so-fine weather today, and was led by Mrs. White. "Make your way to Diagon Alley." It was said that he was taking the subway, but in fact he still had to ask Old White to take him to the subway station. After that, DeWitt asked Old White to wait where he was. He never thought about Old White. "We might have to go all day." Mrs. White was always soft-hearted, as was her nature. "Oh, what does that have to do with it?" DeWitt didn't like this about her and asked indifferently. "Diagon Alley is the busiest street in the wizarding world. If you want to enter, you have to go through the Leaky Cauldron bar, which is only visible to wizards. Come to the dead end behind the bar, tap a brick wall with your wand, and then the wall will open away to Diagon Alley by himself." Under the guidance of Mrs. White, DeWitt directly mobilized his magic power to trigger the switch and open the door to Diagon Alley. This place is indeed worthy of its status. It is probably equivalent to the only shopping mall in the city center, or a pedestrian street, because the cobblestone road is very narrow, and the shops on both sides rise and fall with the height of the road. DeWitt followed Mrs. White, and their first stop was Gringotts, the Wizard's Bank. The administrator of Gringotts is not a human, but a short elf with a ferocious face. He has a big hook nose, sharp teeth, and a big mouth. His skin color is dark, which makes people look disgusting, not to mention the eyes of this creature. The cunning and greed that flashed from time to time only made DeWitt feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart when he saw it. "How much money did you bring?" DeWitt asked. "How much wizard money can you exchange for?" Mrs. White was confused again. She shook her head. "I don't know." "Oh, how could I not know this?" DeWitt shook his head and sighed. He was obviously a child in his early 10 years, but these actions were extremely old-fashioned, which made people feel a little contrasted and a little funny at the same time. "You go in and do it well, I'll wait outside, remember to be careful." DeWitt was troubled by Mrs. White's crotch-stretching posture as always. He looked around at the goblins sitting on high stools behind the counter, trying to keep themselves high and looking down at the customers. One goblin in particular curled his lips when he saw DeWitt. Looking away from him as if he were a pest, DeWitt became even more angry and didn't want to stay any longer. "They are obviously just a group of waiters, how can they be so confident?" He thought irritably that he would rob this place sooner or later. So far, DeWitt has extremely little understanding of this magical world, and Mrs. White can't explain it. She is just a confused person, and she is disorganized when there is no guidance. People can only feel sympathy for her, so weak. An incompetent person must have suffered great hardship and humiliation to live to such an old age, right? So the kind-hearted DeWitt was too lazy to criticize any more. Even his irritable temper would only make him vent his anger elsewhere. Simply walking out, DeWitt came to the crooked doorpost of Gringotts and quietly stared at every wizard passing by. Most of the people here were wearing black robes, and a few were wearing ordinary people's clothes like him. He tried to judge the strength of the wizards from their appearance, but found that he was helpless. Everyone looked the same. So among these wizards, how is the gap reflected? With this thought in mind, Mrs. White walked out of Gringotts. She held the money bag tightly on her abdomen and looked around, fearing that others would see the edge of the money bag. "How much is it?" DeWitt was not comfortable commenting on Mrs. White's appearance. After all, he had told her to be careful. He forced himself to ignore this and asked as calmly as possible. "A lot." Mrs. White estimated that she had forgotten the specific number as soon as she heard it. "About, probably." The money bag was heavy, and the wealth it represented was really satisfying. DeWitt opened the bag and looked inside, and there was indeed a lot of money. Then next, let's go buy groceries, clothes, crucibles, books. DeWitt took out the list he wrote yesterday and said, "Finally, go to the bookstore." Chapter 4. Probably because we had missed the peak period when little wizards come to shop, the rest of the trip went smoothly. "You still have to go to the wand shop." DeWitt thought about it again and again, but still felt that he couldn't do it behind closed doors. Even if he didn't want to buy a ready-made one, he at least had to go and experience it. Looking at Mrs. White again, he asked kindly, "Do I want to buy you a new one? Is it okay? Don't answer questions with questions." DeWitt, who already had an opinion in his heart, became even more irritated by Mrs. White's rhetorical question. He said briefly and forcefully, "You only need to answer yes or no, that's it." After being frightened, Mrs. White timidly whispered, "Then I want it." "You'd better not ask for it," DeWitt grinned and sneered, and he quickly calmed down again, "You missed the opportunity." So Mrs. White said "Oh" numbly, lowered her head and led the way. "Speak!" DeWitt suddenly demanded again. "Say what?" Don't you know how to bargain with me? It's okay that he doesn't have much communication with Mrs. White on weekdays, but whenever something happens, no matter how big or small, DeWitt can always be quickly irritated by Mrs. White's incompetence. This woman he is always unwilling to act in the direction he expects, never resists or fights for it, and sacrifices himself unconditionally. This was not good. DeWitt expected that he would see Mrs. White take the initiative to fight, whether it was against her husband, against fate, or even against his own unreasonable orders, but he obviously forgot that Mrs. White his mind is still under his control. However, my husband and I were beaten when we bargained for a replacement. Am I your husband? No, no, of course not, you are nobler than my husband. Hey, DeWitt sneered. Over the years, he has always been able to remain calm in front of outsiders and control his emotions when faced with provocations. However, after living under Mrs. White's care for a long time, he often said mindless and aggressive words in front of Mrs. White. Just like a rebellious child who will speak ill of his parents, but because the White family is not a perfect family, the Whites can only obey. DeWitt makes all major decisions, but at the same time he is taken care of. Has sympathy and almost family affection for the tool like Mrs. White, so he is always irritated by Mrs. White's cowardice. How did you become like this? How sad. Yes, you are right. Mrs. White's tone was serious, but DeWitt always felt that she was making fun of him. Would you like to try another one? Mrs. White simply stopped talking. When will Mrs. White get better? DeWitt thought in disappointment, overtaking Mrs. White, and now he became the leader, while speeding up his pace to the wand shop. The signboard here reads Ollivanders, making fine wands since 380 BC. The store is as shabby as these words, and the only thing that stands out is a wand placed on a purple cushion behind the transparent window. As soon as he saw this thing, DeWitt couldn't help complaining, it's so short and thin, who would like something the size of a toothpick? Entering the store, the bell behind the store door jingled. Inside, an old man with white hair and silver eyes was sorting things on the ladder. He was pulling things up and down the cabinets that reached the ceiling. The cabinets were full of things. The long cartons one after another may have different lengths, but in DeWitt's eyes, they can't escape the level of toothpicks. Ahem. DeWitt cleared his throat and said, "Excuse me. I'm buying a wand." The old man on the ladder turned back tremblingly, making people worried whether he would fall down. He looked at the two people below and said, "It's coming." Fortunately, the owner of the wand shop climbed down the ladder slowly and steadily. After standing up, he smiled and said, "Are you a new student at Hogwarts? Not many people are here at this time." "It's a new student." DeWitt didn't like the old man's attitude of knowing everything, and of course he wouldn't show it, "but it's not me who wants to buy the wand, it's my mother." He pushed Mrs. White out from behind. "Oh, I almost didn't recognize it." The old man's surprise was not shown by his facial features, but by the emotions directly released from his silver eyes, and he said, "Is it Freya Fair?" Mrs. White nodded and glanced at DeWitt secretly, as if a little secret was suddenly exposed. She was worried about the opinions of the people around her. After confirming that DeWitt had no expression, she whispered, "It's me, Ollivander." "Gentlemen." Ollivander stared into Mrs. White's eyes and frowned in confusion. He obviously encountered a problem that he couldn't understand. He asked, "You have returned to Muggles, haven't you? What a wonderful Ravenclaw, I thought you would work in the Ministry of Magic, but I didn't expect you have children now." "My parents introduced me to a husband," Mrs. White explained awkwardly. "Now my last name is White." "So," Ollivander ended his pleasantries and asked seriously, "Where's your wand?" "Broken." "Ah, that's an alder wand, 10 inches long." "What a pity, what a pity." Ollivander did not ask why the wand was damaged, but asked DeWitt, "Mr. White, what about you?" With a twinkle in his eye, DeWitt did not refute the address of Mr. White and replied, "Buy it for my mother first." It was not difficult to choose a wand for Mrs. White. Ollivander took out another wand, opened the box and handed it to Mrs. White, gesturing for her to try it out and saying, "It's still alder wood, but this time it's better to try the dragon heartstring wand." Core. Noticing DeWitt's vague nod, Mrs. White tentatively touched the wand. The wand immediately ran out like a little girl who saw a caterpillar, and was caught by Ollivander, who stretched out his hand in panic. The old man kept holding on. The child muttered, "Oh, oh, oh, it doesn't seem to work. Let's try another one. Alder, unicorn hair, 9 1/2 inches. Try this." This time it worked, the tip of the wand released a faint white light, and the old formula had to work. At this time DeWitt spoke, "Can I ask a few questions? Ollivander has a good temper and has no business now. He doesn't mind chatting more with the new little wizard, of course." So DeWitt inquired about the material of the stick's core from the material of the stick's body. If Ollivander hadn't refused the question about the specific craftsmanship, DeWitt would have had to exhaust Ollivander's knowledge before leaving. Even so, before leaving, DeWitt did not buy it for himself. Instead, he asked, "Can you buy a few more for my mother?" Ollivander refused with a firm tone, "If you don't plan to buy one, then I'm afraid I can only sell you a wand. My principle is, a person can only have one that is most suitable for him." Of wands. DeWitt didn't force it. He paid the money and left quickly with Mrs. White. He decided to make a wand by himself. Chapter 5. Cast a spell on the target, DeWitt said to Mrs. White. Mrs. White did as she was told and waved her wand at the wooden man directly in front of her, releasing a red light from the tip of the wand. It only took a blink of an eye to cross the distance of about 10 meters. It was so fast that it was difficult to estimate the speed of the magic spell. "What kind of curse is this?" DeWitt took a notebook to take notes. "You can see that several pages have been written in this notebook." "Stunning spell." "Okay," DeWitt nodded, twirled the pen in his hand and said, "Continue." "Wait, do you wizards have any special spells?" For DeWitt, some spells involving soul power are special. As long as the secret power in the soul is used when casting a spell, then the spell is either powerful or functional. If more secrets are given, with the power of the source, the room for improvement of spells is almost unlimited. Judging from the current curse on the wizard, it is difficult for DeWitt not to despise the power of the wizard, but this does not mean that he can be careless, so he has to ask, "Does the wizard have any different ultimate moves?" Mrs. White heard the question and answered immediately. She said, "There is usually nothing special about curses, but there are 3 unforgivable curses. Once they are found to have cast them, they will be imprisoned in Azkaban. It's a wizard's prison." "Tell us more about Azkaban." Azkaban is an isolated island in the sea. It has strict magical protection. It not only prevents prisoners from escaping, but also prevents muggles from observing. The most terrifying thing is Azkaban's jailer, a kind of person called Dementor monster. Without waiting for DeWitt's order, Mrs. White continued on her own initiative, "I have never seen Dementors, but I heard that they can suck away people's happiness. When they kiss the prisoners on death row, those people completely become the walking dead, so the executions of British wizards are usually carried out by Dementors." "Sounds like a very scary thing," he said, but there was no trace of fear on DeWitt's face. He wrote down notes and asked without raising his head, "But to be hired as a jailer, there must be some weakness, right? The natural enemy of Dementors is the Patroness curse. Put one down for me to see." "Sorry, I won't." DeWitt stopped writing and glanced at Mrs. White, reached out and clasped Mrs. White's forehead and cast a spell to control her mind again, and asked again, "Will you let me go?" "Will not." "What about the spell?" "Call God for protection." "Any tips?" "The power of the Patroness charm comes from a person's happiest memories." "Wait a minute," DeWitt felt that this was a contradiction. "You said that Dementor's food is people's happiness, and now you say that the magic spell from happiness can restrain Dementors?" "Okay." He paused. Then he quickly figured it out, "That's no problem, after all, it has nothing in common with ordinary creatures. Obviously it cannot be generalized. Since you can't do the Patroness curse, let's talk about the unforgivable curse. Can you do this?" Mrs. White pursed her dry lips, wrung her hands uneasily and said, "No. No." Seeing DeWitt's gloomy face, she immediately remedied, "Okay, I may be a little bit good, but I know the spells and their effects, and I have never tried them." "Say. The most serious thing is the death curse." Mrs. White's pupils shrank subconsciously a few times, and the muscles on her face tightened due to excessive tension. She said in panic, "The victim will not have any scars on his body, but he has lost his body. All breaths, as long as they come into contact with the death curse, no one can survive. Ah, there is only one exception. If there is one, there are always 2. There will always be some special circumstances." DeWitt did not care about the lucky ones. He said casually, "Maybe the spellcaster is not good enough? It is also possible that the death curse was cast by some kind of magic. The hidden protection blocked it. Is there any way to block the death curse?" "The death curse will be blocked by dead objects, and it will also be replaced by living creatures, but no one in the magic world has ever heard of being able to resist the death curse. Mrs. White shook her head and said, like the other two spells, all unforgivable curses, they all have one characteristic: they cannot be broken by other spells. It makes sense to be unbreakable, DeWitt said. But it won't be absolute. What about the other two? It's the Imperious Curse and the Cruciatus Curse. Mrs. White said angrily, as if she was afraid of disturbing the orders of the Ministry of Magic. Combining the name and effect of the death curse, DeWitt said without Mrs. White's explanation, one is to control others, and the other is to torture others. Yes. Is this the forbidden unforgivable curse? DeWitt was finally disappointed. He released his mind control without specifying a target, letting this decadent pink light float in the palm of his hand, shaking it in front of Mrs. White while laughing. He said, "What's the difference between this and charm? You are a wizard, you haven't cracked my mind control and got rid of the charm for so long. When was the first time I cast a spell on you? About 8 years ago. At that time, I was not even half a human being, but I could control you, an adult wizard? Is this magic?" DeWitt commented arrogantly, "Does Hogwarts only teach students like you?" Mrs. White doesn't speak. Being in a state of charm does not mean losing consciousness. She still retains her original consciousness and memory, but she will put DeWitt's orders at the highest level, so she heard bad things about Hogwarts. Mrs. White was a little unhappy. "And the Cruciatus Curse, it's really funny," DeWitt sneered, "a moment of pain is meaningless, human pain has its limits, and the last thing is the death curse. Well, I thought about it, killing someone while leaving traces can be considered a secret benefit, but if you don't leave traces, doesn't it turn out to be the biggest trace? It's boring," DeWitt finally concluded. "You can learn it when you have free time, but there is no need to learn it specially. Is there any other magic besides this?" "Yes," said Mrs. White. "If the spell doesn't work, there's transfiguration." Chapter 6. What is transfiguration? DeWitt asked. Is the transformation of matter." Mrs. White quietly speculated on DeWitt's eyes to see if he was satisfied with her answer. "Of course I can guess the effect by the name," DeWitt said impatiently. "My spell can summon thunder and lightning. This can also be said to be an alternative form of transformation, converting magic power into intuitive power. In the spell, there is another school here called the School of Transformation." He stopped in time and said, "What am I telling you for? Just demonstrate it." Among the purchases in Diagon Alley was a textbook on transfiguration, Elementary Transfiguration Guide. It just so happened that DeWitt opened the book and browsed it briefly. It didn't take a second time for DeWitt to realize the prospects of transfiguration. If magic is a shortcut used by wizards to achieve their wishes, then transfiguration provides a way. At first glance, it seems much simpler than the curse, but how far can this road go and where can it lead? The possibilities are endless. Transfiguration is much more free than the curse. It can be said that the lower limit of the curse is high. Because the magic spell only needs to be effective, and the upper limit of the transformation spell is so high, just imagine, the single target death effect of the death curse is much worse than natural disasters and modern weapons. "Let's start the demonstration," DeWitt said without blinking, concentrating and looking seriously. "Let me see the transformation." "No, it's the limit of your transformation." When Mrs. White was in school, her grades were not too bad, and certainly not good enough. In addition, she was timid and cowardly. Even if she was allowed to think wildly, she always had to limit her thinking within a certain framework. This was a day job. "I would never dare to eat a big 5 with 3 dishes." So, the transformation spell Mrs. White performed was bad. The effect shown was just to turn the wand DeWitt gave her into a metal one, just like the teaching content in the first lesson of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, turning a match into a needle. Transfiguration should involve the transformation of dead and living things. DeWitt flipped through the book and tried to calmly give the goal: "How about you turn a stick into a snake?" Given clear instructions, Mrs. White had a goal, but even with the help of the new wand, it still took her half a meal to succeed. The green snake that was transformed still had a cheap plastic feel. He raised his head perfunctorily and then lay down. If the snake that stretched out its mouth hadn't shaken occasionally, DeWitt would have almost regarded this snake as a toy. Sure enough, Mrs. White will never disappoint people. She is only suitable to be a housewife. This of course does not contain any ill will towards housewives. It is simply that Mrs. White has no merit except doing housework and can't expect anything else. No, at best, She is suitable to find a man who loves her deeply to spend her life happily, but it is a pity that she met a domestic violence man. Perhaps the arrival of DeWitt increased the burden on the family and increased Old White's expenses a lot, but personal will was ignored. As far as the result was concerned, at least Mrs. White was not beaten again. "Okay, you go out," DeWitt ordered. "If you have time, go to Diagon Alley again, buy a few more advanced transfiguration textbooks, and materials, all kinds of materials, put the money spent." Transfiguration was synonymous with miracles in DeWitt's eyes. In the few years since he came to this world, DeWitt didn't know about magic, nor did he expect that there was such a secret behind a technological world. Even if he saw some wizard's tricks, he only regarded them as ordinary. Little trick, he just didn't expect that he would receive an admission notice from a magic school, and he didn't expect that he would be targeted early on. In addition, after seeing the transformation technique, he had a new goal: he must got transfiguration figured out. First, DeWitt began to try to teach himself. He started practicing according to the requirements of the Elementary Transformation Guide. Just like when he first learned spells, he allowed his own conditions to meet the learning requirements. By practicing against the textbook, he could release the corresponding transformation spells. These basic things are the system of the basic theory of transfiguration, and no matter how profound transfiguration is, it will not deviate from the core. In this regard, DeWitt summarized the key to transfiguration: the result of transfiguration is the core cause, and magical power is the direct cause. The former cannot be separated from the assistance of the latter, and the latter is determined by the former. Transfiguration does not require thinking about the detailed process, but the detailed results. The more you know about what is to be transformed, the easier it is to succeed in the transfiguration, but it is definitely not easy. It's not just a requirement for magical attainments and proficiency, but also an understanding of knowledge. Just like not knowing the limits, it's hard to understand differential calculus. You can't figure out one integral, and you can't understand multiple integrals. So after Mrs. White bought the upper grade textbooks, DeWitt did not ask her to buy more abstruse books. Instead, he went to the Muggle Society and bought books on physics, chemistry, and biology as a way to escape the magic. To understand the world. Learning will give DeWitt new powers, and of course, there is one key thing: before school starts, he has to get a wand of his own. Chapter 7. DeWitt has seen a lot of vile curses throughout his life. A very common one is to hide the curse under the equipment. If you use it rashly without checking it carefully before use, you may be poisoned naturally. The magic wand in this world can be considered as equipment. Of course, DeWitt didn't doubt that wand sellers would sell defective wands, but he just didn't like the descriptions of some wands. Listen, some wand materials are destined not to be good at dark magic. As soon as DeWitt heard this, he gave up on using Ollivander's random method of choosing wands. He didn't like things with shortcomings. In other words, he doesn't like equipment with uneven attribute enhancement, but he is not happy if he is asked to buy a random one from another wand store. A wand is definitely not something that can be ambiguous, and he doesn't want it if it's not the best. So what? What to do? Do it yourself. Although DeWitt has objections to Ollivander's method of selling wands, and even he himself can cast spells without the wand, the power is always inferior. On another level, some things are like this: you can use it, you can't live without it. And at the same time, he thinks this method is very interesting. If combined with Ollivander's method, can he make a wand that is close to him, high-end, without flaws, and can even grow on his own? It may fail, but it's worth a try. After Mrs. White bought a large amount of materials, DeWitt finally started making the wand. This woman was able to do something rare once. When she came back from Diagon Alley, she brought a suitcase with interesting magic attached to it. She used the seamless stretching charm to expand the capacity, and also added the floating charm to reduce the weight. DeWitt he did not hesitate to praise him, saying that if he had any materials left and made a good wand, he would make one for Mrs. White too. Based on DeWitt's original knowledge, the effectiveness of all equipment, not just wands, is enhanced through resonance. The material contains the original power of multiple attributes. The original attribute depends on the surrounding environment and the attributes of the source individual. The multiple materials are melted and reorganized into a new shape to promote the integration of the original power. If it succeeds, then I got new equipment and failed. The most common reason is that there was an error in the fusion of the original power during forging. Now that we have come to a new world, we naturally have to study it, so DeWitt took out 3 old wands, placed them in front of the workbench in the basement, and began to carefully input magic power one by one from left to right. These 3 wands all came from Ollivander's wand shop, and DeWitt also learned a little bit about the manufacturing of wands. A wizard's wand is usually divided into 2 parts, the wand body and the wand core. The wand body is made of wood, and the wand core is materials for various magical animals. DeWitt believes that the wooden body of the wand serves more as a buffering medium and will react with everyone for various reasons, so there is a saying that the wand chooses its owner, but he feels that as long as the strength is enough, any material can be used. The body of the staff can be conquered, and he tried. Powerful magic instantly filled every part of the staff. The increase in the core of the staff was directly in contact with the magic. DeWitt's power allowed the spell to skip the adjustment of the staff and display the original appearance of the spell. Makes spell casting stronger and faster. In this way, the reason why wizards in this world need wands to cast spells is also clear. The magic they use is different from DeWitt's spells that directly control the original power, but it is more complicated and involves an additional step, indirectly realizing objects by mobilizing the original wish. Effects such as floating, petrification, and coma prolong the time of skillful use, and the assistance of a magic wand has to be introduced. Of course there are benefits. Once the rules for using wands are set, the learning of magic can be like an assembly line. You only need to wave the wand and recite the spell, which will consume the magic power to release the spell. In terms of controlling the amount of original power in the world, that is, in terms of power, the maximum output at the same level, DeWitt's spells are greater than transformation spells and greater than spells, but when it comes to functionality, I want DeWitt to use spells to open the door. Or knocking someone unconscious is not impossible. It's just that a bolt of lightning strikes through, and it's hard to tell whether the door and the person are still there. Determined that the existence of the wand body had no special significance to him, DeWitt began to study the core of the wand. Ollivander's wands usually only use 3 materials as the core, namely phoenix tail feathers, unicorn hair, and dragon heartstrings. The 3 materials each have different properties, which is different from what DeWitt thought. According to Ollivander, the properties of the materials are not intuitive, such as air, wind, fire, and shadow, but each has its own focus. Unicorn. The animal fur is loyal, the dragon heartstrings are powerful, and the phoenix tail feathers are picky. If you want to use DeWitt's method for detailed analysis, you need to completely disassemble these rod cores. Nothing to hesitate. DeWitt cut open the stick body, carefully opened it, and took out the stick core. Unicorn hair is crystal white hair, curved, flexible and smooth. It may be taken from the hair of the horse's mane, and maybe the horse's tail. After DeWitt inputs magic power, the power contained in it becomes active. If you want to release it, spells require the active control of thoughts to control the wind and rain, but now it is decomposition, which requires activating the magic power and changing the nature of the magic power. At the same time, it must be allowed to freely tend to the properties of the material itself without being bound by will. Until the various original properties in the material are enhanced to a certain extent, they can no longer be perfectly integrated with each other, and at the same time, they will not violently decompose and cause malignant changes. This process didn't take long. Soon, the unicorn hair decomposed into several light groups of different colors in a ball of residue. The dark gold one is the origin of earth, the purple one is the origin of air, the bright red one is the origin of fire, the blue one is the origin of water, and the grey one is the origin of shadow. This shadow origin is really small. DeWitt flashed a light. He checked the ball of light one by one, and couldn't help but mutter, "What is this big white thing?" "It's called the source of light." "Why is it still transparent?" This transparent mass of original power is very mysterious, but combined with Unicorn Mao's loyal characteristics, DeWitt has reason to guess that it is this mass of power that gives Unicorn Mao its loyal characteristics. Good thing, loyalty is a good attribute. Muttering to himself, DeWitt put these origins in a bottle to prevent them from escaping. After entering the bottle, the light emitted by the original power became dimmed, but it was still fluorescent. Keep going. DeWitt began to look forward to it, and then he began to disassemble the dragon heartstrings and phoenix feathers. In addition to the most basic attribute origin powers, dragon heartstring decomposes an additional characteristic origin that can increase the magic intensity. The intensity of the increase is not too great, but the increase will increase as the magic power increases, making the owner of the dragon heartstring wand keep seeking greater strength. Finally, when it was Phoenix Tail Feather's turn, something unexpected happened. Chapter 8. The early stage of decomposing the Phoenix Tail Feathers was as smooth as the first 2 minutes of materials. After the final origin was separated, the Phoenix Tail Feathers also had a cluster of characteristic origin, which was golden. When DeWitt tried to analyze its characteristics, this cluster of origin, moved. Very fast, without any warning, this golden mass of origin moved directly from one position to another, but it was not running wildly, but like a naughty child playing cat and mouse, pretending to get out of the way of DeWitt the magic power. In fact, he wanted to reject it but welcomed it. If DeWitt hadn't missed 3 times in a row, he would have thought he was dazzled. What is this? DeWitt couldn't understand. He murmured to himself, while constantly trying to get in touch with the origin of this mass, bit by bit, trying again and again, this, can still be living? No, it's impossible, the origin cannot have its own consciousness, but it can have such a reaction. The origin is the origin. If the origin can have will, then humans have to think about how the earth, water, fire, and wind will view their own race, but all the facts now show that this golden origin is not simple. After losing the replenishment of DeWitt's magic power, the power of the golden origin began to escape. Those escaped powers did not contain the slightest breath of life. At the same time, it was slowly getting tired and sluggish, and finally floated towards DeWitt on its own initiative. So DeWitt finally understood, this golden source is the prototype of will, but before it grows to a certain level, this source can never transform into real consciousness. Instead, it only has some simple intelligence and can even violate the wand. The will of the master. This also explains why wands with phoenix tail feathers are rare and picky. DeWitt is very excited about the self-aware wand, but DeWitt does not want his wand to go against his will. The consciousness of the wand must be centered on himself and must not escape from himself, otherwise he would rather have a wand than a little wand. Suddenly, DeWitt had an idea. What if the characteristics of the phoenix tail feathers and the characteristics of the unicorn hair were merged? What a clever little guy, he praised himself fiercely in his heart, and then put the plan on hold for the time being, because there was still a lot of material waiting for him to break down. In addition to the common ones in materials, it may be necessary to list an entry to more intuitively understand the origin of the characteristics of different materials. 1. Thunderbird feathers can make the spell more chaotic and difficult to eliminate without changing its nature. Thestral tail feathers, under certain conditions, can increase the power of magic spells, and the increase is more comprehensive than dragon heartstrings. The beard of the mountain monster is useless except for making it easier for the curse to get out of control. It is pure waste. The cat and leopard hair slightly increases the casting speed, which is meaningless to DeWitt. The more direct use of power makes his casting speed impossible to be faster, but it seems that there are some other abilities that cannot be seen. The jackalope's horns enhance the wand owner's magic perception, which again is meaningless to DeWitt. His magic perception is already sharp enough. The horn of the horned water snake improves the wand owner's agility and stealth, which is probably related to the horned water snake's ability to become invisible and fly. There are other materials that are recorded as being used as the core of the wand, but they were not available because they were too expensive or were out of stock in the UK. For example, the heartstrings of the bird-shaped man-eating monster were out of stock. What makes DeWitt more curious is the legendary basilisk horn. It is the core of the wand of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts. There must be something unique about it that makes people curious. Now the principle of the wand is extremely clear. DeWitt planned to combine all the sources to create an unprecedented and perfect wand that was extremely loyal to himself. However, he had another difficulty in selecting the material for the wand body. He did not need the wand body to adjust the magic power, so he did not want to. I want wood, but I don't want a wand that looks like a toothpick, and I don't want the wand to be too long and look special. It's best if you can pick it up and hit people if you have to. Pulling the materials brought back by Mrs. White back and forth, they were decomposed and integrated one by one. DeWitt stayed at home until school was about to start, and he finally made a perfect stick body under the existing conditions. The core of the main body is a magic alloy independently forged by DeWitt, which is hard and tough. The ability to extract bird and snake skin allows the staff to become larger or smaller, but the minimum is 14 inches, and the maximum can grow to 2 meters. The well-proportioned cylindrical middle section has a radius of 3 centimeters, except for the handle. The rest is inlaid with dragon scales, which increase friction when reduced. When enlarged, these dragon scales are the vanguard of piercing flesh and blood, and they can also be used to peel skin and scrape flesh. Barbs, cracks were opened in the handle when the hard and non-corrosive magic alloy was made, and the white translucent gem flowed into the crack after being liquefied by magic. After solidification, the gem part will become the core of the wand, which will be integrated into various parts. After planting the original power, it will be compatible with various attributes. The reason for choosing white gems is also very simple. When different spells are released, the core of the gemstone will emit corresponding light, which will look very good. By this time, the wand is mostly formed. DeWitt's beloved baby was lying on the workbench. The streamlined outline of the black staff brings a sense of technological beauty, and the dragon scale patterns on the tip and middle of the staff give it a mysterious atmosphere. The gems on the handle are half covered and fit perfectly with the edge of the metal staff. Everything is in line with DeWitt's wishes, everything is stuck in DeWitt's preferences, and he couldn't be more satisfied. It was also driven by this feeling of satisfaction that DeWitt did not rest. On the night before September-St, he integrated all the essence of his heart into the core of the gemstone staff. The loyalty of the unicorn protects the will of the phoenix, so that even if the wand really has wisdom in the future, it will act based on loyalty. The combination of the power of the dragon and the violence of the thunderbird can make the released wand difficult to disperse and powerful. Coupled with the concealment of the horned water snake, even he himself doesn't know how powerful a wand DeWitt will get. Moreover, the enhancement of the wand has not been interrupted, and it can then be integrated into the new origin. Perfect! DeWitt couldn't help but praise himself again, stroking the wand. He would sleep with the wand in his arms. Chapter 9. It's still early, not long after dawn, and Old White is still sleeping soundly. Mrs. White was ordered yesterday to come and help DeWitt pack his luggage this morning, but after DeWitt handed over a new list for Mrs. White to purchase. When she arrived, Mrs. White said, "There's no money left." "No money?" DeWitt asked in disbelief. "No more," Mrs. White replied honestly, "there is not a single nut left, only some pounds, but the time limit for exchanging gold galleons at Gringotts has passed and cannot be exchanged." "Why did it cost so fast?" "Those materials are too expensive, dragon scales are the cheapest among them, the most expensive is the metal embryo of the goblin, the tail feathers of thunderbirds, phoenixes, cat leopards, and cats, and gems. In order to ensure the magic characteristics, they were taken from the backs of live fire crabs, it cost a lot of money." Mrs. White explained uneasily, counting them one by one. "I wrote them all down and followed your instructions exactly. I really tried my best. Did something go wrong again?" "No, you'll be fine this time." DeWitt thought for a moment and asked, "If I want to earn some gold galleons now, which industry do you think is more lucrative?" "I think it should be a magic potion." It is understandable that potions are a profitable industry, but DeWitt did not study potion manufacturing during the summer vacation. He had some basics and could prepare many potions by himself, but that was in his original world. Now in the new world, DeWitt's understanding of potions is still in a state of chaos and confusion. The magic potion won't work, and we don't have the money to buy the medicinal materials. DeWitt considered the remaining materials for making the wand, the goblin metal embryo. "Although I don't know whether it is true or false, it is hard and resistant to various sources of power. The affinity, the characteristic that makes it fusionable, is real. He will definitely not have any left over, and he will use it all. Almost all the materials that can be used as the core of the wand have been broken down into their original power and integrated into his own wand. But it wasn't that there was nothing left. For example, before he could study the characteristics of the troll's hair and the thistrel's tail feathers, he only planned to collect them. The only ones that were valuable and could be sold were the jackalope's horns. The decomposed features are valuable, but they are no longer useful to you. How much does a new wand cost? If it weren't for Ollivander's wand, it would probably only sell for 1 or 2 galleons. So cheap. DeWitt quickly figured it out. Yes, I don't have Ollivander's brand influence. But he asked again, what if this wand can improve the owner's acuity? Mrs. White shook her head in confusion. I don't know. Who would need a new wand? Most of them are wizards who have damaged their wands, and there are also some dark wizards who need an extra wand to do evil in order to avoid being tracked by the Ministry of Magic. Although he didn't have any hope, DeWitt still asked, can you find those dark wizards? Will selling to them cost more? Next to Diagon Alley, there is Nocturne Alley, a gathering place for dark wizards. Mrs. White was a little scared. If it is sold, the price will indeed be much higher. The price of a good wand will be higher than that of Ollivander's wand. The price in the store is several times higher, but then go sell in Nocturne Alley. I can't help but go to school to accompany you, right? But you can't do this. You have to change, let me think about it. DeWitt ordered arbitrarily. Yet, you can keep some of the money you get, give me 4-5 gold galleons, send it over, right? I'm leaving for school today. I almost forgot that you were charmed. As soon as I leave it's just a few months, and the spell's failure is almost inevitable. Oops, it's a bit troublesome. This time DeWitt was in trouble. In his identity information, Old White was his father and Mrs. White was his mother. Although his surname was Walt, it was strange, but generally no one would pay much attention to it, and they would just assume that there was something in it. An unbearable past. If the charm loses its magical power and becomes ineffective, the Whites will not forget everything. In addition, DeWitt's attitude towards Old White is not good. It is conceivable that when Old White thinks of all this, he will probably call the police immediately. Mrs. White may swallow her anger, but Old White will definitely force her to report to the Aurors, the enforcers of the Ministry of Magic. Let me tell you, DeWitt looked into Mrs. White's eyes and asked, have you ever thought about killing your husband? Mrs. White hesitated and shook her head. To be frank. Mrs. White nodded slightly this time. I guess you don't dare, DeWitt said slowly, but now you are charmed, and you have been abused by him for so long. Come, let me see the scars on your body again. On Mrs. White's forearm, close to the crook of the elbow, there is a dense growth of bumpy skin of varying thicknesses, in the shape of circles one after another. The woman also has scars on her back, but they are not very obvious. After so many years, in the past, there were only some subtle differences in skin color. The cigarette butt burn on her arm was the most serious. If left untreated, Mrs. White might have to live with the scar for the rest of her life. Put on your clothes. DeWitt finally patted Mrs. White on the back and asked, do you love that man? It was probably love at the beginning, right? To this day, when faced with DeWitt's commanding questioning in a state of enchantment, Mrs. White's only reaction was to shudder and shake her head. Do you think your life has been better or worse after I came to your home? Before making certain decisions, DeWitt must ask clearly and in detail, otherwise he will have to choose more cruel methods. But that's not what he wanted. He doesn't hit me anymore, I don't feel any pain anymore. You bitch! You didn't answer the question you asked. DeWitt raised his voice and wanted to scold, but then he controlled his emotions and said calmly, there are only two answers to my question. Good or bad? Yes. Mrs. White suddenly burst into tears. She wiped the corners of her eyes and said with sobs, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You also scolded me, but never hit me. I know you are a kind person. I am extremely grateful that you saved me before I completely despaired. You can lie while in the state of charm, but you must not violate orders. The criterion for judging orders is not language, but the will of the caster. After Mrs. White lied for the first time and said that she had never thought of killing her husband, DeWitt he changed his will, making the following questions have the premise of an order, that is to say, if DeWitt's spells did not go wrong, in fact he would not make mistakes in the spells. Now Mrs. White's every sentence it was all from the heart, and it made him happy. How to put it, although DeWitt never said it, from the standpoint of this family, he still stood by Mrs. White, and for the next plan, Mrs. White had to change, because there was no time, only Mrs. White can be relied upon. Chapter 10. Maybe DeWitt didn't realize it, but Mrs. White did. The relationship between the two parties was more like a father and daughter than a mother and son on paper. DeWitt was like a strict Eastern tradition. Like an old father, he often gets angry and is so angry when his daughter fails to live up to expectations, but he is always reluctant to give her a few slaps. At this time, I suddenly heard the daughter confess her heart and said that she remembered the good things of the old father in her heart. The old father was not only happy but also happy. From a cold prophet perspective, Mrs. White, who is weak and can distinguish good from bad, is easier to control than Old White. Wizards living in Muggle society also have the convenience of status. The pot-bellied Old White is not only vicious and vengeful, but also manic, not to mention that his bald and ugly old face is really disgusting. The results are obvious. Mrs. White is definitely more obedient, more stable, and more importantly more useful than Old White. There is no need to worry about her being smart. If something goes wrong, her first choice will definitely be to wait for DeWitt to solve it. That's good, because DeWitt knows he can fix everything. Then, DeWitt said in a childish voice, pretending to be deep, if you don't resent me because of your husband's death, then go ahead and kill your husband. This is also an order. When Mrs. White personally ends her suffering, DeWitt will take the initiative to remove the charm, and depending on Mrs. White's attitude, he will rush to the station to decide her end. Charm is courage, and it was only under the power of magic that Mrs. White tremblingly grabbed the wand and walked out of the basement. Time passed very quickly and was very short. When she returned to the basement, Mrs. White's face was pale, her wand was gone, and there was no blood on her body. Apparently she knew that she was a wizard, and she should have been cut off with magic. What spell was used? DeWitt asked. The death curse. Mrs. White replied stiffly, that is the most effective method. Cause and reincarnation, DeWitt sighed, wanting to reach out and cast a spell directly, but then remembered that he already had a precious wand, and now was a good opportunity to use it. So like a wizard in this world, he raised his wand, symbolically drew a circle, and read the name of the spell, Peace of Mind and Peace of Mind. Although the name of this spell is called Peace of Mind, it is actually a low-level spell from the Agni school. It can clear away all negative mental states and make the recipient more awake and sharp. It seems to just light up between Mrs. White's eyebrows. A white light with a red edge appeared, and then the red light spread, sweeping across the body from the inside out, completely eliminating the charm effect. Mrs. White regained her sanity without waiting for the light to dissipate. So DeWitt witnessed it with his own eyes. He saw Mrs. White's face getting paler and paler, her legs falling to the ground as if they had lost strength, and the muscles in her lips and cheeks twitching unconsciously, as if there were groups of elves running under her skin. She mustered up the courage to look up, and as soon as she met the eyes of DeWitt, who was sitting on the back of the chair, she immediately lowered her head humbly, and scraped the ground with her nails as if she was out of control. How does the wand I made work? DeWitt did not care about Mrs. White's mental state. Very, very good. I can feel the movement of magic power, it helps a lot in my spell casting. Really? How much do you think a wand like this could be sold for now? A wand like this would be very popular. I don't know how much it could sell for. DeWitt then stopped talking, gave Mrs. White a few minutes to collect herself, and then asked, how do you feel? Mrs. White no longer shivered. She stood up with her shoulders against the wall. Her back was a little hunched, probably because she was not used to the burden of a life. She held her hands together awkwardly and placed them in front of her lower abdomen. With one leg straight and the other bent, he whispered, I can't tell. It's a good thing that she can't tell clearly. It means that Mrs. White still lacks understanding of herself to this extent, and she has not discovered her full potential. What are your next plans? DeWitt did not use charm or threaten with force, he just smiled and looked at Mrs. White, who was staring at the floor. I really do not know. Then listen to me, DeWitt said seductively in an unquestionable tone, first of all, go deal with the follow-up work of that man. My personal suggestion is to make a fire, and you are because of sending no one cares about a fire on a nondescript farm in the outskirts of the country when their own children go to school and escape, and then do you like this place? Let's be honest. As far as DeWitt knew, Mrs. White should have been an overly kind girl before she got married. Because of the demands of her stubborn Muggle parents, she fell in love with and got married to Old White, who inherited the legacy of her elders. Not long after the night, her parents also died, and Old White also lost all his family property and bought this farm with the last bit of grease from the dead camel. From then on, Mrs. White began her endless painful life until DeWitt came to the house. Choosing carefully, he decided to use magic to control this family to stand in front of him. It can be said that this place definitely carries all of Mrs. White's bad memories. I don't like it. Mrs. White seemed to speak very forcefully, and her teeth may have been slightly ground. I quite like it, being away from the crowd and being self-sufficient. DeWitt smiled, but this place should be yours now. Since you don't like it, why don't you sell it after you deal with your husband? What do you think? Yes. How are you going to spend the inheritance? Of course, I'm just curious. In fact, I have no right to interfere with what you do with it. No, I beg you, are you leaving? Mrs. White was completely frightened. Instead, she raised her head out of fear of being abandoned, looked at DeWitt humbly and begged, I give you everything. It's not necessary, DeWitt smiled happily, it will be a bit troublesome if I leave, but if I want to stay, of course I need to consider your opinion, but it depends on what you mean. Do you want me to stay? Mrs. White nodded sharply. I can stay, DeWitt replied cheerfully, but there are conditions. I agree to any conditions. Mrs. White answered quickly. You will start a family with me as my mother, but sometimes you have to listen to me. DeWitt was convinced of Mrs. White. Mrs. White's answer had already made him sure of it when he was in the charmed state, and now it's just a formal relationship. Mrs. White was slightly relieved after hearing DeWitt's words, but still felt a little uneasy after answering, then what should I do next? Go buy a new home somewhere you like and let me know, DeWitt said. Don't forget to sell the wand. Nocturne Alley is probably not very safe. You have to protect your identity and guard against the good intentions of others. This is a trial, because I have no one to rely on now, let alone go to school. I can only rely on you. If you can't help, then we may have to separate. As for work, your job is to buy things. Send it to me, and then sell it, I will only take part of it, and you can do whatever you want with the rest, and finally, change your name. DeWitt stood up and left, preparing to go upstairs for dinner. Your original name is very nice, by the way, remember to change your last name to Wald. Chapter 11. Following the guidance of the notice and Mrs. White's teachings, DeWitt went to the station alone and embarked on a journey to study. When Mrs. White was alone in the house, she went to the second floor, entered the bedroom, looked at the figure on the bed, picked up the wand with a jackalope core that she had dropped from the ground, and did not want to turn on the lights or even the curtains. Not wanting to pull away, he released a fluorescent spell to illuminate the dim room. Old White was lying on the bed as if he was asleep, but his chest did not rise and fall, and he was already cold. To be honest, Mrs. White had never thought that taking someone's life could be so easy. She did not use the wand she bought from Ollivander, but with the help of the wand DeWitt lent her. While Old White was asleep and unable to get up, he aimed at him and chanted the spell of Avada Kedavra. Green light flashed, and Old White's body bounced unnaturally twice on the bed, just like the death struggle of a landed carp. Suddenly there was no life left. So what's the point of all the suffering I've suffered over the years? Mrs. White hated the stupid version of herself after getting married. Why couldn't she see through this man's true nature? There was a time when she thought she had really found a close lover, and she hated her weak self for being beaten by Old White for no reason after her parents died. Why didn't she even have the courage to resist despite being a wizard? He even voluntarily handed over his wand to Old White to break, and offered all his books to Old White to burn. If I had known that all I needed now was a spell. See, Mrs. White said to herself, things can be so simple. But she couldn't waste too much time. Mrs. White continued to speak, but she didn't think about whether she said it out loud. It was possible that she was speaking to the dead Old White. As for calling the police or notifying the Ministry of Magic, Mrs. White had never even thought about it. She really had no similar thoughts, even when she was grabbed by Old White's arm and pressed the cigarette butt on her arm. She didn't even consider asking for help. At most, she gritted her teeth and endured it secretly. To DeWitt, she was only grateful. Gratitude was not even enough to describe him, and it was only slightly inadequate to be grateful. Similarly, if she really went to the Ministry of Magic, she would probably be the first to be arrested. No one could prove that magic like charm existed, and no one would think that a little wizard who had not entered school could control an adult. Which, on the contrary, Mrs. White actually did all the murders and arson, and the result must be that she was imprisoned. Inevitably, Mrs. White began to recalling the process of all this. At first, facing the first or previous beatings, she still had hope and made excuses for Old White. Maybe her husband had lost control of his emotions. Be more tolerant, and don't dare to resist later. What if you resist and get beaten even harder next time? As for separation, there is no such awareness. The vague compromise only got worse, but the actual solution was really simple. Mrs. White gradually relaxed, and with DeWitt's absence, she even felt more and more free. At this moment, the burden of a life was no longer heavy. Mrs. White was immersed in the joy of liberation. She would laugh out loud from time to time while cleaning the house, but her laughter was a little weird and maybe a little morbid. DeWitt was unable to assist her due to the start of school and gave herself a task. Mrs. White began to think about business. She speculated on DeWitt's intentions and examined her own status. Old White's death should be a turning point. From now on, Mrs. White will no longer be cowardly, she will prove herself with her performance, and she will be worthy of the trust given by DeWitt, even if she goes to Nocturne Alley. Mrs. White understands the dangers of Nocturne Alley, and she also understands DeWitt's thoughts. DeWitt's understanding of the wizarding world is not specific enough to the dangers of Nocturne Alley, and when he lets himself do it, he sees that he has killed Old White. Determination, thinking that there has been a change, thinking that she can be useful, Mrs. White rejoices in this, and she will work towards useful goals. According to the agreement with DeWitt, Mrs. White should accompany her son to the station at this moment, and then play in the city. When she comes back alone, she will see the burned house and dead people. Husband in the house. The basement has been emptied by DeWitt, and the entire workbench has been dismantled by DeWitt and thrown into the box of the invisible stretch spell. What Mrs. White is doing now is the final collection to prevent two valuable things from being burned. She took out the necklace and wedding dress she wore when she got married, and took off the ring on her hand to exchange for money. She didn't take any other clothes. They were all picked up by Old White from anywhere, and there was no need for furniture. After sorting it out, the rest of the valuables were gone. Old White's savings were exchanged for gold galleons to buy magic materials some time ago. In other words, Mrs. White couldn't sort out anything. In terms of value, it may be made by DeWitt's wand is the most expensive. After turning around, the remaining nostalgia was gone. Mrs. White hummed an old tune, stuffed the wedding dress and the jewelry box into the bag, put the 2 wands on the left and right around her waist, and walked out of the door. He threw the coarse cloth apron he was wearing towards the door and put on the black jacket he bought when he just graduated from Hogwarts. It was a little loose now. He also wore a pair of high-top boots. In this set in a dress suitable only for young motorcycle girls, Mrs. White tried hard to straighten her back, but a little timidity still inevitably remained on her face. Be more decisive, be more courageous. Mrs. White pulled out the inferior hairpins and let the dry and grey hair hang freely, without violence and pain oppressing her soul. Mrs. White reawakened her self-understanding as a woman, although now she is no longer young, and even her appearance is no longer eye-catching. But the pursuit of youth and beauty has become restless again. It can even be said that the 40-year-old wizard is still a young man, because there are still 100 or 200 years to live. Finally, after taking another look at this hellish residence, Mrs. White raised her wand high and whispered the incantation, "Fire is raging." Ha! She breathed out again. After the whole house burst into flames and began to gradually collapse, she said nothing, but she felt like she was reborn at this moment. A new man emerges from the old body and burns away the remains. At the same time, DeWitt's words, "Your last name is Wald," still echoed in her ears, but Freya wanted to refuse this request. She thought that DeWitt would be willing to hear her express her personal will. She would also want to be free in the future. Be an individual. However, temporary changes require a longer period of persistence. Habitual cowardice can only be corrected by experiencing cruel treatment, and Mrs. White has to go through some more before she can truly become Freya. Chapter 12. This is the first time DeWitt has travelled far by train. In fact, since he came to this world, he has never travelled far unless necessary. Mainly due to his apparent age. A child who acts alone will inevitably be entangled in benevolent or malicious actions. Secondly, it is his lack of understanding of the world. Even after 10 years, DeWitt still thinks that he needs to remain humble, and he must not think that he can be safe in the outside world at any time. The experience in the previous world did not make him think highly of himself, but instead made him more and more shocked by the prosperity of this world. It can be said that the more spells DeWitt knows, the more he can understand the wonders of modern technology. Now sitting in the carriage, DeWitt stroked his wand and looked out. Everything was so novel. This was much more comfortable than the subway. The scenery outside is unobstructed, and the wind blowing on your face is so pleasant. There is only one disadvantage: DeWitt is not the only one in the small box. DeWitt got on the train a little late, mainly because he had to spend some time looking for the platform. It took him some time to find the clues about platform 9 3/4, which meant that after he got on the train, there was no completely free box. 3 people also accounted for the majority of the box, and excluding girls among them. This is of course not because DeWitt doesn't like women, it is simply because he lacks emotional experience, so he is a little shy. Under the circumstances, he preferred to avoid it. Finally, near the back of the car, he saw this box with only 2 boys, and walked in as if no one else was there while they were chatting happily. The one with black hair and glasses stood up and wanted to help DeWitt put the salute on the shelf, but DeWitt politely refused. Instead, after putting the salute away, he sat down directly by the window, taking this opportunity to let the 2 people sitting across from each other sit down. A boy sat aside, then took out his textbook and started studying, while the 2 boys began to communicate. If DeWitt is really only 11 years old, he will happily join in the conversation. If he is in his 20s, he may judge these formalities with contempt from the corner of his eye, trying hard to communicate with the people around him, but having no idea how to deal with interpersonal relationships. The children, it's a pity that he can't remember his age. In the last world with constant disasters, age is of no use. He only knows that DeWitt can split himself into 2 parts, the thoughts in his heart are 1 part. The external performance is part of it. Even if he feels bored in his heart, what is reflected on his face now is only calm. Calmly listening to the conversation of the 2 children on the other side of the table, listening to them gradually becoming familiar with each other. During this period, DeWitt was piqued at least 5 times by the 2 boys opposite. Unwillingness to communicate is a virtue. The attitude shown by Wit, and the current scene is also the result he expected. Naturally, his mentality will not be affected because no one cares about him, but he can't help but wonder, could it be that he is too ugly and scares them, otherwise, why would their voices become smaller and smaller? This shouldn't be the case. DeWitt realizes that he is not a beautiful tree in the wind, and he is not hateful in appearance, but he is powerful and upright after all. Every time he looks at himself in the mirror, he feels that the person in the mirror looks kind and friendly. You can tell this person from his eyebrows. If you have a charming temperament, even if you don't like others, you will still want to take the initiative to communicate, right? However, this is DeWitt's conjecture after all. In the eyes of the two people opposite him, the peer opposite him, whose shoulders are half as broad as his own and expressionless, does not seem to be easy to mess with, but is still cold and arrogant. In the process of human evolution, the rule of advocating and fearing strength among males can never be erased from the genes. Even now, with his arms resting on the table and his back bent, DeWitt is still worse than the two boys opposite him who have stopped their spines. It is higher, and this is not an early development, but an increase in the speed of physical strengthening after repeated training. Of course, even the two arms on the table almost completely hold up the cuffs of the long shirt. All kinds of details are gathered into information, extracted, and summarized. The person involved may still not have a clear idea, but he is instinctively timid, which is reflected in his behavior, that is, he does not dare to force a conversation, and he may also have some small opinions. DeWitt's presence is continuing to lower the intensity of the chatting atmosphere. Even if they are not looking at the two people opposite, their conversation voices are getting quieter and quieter, until they die out, and each of them is fidgeting with his wand listlessly, or teasing his pet. What kind of pet is that? A mouse. DeWitt can communicate with animals. 1. Generally speaking, animals know many things that people don't know. When you encounter problems, being able to communicate with animals will be of great help. However, DeWitt's past life experience stopped him. Thoughts: it's rude to talk to someone's pet instead of talking to the person, and it's weird to talk to an animal. So DeWitt coughed a few times to stop the unnaturalness in his throat. The private room simply fell into complete silence, which was accentuated by the bustle next door. Even the pet rat seemed to be aware of the atmosphere like a human being and did not bark once. By noon, the temperature had risen a lot, and the long-bodied boys were getting hungry. Carts selling food came from the front section of the train, going from box to box, and DeWitt was no exception. After knocking on the box door, a kind woman came in from the outside and asked in a familiar and friendly manner, "Honey, do you want to buy some food on the car?" This was probably a standard statement, but it made DeWitt realize the problem. Look, he didn't have wizard money, and he didn't bring any food. Both Mrs. White and he ignored that the train would take a whole day to reach Hogwarts facts, but it's not a big deal, it's just a meal, and the more difficult days are coming. So DeWitt just looked up at the cart of food, then quickly lowered his head to study the Transfiguration textbook. When he wasn't flipping through the book, he kept stroking his wand with his free hand. But this looked different to the two boys opposite. One of them, who had the same black hair as DeWitt, emptied the cart of all kinds of food, while the other red-haired one stared enviously. Then the woman pushing the trolley happily left the box, and the black-haired boy hugged those delicious food and piled them in the middle of the table with a clatter. He showed a friendly smile to DeWitt and invited. "Hi. Didn't you bring anything to eat?" "I didn't bring anything either. Why don't we try it together?" Chapter 13. This was the first time DeWitt took a serious look at the boy in the same box as him. Black hair, well, it's the same as mine, but messy than mine. Not only is there a bunch of hair raised up, but there are also a few locks hanging down in front of the forehead to cover the forehead. This is different from DeWitt's habit. He hates the feeling of the ends of his hair scratching his forehead, so he always wants to push his hair back. The eyes are beautiful and crystal green, with large pupils and clear boundaries with the clean whites. There is a look of a young deer in these eyes, probably mixed with the caution of vegetarian animals and the innate kindness. This is true. His kindness is very different from what DeWitt thinks he is. At this moment, these green eyes were hiding behind the round glasses, looking at DeWitt anxiously, waiting for DeWitt's response. But DeWitt was distracted. Instead, his attention was attracted by the broken frame of the round glasses. It was not until the other party was about to give up the communication that he hurriedly accepted the kindness and apologized casually. "Oh, I'm sorry, after reading for a long time, my reaction is a little slow, thank you for your kindness." Then he wiped the sweat from his palms on the corner of his clothes, and DeWitt stretched out his right hand towards the boy. DeWitt Wald, first grader, how about you? As if DeWitt's greeting represented great recognition, the boy unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth, breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time shook DeWitt's hand happily and said, Harry Potter, this is Ron Weasley, we are all freshmen too. Compared to Harry Potter, Ron Weasley on the other side seemed less brave. He sat in his seat and seemed reluctant to get up. At the same time, he seemed a little disappointed with DeWitt's attitude. So DeWitt gave up his plan to shake hands with him, smiled casually, nodded and treated him as if he knew him. Now that the delicious food was on the table, Harry obviously relaxed a lot. He couldn't wait to open a box of chocolate frogs and grabbed the brown frog that popped out of the box and looked back and forth in surprise. Ron looked unfazed and reminded, there will also be a picture in the box, take a look, I still need an Agrippa. Curious about the picture, Harry stuffed the whole chocolate frog into his mouth, flicked the box to catch the card that slipped out of it. While he was doing this series of actions, Ron murmured an explanation, each box there is a picture inside, and they are all famous wizards in history. He looked proud but tried hard to hide it, there are about 500 pictures in total, and now I am missing Agrippa and Ptolemy. By the time Harry turned the picture over, Ron couldn't help but look over. After seeing it clearly, he quickly retracted it and slumped in his seat in disappointment. Harry held the picture with interest and looked at it from all angles, and said, oh, it's Dumbledore. Dumbledore. DeWitt, who had been almost silent all the way, spoke up, is it the Dumbledore who was the principal of Hogwarts? Who else? Ron asked in an exaggerated tone, showing his disdain for such common-sense questions, that is the greatest wizard of our time. My parents often mention him. Can you let me see it? DeWitt was curious about Dumbledore's appearance. Harry did not refuse, and after one last rough look at Dumbledore's picture, he handed it to DeWitt. Thank you. But when DeWitt looked at it again, there was nothing on the card except words. The person is missing. What's going on? He immediately put down the picture and grasped the wand with his left hand, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Otherwise, how could the person in the picture disappear? Is this normal? Ron was surprised by DeWitt's attitude. A person will get tired if he stays in the portrait for a long time, but don't worry, he will come back. Harry leaned over to check the card and couldn't help but marvel, moving paintings, this is the first time I have seen them. In the Muggle world, photos, paintings, etc., will not move after they are completed. So, DeWitt, are you from the Muggle side too? Ah, not exactly, DeWitt replied, my mother is a wizard and my father is a Muggle. It seems that they didn't let you get in touch with too many things in the magical world, right? Ron tried to be sympathetic to DeWitt, my parents were like this too. They never let me go to school before entering Hogwarts. Touch the magic wand, of course I don't have one either. This is the leftover wand that one of my brothers didn't use anymore, you know, I have 5 brothers. This number was a little high, but DeWitt remained calm. He tentatively praised, then you should be quite favored. Ron's face suddenly fell, the most favored one is my youngest sister Ginny. She is 1 year younger than me. Not only do I have a wand, but the robe I want to buy is also old, and the pets I use are also unwanted by my brother. Look at it, you know, before DeWitt came, I told you that my parents are gone. Harry explained, I also wear the leftover clothes of my cousin. Clothes, at least your family won't abuse you. That's true, Ron got renewed comfort from Harry's painful experience and turned to DeWitt, what about you? My father is dead, if nothing else happened, he would have been cremated by now, DeWitt thought, and was a little confused about what happened to Harry's parents, but it is always not a good thing to poke someone's wound, and continued. My mother has been away from the magical world for a long time, and her parents are both Muggles. Although everything on me is new now, he told the truth, but if I don't make enough money, next year I'm afraid I don't even have the money to buy textbooks. It seems that everyone's family has its own misfortunes. In a sense, this is also a kind of balance, and then everyone ignores this topic by default. Have you ever tried magic? DeWitt took the initiative to initiate the topic. He wanted to test the freshman's background. Harry and Ron happened to represent 2 groups, wizarding families and Muggle families. I tried a few during the holidays. Well, it took me a lot of time, and now I know nothing about the situation in the magical world. How are you studying? I think, Ron should know a lot, right? Chapter 14. Looking around nervously, Ron squeezed the wand in his hand. Some of the unicorn hair on the core of the wand had been exposed. The soft and smooth hair felt back to his palm, and he tried to get power from the wand. Listening when it came to DeWitt's question, Ron hesitated for a moment, cleared his throat and gritted his teeth. His head was hot and impulsive, and he said blankly, "Okay. Isn't it just magic? I just learned from Fred and George yesterday. Learned a new spell there." So Harry showed an expectant look, and DeWitt also held his breath, quietly protected himself with a solemn expression, and solemnly said, "Please." The attitudes of others put undue pressure on Ron. He pinched the flesh behind the neck of his pet mouse, lifted it up, and put it on the table. With his other hand, he raised his wand and shook it ritually in the air. "Shake, then roll up his sleeves." The mouse did not bark, but just scratched the table with its paws, sniffed around with its sharp beak, and its ragged beard trembled, just like Ron's hand holding the wand now. "Daisies, sweet cream, and sunshine," Ron chanted without confidence, like an emotionless reciter, "turn this stupid fat mouse yellow." Coming, DeWitt nervously applied several layers of invisible protection to himself. But after a while, he still didn't sense any warning. The sky was still so blue, the wind was still so cool, and the snow-white clouds were almost coming down to watch the fun. Could it be that the impending riot was gathering momentum? Immediately, DeWitt breathed lightly, and he could clearly hear the rat's gasping sound as the train was running, and he was always ready to defend himself against attacks from around him, but still nothing. "Is there a possibility?" DeWitt glanced at Ron, who was also nervous, and asked tentatively, "I mean, maybe your magic didn't work." So Ron's face slowly turned red, the hand holding up the wand froze, and his eyes were only in the lower half of the eye sockets. When his whole face became as red as his hair, he must have been extremely embarrassed. "If no one comes to the rescue, I'm afraid this head will become overcooked and smoke." Fortunately, someone knocked on the door of the box, and Harry quickly stood up and said loudly, "Please, please come in." The door to the box was unlocked, so it was easily pushed open and a boy walked in. The boy's crying expression made DeWitt instinctively frown. He lowered his head and continued reading the book on his lap, pretending he didn't see it. "I'm sorry," the tearful boy's facial features slid across his round face, and finally piled up in the center. He asked aggrievedly, "I want to ask, have you seen my toad?" Harry looked back, Ron shook his head, and DeWitt didn't move either. Like a temporarily elected representative, Harry said unnaturally, Oh, we didn't see it." Out of inner sympathy, Harry awkwardly comforted, "It doesn't matter, it will come back." "Really?" The boy's sobs subsided a little and he said in a slightly clearer voice, "Then, if you see it, can you tell me?" After getting Harry's affirmative answer, the sobbing boy walked out. As soon as he closed the door, his crying immediately became louder. He rubbed his eyes and continued walking back. "Do people really use toads as pets?" Ron quietly put his pet mouse into his pocket and quickly changed the subject. "If I have a pet like this, I must find a way to throw it away. I would rather others think that I don't have a pet. And I don't want people to know that I have a toad." These words caught DeWitt a little off guard. He gave Ron a strange look and wanted to remind him, "The mice you raised are actually only better in appearance. In terms of actual value, mice are far inferior to toads. After all, toads can eat some pests. In addition to causing damage, rats can also spread diseases, right? What about you?" Ron tried to put aside the embarrassment of the previous failed spell cast and asked nonchalantly, "Do you have any pets?" Harry did. He had a snow-white owl, which was locked in a cage and was currently sleeping with half-closed eyes. DeWitt shook his head, "I don't have any other money, so I simply didn't go to the pet store, but it's really nice to have a pet. I should take some time to get one." Ron wanted the topic to go as far as possible, so he immediately asked, "What animal do you like?" "You should ask me what animals I don't like." "What animal don't you like?" "I don't like chickens, ducks, sheep, rabbits, and deer," DeWitt said a little impatiently, but these questions were nothing, and he answered quickly. "Why?" Ron became curious instead. "No reason." DeWitt's voice was already a little gloomy, but after a slight pause, he returned to calmness and said naturally, "I don't like the look in their eyes. These animals are too timid. Facing my kindness they can only escape. If they cannot escape, they will resist. Their eyes when resisting are stubborn and hateful, so I don't like it. I don't like it when I see it in places other than the dining table." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the box was opened again. This time no one knocked on the door, and the visitor followed a gust of wind and ran rampant in the box. Such impolite behavior made DeWitt frown again, but he still didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at the door and then lowered his head, expressing his dissatisfaction by ignoring it. There was a girl standing at the door. DeWitt only remembered that her hair was brown and that she had put on a new wizard robe. Other than that, she spoke loudly, rapidly, and nonchalantly. Did any of you see a toad? Neville lost a toad. It can be guessed that these two people started asking questions from one box to another from the first carriage. By the end of the question, they had loosened their control over the volume and the details of etiquette. It is understandable, after all, repetition it brings numbness, but it only explains why the girl is rude and should not be an excuse for her arrogant attitude. To put it mildly, DeWitt didn't like the girl. We've already said it. Ron's words were much more straightforward than DeWitt's. We didn't see it. But the girl ignored him, and instead turned her attention to DeWitt, who was looking down at a book, and asked unceremoniously, "Are you reading? What are you reading?" Neville and I started asking from the first carriage. Although Hogwarts is very good, only a few senior students are reading, and not many freshmen are reading. I like reading very much, and I memorized all the textbooks during the holidays. After all, the school I am going to is a magic school, and I hope my level is good enough. After all, my parents are not wizards. I must say, I was extremely surprised when I received the admission notice. Oh, by the way, I'm Hermione Granger, what about you? Chapter 15. If DeWitt were asked to evaluate Hermione, he would say that she is not sharp enough, has no eyes, and cannot speak. But after listening to such a long list of words, he believes that Hermione is not without merit. If what she said is true, all the textbooks, the ability to memorize it is enough to prove his talent and perseverance. It is natural to get to know such a capable person. Well, DeWitt will be happy to accommodate some unpleasantness in conversation. So he raised his head from the book and said, "DeWitt Wald, I'm reading The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration." "Ron Weasley," Ron muttered. "Harry Potter." As soon as Harry finished speaking, Hermione reacted hugely, and her attention quickly shifted. "Is it really you?" Hermione asked. "I know everything about you, of course. I bought a few extra reference books, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, Important Magic in the 20th Century Incident. You are mentioned in these books." It seems that the fame brought by these book titles has made Harry teetering. From his eyes to the corners of his mouth, he showed huge shock, so much so that he could not breathe smoothly, and he couldn't tell whether it was bad news or good news. On the other hand, DeWitt was also stunned. He asked, "Harry Potter, is he so famous? Isn't he the same person? Didn't he just say that he grew up with ordinary people?" "You don't know." Ron fussed. "Oh, it's no wonder. Although your mother is a wizard, you have never been exposed to relevant information. Let me tell you, Harry is a famous celebrity. He rescued everyone in the magical world from the mysterious man and ended the mysterious man's years-long dark reign." Not only that, Hermione also looked at Harry with strange eyes. If she had to find a description, it would be like a foreigner who saw a giant panda in the zoo, curious, expectant, and excited at the same time. He was also named the one who survived the catastrophe. He was the only person in the wizarding world who survived the death curse in recorded history, and he was also called the Savior. DeWitt was impressed at this point. He remembered that Mrs. White had told him that a person had survived one of the unforgivable curses, but he didn't care about it at the time. He didn't expect to see it with his own eyes now, so DeWitt twirled his wand and asked Harry curiously, "So, the killing curse doesn't work on you?" If possible, DeWitt would like to try it, but the death curse is strictly forbidden, and everything is forbidden, as long as it is not discovered. "I don't know," Harry shook his head in confusion. "I never knew I had such a great ability. If I am really that powerful, I would rather hope that I won't be bullied by my cousin, and what those people said I had no memory of it, you know? When I was taken to the leaky cauldron everyone stood up and shook my hand. It was confusing to me and I didn't like it." After hearing Harry's words, Ron was a little envious, Hermione was a little sympathetic, and DeWitt's eyes seemed to be shining, scanning his whole body back and forth. "What's wrong?" Harry was a little uncomfortable with DeWitt's eyes, which made him feel like he was a dissected specimen with no privacy. "I'm looking to see if you're gifted," DeWitt replied. "Did you see anything?" "No. It's getting late," Hermione said condescendingly, not intending to stay any longer. "Since you haven't seen Neville's toad, we have to continue asking later, and I suggest you change into your robes as soon as possible." There was a loud banging sound on the box door, and Hermione left with Neville. It sucks, Ron said immediately. I really hope I'm not in the same house as her. Noticing DeWitt's confusion, Ron continued to explain, don't you even know this? Every student must undergo a sorting ceremony before admission. The school will decide which college the student will be assigned to based on his performance in the ceremony. According to my brother Fred, freshmen are very traumatized during the ceremony. I don't know if he's telling the truth. Just when DeWitt wanted to inquire about the sorting ceremony in more detail, the door of the box rang again, and the visitor did not knock on the door again, but walked in with the same impoliteness, triggering DeWitt's subconscious reaction. He frowned again, but instead of lowering his head to read, he planned to see who was coming this time. In walked 3 boys. The leader's face was pale, and his hair was pale blonde. He had applied hair gel or wax, and every strand of hair was tidied up. He walked dignifiedly, raised his arrogant chin, and also put on a wizard's robe. Except Harry, he looked at no one, and asked in a deliberately reserved and overly measured tone, is it true? People on the whole train are talking about it, saying that Harry Potter is in this box. So? Say, it's you, right? Yes. Harry replied. He secretly looked at the follower behind the boy, and couldn't help but compare it with DeWitt's size. At first sight, it would be oppressive because of his size, but if you look closely, you can see that the follower is fat, while DeWitt is strong. Oh, this is Crabbe, this is Goyle. The pale boy noticed Harry looking at them, and said casually, my name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Harry nodded in confusion. DeWitt had already memorized the names. The stupid fat guy was Crabbe, the stupid fat guy was Goyle, and Ron laughed like a cough for some reason. Voice. You think my name is too ridiculous, don't you? Malfoy is like a sensitive hedgehog who will curl up and prick others with his thorns when encountering any unpleasant situation. No need to ask who you are. My father told the Weasley family, have red hair, freckles, and more kids than we can afford. Maybe Ron's laugh was impolite, but Malfoy's reply was certainly too mean. DeWitt thought for a moment and didn't feel that he was speaking for Ron. He said purely to attack Malfoy, why do you think he is laughing at you? In fact, you also think your name is a joke, right? The effect of these words can be considered immediate. A rare color appeared on Malfoy's pale face. He asked with a slumped face, then who are you? I know all the new students of pure-blood families this year, but you are obviously not among them. I wonder your parents are both muggles, right? My mother is a wizard, DeWitt said nonchalantly, but I don't think there is any shame in having both parents muggles. Then you will know soon. Malfoy showed a venomous and threatening smile to DeWitt, ignored him, and turned to Harry, you will soon find out that some wizarding families are more powerful than others. Other families are much better, Potter. You don't want to be friends with anyone who is different. I can help you with that. You are free to make friends with whomever you want. Harry, who has been bullied since he was a child, hates this kind of discriminatory behavior from the bottom of his heart. So in Ron's eyes looking forward to trust, he slapped away Malfoy's extended hand and said coldly. I think I can tell who is different, thank you very much. So this is your choice. Malfoy showed a puzzled expression. He didn't seem to believe that it all happened so quickly, so he stared at his hand that was slapped away but did not take it back and asked, I would rather be with a pure-blood Weasley, a scumbag, and a scumbag of Muggle descent are not willing to accept the friendship of a noble pure-blood? You have to think about your parents, Potter. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will follow their old path. There is nothing more vicious than attacking someone else's elders. If there is, it is insulting someone else's deceased elders. So Harry and Ron stood up and said almost in unison, you say that again. You want to fight? Malfoy hid his lustful look very well. He glanced at DeWitt secretly several times, and became a little more arrogant when he found that the other party did not stand up. You all get out. Harry also kept glancing at DeWitt. He was always a little scared of Crabbe and Goyle's size. If DeWitt also stood up at this moment, and it happened to be 3-3, then in fact, there is no need to be too afraid. Fortunately, although it was a little late, DeWitt still stood up. His words were much more straightforward and powerful, and he spat out clearly and powerfully from his mouth, get out. Chapter 16. Perhaps in the eyes of noble purebloods, this simple and crude get out was shocking, but in fact, it was DeWitt's fearless momentum standing there that forced Malfoy to think carefully again, on the train is it worth fighting? Finally, Malfoy came to the conclusion rationally, it was not worth it. Although he couldn't swallow this breath, he could wait until he officially enrolled in school before taking revenge. Purebloods always have some connections. Since he decided to retaliate, the current gains and losses were irrelevant. Malfoy said harshly, "Okay, you just wait." After that, he quickly walked out of the box. To be honest, DeWitt still hopes that Malfoy can be more brave so that he can see the strength of the wizarding family. After all, the Weasley family represented by Ron has disappointed him, and at the same time for another reason. One consideration was that in the small space of the box, even if Malfoy used some terrible magic, DeWitt would be sure to interrupt it in advance. After the evil guest leaves, it is inevitable that there will be a discussion about Malfoy. Harry looked at Malfoy as if he knew Ron, and he asked, "Do you know him?" "When Hagrid and I were shopping in Diagon Alley, we met him in the clothes shop." There was a lot of opinion about Watts being in office. According to DeWitt, great opinion should be a euphemism. According to Malfoy's thinking, it is very likely that he said even more unpleasant things at the time, but DeWitt had other questions. Who is Hagrid? "Hagrid is the warden of the hunting grounds at Hogwarts," Harry said, "but don't ask me what the hunting grounds are about, I don't know either." Now she had to change clothes and put on the school-mandated wizard robes, but Hermione, who had just left not long ago, came back for some reason. She was a little confused. "Did you quarrel?" "I heard a noise. A few nasty guys came in," DeWitt said, "and I kicked them out." "There wasn't a fight, was there?" Hermione asked, glancing at DeWitt's neat clothes. "No, they are afraid because they don't have the advantage in numbers. Everyone in the Malfoy family is like this," Ron criticized angrily. "They followed the mysterious man when he was powerful. When Harry solved the mysterious man, they immediately switched sides and said that they were being controlled, but my father said it was all nonsense. Those people always put their own interests first." Harry lowered his eyes with a complicated expression. After noticing this scene, Ron was afraid that he would be too sad, so he quickly changed the subject. "What about you? What kind of help do you want us to do here?" "I'm here to remind you, I just went to the front of the car and asked the driver, and he said that we will be arriving at the station soon. It's time for you to change clothes." "You mean," DeWitt thought this little girl was quite interesting, "you actually reminded her in every carriage?" "No," Hermione said inexplicably, "it's just that the people running around outside were too noisy, so I came in to hide." "No matter how noisy the people outside are, it won't bother you," Ron muttered in a voice that only he could hear, and then said, "Okay, now we have to change clothes. Can you please go out?" Hermione went out, but when she left, she curled her lips arrogantly at Ron and pointed to her nose. "What does she mean?" Ron was confused and didn't know whether he should be angry. "Is she saying my nose is ugly?" Harry looked up and observed. He didn't think Ron's nose was ugly. He reminded, "Maybe she means there is something dirty on your nose." Embarrassingly wiping the stains on his nose with his fingers, Ron couldn't help complaining, "Can't she just say it plainly? Isn't it fun to guess riddles?" After locking the door of the box, the three people inside began to take off their coats and put on robes. As if just by putting the robe on your head, the sky turned from bright to dark in an instant, and the shadows of the distant mountains and the afterglow of the setting sun complemented each other, creating a transitional purple from red to black. The act of changing clothes seemed to be very laborious, and no one in the box had the energy to speak anymore. This silence lasted for a short time, and a voice sounded on the train. The voice repeated, "The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the car and we will take care of it. You sent it to school." As it was about to come, DeWitt found his heart beating loudly. He did not expect that one day going to school would become something worth looking forward to for him. Although acquiring knowledge can bring a lot of pleasure, he actually doesn't like the atmosphere of school. He always feels reluctant to be forced. The door on the train aisle opened at about the same time, and some seniors were already waiting near the door. Following the crowd as they swayed forward, DeWitt could see that Harry and Ron's mental states had also changed. This was also the state of most freshmen: nervousness, excitement mixed with some disappointment in the new environment. When the train came to a stop, the doors opened with a bang, and the crowd flowed out. The chill of the night rushed over, sending chills down the spine and shivers down to the tailbone. On the dark and small platform, one could only see the outline of the road ahead, and there was only a lamp hanging high and shaking constantly as illumination. After his eyes quickly adapted to the dark environment, DeWitt saw clearly that the reason why the lamp was swinging was because it was being held by a person, and this person was too tall and too big, and the hair on his face and head was too thick, making him stand there like a mountain, and the roaring voice was like a millstone grinding. First-year students! First-year students, come over here! Harry, come over here, how are you? Is this Hagrid? DeWitt asked Harry in a low voice. Waving to the giant in response, Harry replied, yes, he's Hagrid, tall, isn't he? Pure human beings cannot grow this tall, DeWitt thought in his heart, and only echoed, yeah, he looks really strong. The sturdy Hagrid led the way at the front, using a weak light to lead the first-year students down a small path. The trail was bumpy, and the moisture soaked in the soles of your shoes. The freshmen needed to put most of their energy into their feet, so no one spoke for a long time. Cut this corner and you're about to see Hogwarts for the first time, Hagrid called back. After saying this, Hagrid was the first to turn over, then the first freshman, then the second one, and then the children cheered. When it was DeWitt's turn to turn over, he was also struck by the scene in front of him. Touched by beauty. For a moment, he even forgot to breathe. Chapter 17. The moon is now in the sky. But shadows lurked on the ground. The projected moonlight showed the outline of a castle. After passing the corner, a black lake appeared in front of us, and the shape of the moon was reflected on the lake. The fake moon breaks and reorganizes on the lake, and together with the unstable moist and cold wind, it brings superimposed visual and tactile feelings. If it were just like this, it would be just pure natural scenery, not unusual. But if the outline of the castle shines with yellow light, it will suddenly look different, highlighting the fit between human creation and nature, making the standing castle no longer obtrusive. Hagrid walked all the way to the edge of the lake, pointed at a group of boats and shouted, no more than 4 people in each boat. The humidity is too high, DeWitt rubbed his sleeves. Before everyone found the boat, he heard someone complain, why can't we go with the seniors? After sitting in these light boats, water will flow in from time to time. If you are lucky, it will only wet the corners of your clothes. If you are not lucky, your shoes will also get soaked. And DeWitt doesn't like water if he doesn't have to, he will don't want to go near any water source. What if you drown? So even this method of admission disgusted him, but he didn't say anything. This is the path that every freshman takes. It is said that it is so that we can experience the hardships of the founder of Hogwarts in finding the location of the castle. As expected, it was Hermione. She did know a lot. She lowered her voice and explained, say maybe there is another deeper meaning, but we can't see it. Under Hagrid's loud shouting, the oarless boat left the shore and floated on the lake on its own. This is probably some kind of magic, but the driving is not stable. The closer you get to the castle, the more you feel the power of height and thickness. When they came to the cliff under the castle, there was no road ahead, but Hagrid ignored him. He gave the order like commanding an invincible fleet, lower your head. So the boat at the front passed through the ivy tent that was cleverly integrated with the cliff, and drove into the dark tunnel one by one. After a deep journey, it did not suddenly become clear, and it was still dark. After everyone disembarked, Hagrid found Neville's toad in the hold while inspecting the ship. The boy who had been sobbing all the way finally became happy. He didn't know whether he really liked it or was just glad that he could avoid being lectured about losing his pet. Taking up the responsibility of team leader again, Hagrid held up a light and asked the new students to go up a tunnel. Back on the ground, the shadow of the castle has engulfed everyone, which means that just one more flight of steps will lead you to the main entrance. Are they all here? Look, is your toad still there? Hagrid was deeply impressed by Neville and the toad. After receiving a positive answer, he raised a huge fist and walked toward the castle gate. Knocked 3 times. This heavy door does not appear bulky when activated, but opens smoothly and quickly. Immediately, an extremely long figure appeared from the door. With the light behind him, his face could not be seen clearly. All he could see was that the man's wide-brimmed hat had a crooked peak. Just like the classic old witch in fairy tales. After the students got closer, DeWitt also saw the witch's face clearly. It was very old, with many wrinkles. It couldn't be said to be good-looking, but it wasn't even close to being ugly. Most of them had a serious old teacher temperament, and the emerald green robe was very. Liang Li seems to be a person who is not easy to talk to. For students, this kind of teacher is not easy to fool. First-year freshman, Professor McGonagall, said Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid. Leave it to me to pick you up when you get here. From the beginning to the end, Professor McGonagall's biggest expression was just a slight nod to Hagrid, and then she glanced at all the freshmen and directed them to pass by. A door with a loud noise entered a small room. Only when he came inside did DeWitt realize that there were only so many freshmen, and they couldn't even fill a small room. If every new wizard in the UK eventually comes to study at Hogwarts, then the number here is actually a bit small. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the auditorium, you must first confirm which house you will enter. Sorting is a very important ceremony, because while you are at school, the college is like your home at Hogwarts. You will have classes with other students in the college, stay in the college dormitories together, and spend time together in the common room of the college. After school time. The names of the 4 colleges are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each college has its own glorious history and has produced outstanding wizards. You are in Hogwarts in school, your outstanding performance will earn your house points, and any violations will lose points for your house. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will win the house cup, which is very high honor. I hope that no matter which house you are assigned to, you will bring honor to the house. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will be held in front of the teachers and students of the whole school. I suggest that you tidy up yourselves and be more energetic while waiting. Before leaving briefly, Professor McGonagall once again glanced around with intimidating eyes, making many people wonder if there was something wrong with their appearance. Until she left the small room, the noisy discussion suddenly became fierce. Got up. It's over, Ron began to panic, which also awakened Harry's bad memory, reminding Harry of what he said, someone will be seriously hurt during the sorting ceremony, and now Ron said it loudly once again, and uncontrollably changed to everyone will be harmed. So the rumors began to ferment from here, and gradually evolved into the sorting ceremony requires a fight with a troll. Then what troll? It's obviously a fire dragon, and finally Hogwarts has 5 houses, and the political review is not up to standard. Straight away to Azkaban. Is there such a provision? DeWitt didn't quite believe it and didn't understand. His original purpose of coming here was to find out why his name appeared in other places and whether it was related to a curse. Later, he came up with the idea of learning more. If it is true, if he wanted to send such an innocent child to prison for no reason, he had to do his best and make some weak resistance. Just as DeWitt was thinking about which spell he would use later, Hermione on the other side was also reciting the spells she knew. Everyone fell into a contradictory state of expectation and fear. They wanted Professor McGonagall to come in immediately, but they also wanted to postpone the professor's arrival indefinitely. Chapter 18. At this time, someone suddenly screamed. DeWitt looked at the source of the scream, and through the gaps in the crowd, he saw pale heads emerging from the wall, eyes open, translucent, smiling, and there were more than one. It must be a ghost, right, DeWitt thought to himself, but why can everyone see it? 1. The ghosts are still wearing inappropriate clothes, but the color of the clothes has been replaced by white and different grayscales. One of them is still greeting the new students. Soon, the ghosts were driven through the wall and into the auditorium next door. Professor McGonagall was really here. Now, stand in single file, Professor McGonagall said to the first years, and follow me. Follow Professor McGonagall to the hall and then to the auditorium. The auditorium is in line with DeWitt's inherent impression. It is magnificent and brightly lit. What is commendable is that the ceiling of the auditorium has been transformed by magic into a starry sky, from the ground to the top. The upper part of this gap was illuminated by lighted candles floating in the air. It's been enchanted here and looks like the sky outside, DeWitt heard Hermione whisper, I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. In other words, it was not the real night sky. The fake starry sky actually increased the gold content of this magic. Now the first-year students are standing in a row facing their seniors. It felt bad to be watched. DeWitt tried hard to control the muscles on her face and focus on Professor McGonagall. She moved the chair, took out some old hats, and the ones on her head. The style seems to be similar. It seems there is no political review involved. DeWitt secretly speculated whether monsters unique to the magical world would emerge from the hat and accept challenges in turn. Soon there was no need to guess any more. The patched wizard hat with old dust hidden in its folds suddenly spoke. It sang a song. The tune was unpleasant, but the words were pronounced clearly and the content was being summarized and refined. Finally, DeWitt had his own guess. This is a mind-reading hat. The hat will determine which house the new students should be assigned to based on their thoughts. The brave ones will go to Gryffindor, the diligent ones will go to Hufflepuff, the smart ones will go to Ravenclaw, and the scheming ones will go to Ravenclaw. Slytherin. Generally speaking, the first 3 are excellent qualities worthy of recognition, while the last one is something that everyone hopes they have, but everyone does not want to be evaluated in this way by others. It doesn't matter which house you enter, DeWitt originally thought so, but he heard Ron praying from the side, "Don't ever sort me into Slytherin, never sort me into Slytherin, Gian don't sort me into Slytherin." "Why do you say that?" DeWitt tried to find out some secret information to see if Ron, a pure-blood family, could tell him some secret information. Several Muggle-born freshmen around him also pricked up their ears. The students taught by Slytherin are all bad ones. When the mysterious man was active, those who followed the mysterious man to poison other wizards, even the mysterious man himself, were basically from Slytherin, and as long as they were pure blood, if there are really Muggle-born wizards who are sorted into Slytherin house. Ron threatened with certainty, "I can't even imagine what they will encounter." But generally, Muggle-born freshmen will not be sorted into Slytherin. Slytherin students are not popular. DeWitt asked again, "Do they only play with people from their own house?" "Pretty much," Ron said. "They have their own little circle and they look down on people outside that circle. In other words, if you join Slytherin, even if you have to fight against the other 3 houses in exchange for the qualification to integrate into the small circle, you will inevitably encounter some problems during the integration process." In addition, DeWitt himself is not a pure blood, and his family background is not good. No, it seems that Slytherin is not a good place to go, and judging from Ron's appearance, it is a recognized fact that Slytherin has a poor reputation. If you want to stay out of trouble, it's better to consider the other 3 colleges. With such random thoughts, DeWitt subconsciously ignored the fact that sorting does not mean he can go to whichever college he wants. It was not until the first sorting result came out that he realized that he should think about how to deal with the sorting hat's mind reading. The problem. Generally speaking, to deal with the mental state, only one spell Calm and Peace 2 is enough. During the duration of the spell, whether it is charm, silence, madness, fear, as long as it is negative on the mental level status, all are ineffective in the face of this spell, and the learning threshold is low. Almost every mage can do it. But the mind reading DeWitt here has never been seen, and Mrs. White has never mentioned it. What should we do? He quickly figured out that the only thing he could do now was to cast a spell on himself, first using calmness and peace of mind. The order of the sorting ceremony is in alphabetical order by last name. The first one is Hannah Abbott, and the following ones are not memorable. The first familiar name I heard is Hermione. She entered Gryffindor. Will Longbottom, he also entered Gryffindor, and then Draco Malfoy. When it was the boy's turn, Ron said with confidence, "This must be a Slytherin." The result was the same. As soon as the hat touched Malfoy's hair, the result was immediately announced to be Slytherin. Then there's Harry Potter. When Harry Potter's name was read, DeWitt finally had the opportunity to realize his status from the reactions of a large number of wizards. The buzz in the entire auditorium was like a swarm of bees emerging from the nest. Everyone was whispering to each other, asking people around him if this Potter was the Potter they thought he was. When the result of Gryffindor was loudly announced by the sorting hat, everyone in the whole house was honored, especially the Gryffindor prefect, who stood up excitedly and shook hands with Harry. Everyone thought that receiving Harry Potter is an academy honor. DeWitt was the second to last one, and Ron was sorted into Gryffindor before him. This result made him think that he should belong. Look, everyone he knew was admitted to Gryffindor, will I be an exception? So until he sat on the chair, DeWitt was not too nervous. He maintained calmness and tranquility, expelled the disgust of the stain on the hat, and then put the hat on his head. A voice sounded in DeWitt's heart, "So, calm. I haven't seen such a stable freshman in a long time. What does it mean? What kind of magic is this?" DeWitt didn't make a sound. His thinking speed increased in an instant and methodically. After all, being calm and tranquil could only allow him to control himself, not give up thinking. Slow down, the sorting hat shouted in DeWitt's heart, "Your thoughts are moving too fast, I don't want to see." It's amazing, DeWitt knew that his mind would be read, and he was prepared. But what about his memory? Will the sorting hat have the ability to follow its own thoughts and read all of its memories? If the ceremony is not interrupted, does it still have to be seen? It feels really bad to have your privacy being spied on. No matter what, your memories must not be seen. This is a risk that cannot be taken. Something must be done to eliminate the risk of memories being spied on. So he took off his hat, threw it to the ground, stood up suddenly, looked at Professor McGonagall and asked in a deep voice, "Professor, this hat is checking my memory. What's going on?" Chapter 19. The auditorium fell silent. Perhaps since the founding of Hogwarts, no new student has dared to take off the sorting hat before announcing the result and throw it roughly to the ground. But today, everyone in Hogwarts was shocked by DeWitt's courage. But for DeWitt, this has nothing to do with courage. Perhaps accepting it in silence is the most appropriate result, but he cannot bear the risk of leaking his memory, even if no one cares about his origins. Controlling the Whites and driving Mrs. White to kill the husband's crimes must never be discovered. Compared with these costs, it is necessary to make some noise during the sorting ceremony. Even if he has to wear the sorting hat again, DeWitt must at least understand the magic on the hat and find a way to deal with it. We can also test Hogwarts' attitude towards students, DeWitt thought again. Various discussions gradually arose. How ignorant, the arrogant Slytherin joked in a low voice, but it is not easy for a person of this kind of background to realize that there is magic on the sorting hat, but I don't want to be in the same house as this kind of person, I want to think about it, this needs to be explained and that needs to be explained. He's so fierce, Ron and Harry muttered at the Gryffindor table, how dare he go through such trouble during the sorting ceremony. The action when he threw the sorting hat was so decisive, Ron's brother Fred interjected, did you see that, George? I wanted to go up and throw it too. Why didn't we think of this trick when we entered school? George patted his thigh regretfully, it's so cool. He looks like a masked hero. Once his memory is spied on, something bad will happen. Seeing that the atmosphere among the students was getting out of hand, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat forcefully, raised her voice and said to DeWitt, Mr. Valder. Professor, DeWitt replied, putting his hand in his pocket and holding his wand, I'm right here. I just want to confirm your name. Professor McGonagall hurriedly came over and picked up the sorting hat from the ground. Although the hat was so dirty, she still brushed off the dust on it when it fell to the ground and said distressfully, it has been a tradition since the founding of Hogwarts that the sorting hat will decide which house the new students should be assigned to based on the students' reaction after putting on the hat, hearing the hat speak, and the content of the subsequent conversation, so the sorting ceremony is just a heart-to-heart conversation, and as the Vice-Chancellor, I guarantee that the sorting hat will not proactively reveal the content of its conversation with any student. So it can be passively leaked, DeWitt deliberately argued in his heart. He didn't really listen to Professor McGonagall's words, mainly because he was guarding his back. The other professors and principal of Hogwarts were sitting in the seats at the back. Now that something unexpected happened, it was only Professor McGonagall who was handling it from beginning to end. The legendary most powerful wizard of our time remained silent. Maybe he was staring at himself right now. However, the students who were already seated could clearly see that their principal was happily talking to the professor next to him. No one has ever treated me like this before, the sorting hat also spoke, with a fold on the hat opening and closing. His tone was a little solemn, but it didn't seem to be angry, but a surprise. But it's excusable. Look, don't think I'm a hater, I have my secrets too, and of course I understand that you have some little secrets, but don't worry, come on, freshmen, continue our conversation, a top-secret conversation. From the beginning to the end, no one admitted that there is such a thing as reading memory, and no one explained the magic of mind reading. They only said that it is a dialogue with the mind at the spiritual level. Is this any different from not saying it? DeWitt was not satisfied with this answer. He drooped his eyelids and twirled the wand in his pocket. I really want to question it, but I really don't have enough capital right now. Am I qualified to ask for an absolutely detailed explanation? The high-ranking principals and professors are all adults. In the face of almost ironclad rules that have been passed down for thousands of years, will they care about a child's feelings? Therefore, DeWitt never thought of making an exception for himself. He just wanted to use more drastic means to suspend the sorting ceremony to ensure that the memory would not be spied on. Suddenly someone spoke behind him, Minerva, let me talk to this child. This also gave DeWitt the opportunity to turn around naturally, and he saw the old man with a white beard speaking in the middle of the teacher's chair. If he guessed correctly, this should be Dumbledore, the principal of Hogwarts. There are many names attached to this man, but DeWitt cannot tell the greatness of Dumbledore from his appearance. The most impressive thing about the principal's appearance at first glance is the pair of blue eyes, which are deep and wise, but not lacking in cunning. The bridge of his nose is crooked, but this does not affect his personal image at all. On the contrary, it makes him look more kind. Together with the weird semicircular eyes, it is even a little funny. Then the principal stood up. He was very tall and should be thin, but the robe on his body made him look a little bloated. After leaving his seat, the old man moved to DeWitt's side. Now he could clearly see every white beard hanging down to his belly, and then said, "Don't be nervous, Mr. Wald, Hogwarts will not force students, let alone pry into students' memories without reason. We respect everyone's privacy. In order to dispel your concerns and take up less time, I think everyone in the auditorium is hungry now. Please allow me to briefly explain the relevant magic to you, the most important of which is, there is no magic that can flip through a person's memory like flipping through a book. The reason why the Sorting Hat talks in his heart is just to hear the most real thoughts and real-time thoughts in the conversation. I think you may not believe it now. But you will surely learn later that Hogwarts does not harm its students. Unexpectedly, DeWitt did not expect Dumbledore to be such a person. Without any airs, every word of his speech was sincere and cordial, showing great tolerance to DeWitt's doubts, without a trace of arrogance. Some are just treated equally. So he raised his head and met Dumbledore's sincere eyes, but there seemed to be something else besides the sincere emotion, that is, this extra thing, which made DeWitt completely driven by intuition and take the initiative to move. After opening his eyes and ruling out that there was something wrong with this part, he had already confirmed in his mind that Principal Dumbledore should be a decent person, but a decent person would not be stingy about using some useful methods. At the same time, he also asked himself, and felt that there was no reason to be regarded as an exception. After all, only he knew his difference. In fact, the difference he thought he had was a joke to others. Even in the eyes of these adults, he was just a sensitive person. The new life has no deceptive value. At this point, DeWitt had to stop. The principal personally came forward to explain to him, and if he bothers any more, he is just ignorant. Maybe the principal doesn't care, the vice president doesn't care, and other professors don't care either, but that only proves that they are good people, and it doesn't affect DeWitt at all from delaying the rest of the people. Time, maybe someone is scolding him now. Everyone is here like this, why the hell do you make so many mistakes and delay the meal? Without saying any more, DeWitt took the Sorting Hat and placed it on his head. What a suspicious new student! The Sorting Hat's voice echoed in his heart again. This time DeWitt paid attention to his whole body to ensure that nothing abnormal would happen. In fact, there was nothing wrong with his body or soul. No abnormality, the calming and tranquilizing effect still continues. Those who are careful live longer. DeWitt replied in his heart. Well, your tone of voice and way of thinking are really not what you should be at your age. The Sorting Hat was still joking. You threw me to the ground, aren't you afraid that I will sort you into a house you don't want to go to? DeWitt asked rhetorically, so the tradition since the founding of Hogwarts can only be implemented once. Oh, I'm really sharp-tongued. Of course I won't affect the sorting result because of this. Generally speaking, I will also regard personal wishes as an important basis for sorting, the Sorting Hat said. Why don't you think about it and recall your past? Chapter 20. Let me think about it. DeWitt repeated it in his mind. He couldn't help but recall that in a state of peace and tranquility, the memory started to flow backwards from now on, and then what Dumbledore said was memories are not read like a book. Are you inducing me? Memories cannot be read like a book, so what if the book moves on its own? DeWitt closed his eyes and cleared away his distracting thoughts with a calmness as close to death. He felt that he had grasped the intention of the Sorting Hat, and immediately asked, your mind reading can only read the current thoughts, so you want to induce me to recall my experience. Regardless of whether it is true or not, the result is doomed to failure. Peace of mind and tranquility will not block thinking, nor will it stop thinking. The reason why this spell can compete with spells that control the mind is that in addition to keeping the mind clear, it can control one's thoughts and eliminate external thoughts. Interference. Now, DeWitt's memories only went back to when he entered the auditorium and ended abruptly. He refused to recall any further, and when he was about to further question the Sorting Hat's true intentions, the Sorting Hat stopped communicating with him and directly announced loudly. Gryffindor. The situation is stronger than the person. It is useless for DeWitt to be dissatisfied with the process. He must suppress his anger in his heart and swallow his anger for the time being. There must be something wrong, otherwise he just communicated with himself and tried to induce his Sorting Hat. How could he suddenly stop the conversation and directly announce the result? DeWitt was confident that no one could judge his character from just a brief exchange. Can it happen? Obviously not. Still have to compromise. There was sparse applause from below, but no one cheered. Even the Gryffindor students had some objections to DeWitt, the sensitive freshman. Who delayed him for so long? Gryffindor was a good result, but the Sorting Hat's final attitude really made DeWitt feel suspicious. When he came to the college table and prepared to sit down, his cold emotions showed through his eyes like windows. It makes people unable to feel any desire to get closer. Now DeWitt also needs to be alone with his thoughts. He stares solemnly at a piece of cheese on the plate, studying the holes in it. He may also be looking at the roasted meat in another place and analyzing the texture on it. On the one hand, he believes that people should not think too highly of themselves, and no one cares about many of the abnormalities they display. On the other hand, he feels that they cannot be careless. Many times, secrets are exposed due to negligence. "Ron," he asked the boy next to him, "can that hat talk?" "What?" Ron was talking to two identical red-haired boys, so he didn't hear DeWitt's words immediately. "I said, what did that hat say to you? Didn't you say anything?" Ron replied easily, "As soon as I put it on, it knew that I was from the Weasley family, and asked me if I wanted to go to Gryffindor. I immediately said that I wanted to go, and then..." "You saw it?" Noticing DeWitt's expression, he didn't know how Ron analyzed it, but he comforted him, "Have you never seen a talking hat? In fact, I haven't seen one either. My parents often tell me, don't get close to things that are self-aware, because those things are likely to be accompanied by curses. Of course the sorting hat will not be a problem, after all, Hogwarts has been established for thousands of years." "Stupid brother." One of the red-haired twins reached out and patted Ron on the head, mocking, "If you don't know how to comfort people, don't comfort them." Then he nodded friendly to DeWitt, "I am Fred, and this is George, we are Ron's biological brothers." "Oh, hello, hello." DeWitt was still a little absent-minded and seemed to be in a bad state of mind. "Are you still worried about the sorting ceremony?" "There's no need to think about it anymore," Fred said. "I've never heard of any freshman having problems after wearing the sorting hat. I'm more curious, that what on earth did Broken Hat say to you to make you so angry? Especially when he threw his hat, he was so handsome." The other redhead repeated what he had said before, "Let me know, I am George." "I think thoughts and memories are sacred and inviolable," DeWitt said deliberately and solemnly. "The sorting hat openly said in its song that it had the ability to read minds." "What did it say exactly? What is hidden in your mind?" "No thought can escape the sorting hat's golden eyes, which makes me very, you know, and I don't want it to see my memory. Do you want a hat to know the last time you wet the bed? When?" "Oh, that's too bad." The twins looked at each other, smiled knowingly and asked, "When was the last time you wet the bed?" "Exchange." DeWitt looked a little embarrassed. "Don't be embarrassed. How about we swap dates with Ron's latest one?" "No." Ron was angry, and he reached out to cover the mouths of his two brothers. Fred and George showed resistance, but actually quarreled for a few times and then stopped talking. After the last student was sorted into Slytherin, Albus Dumbledore, who had been standing and had not returned to his seat, stood in the center naturally. The smile on his face became a little more enthusiastic. When he looked at the students below, a little proud and a little satisfied, he opened his arms generously, showing his tolerance for everything. His expression was not like a principal, but more like an old man sitting on a park bench. His speech was also unusual. Concise. "Welcome," he said loudly, "welcome to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I want to say a few words. That is, idiot. Crying nose. Residue. Screw. Thank you everyone. A teacher who doesn't talk nonsense is not necessarily a good teacher, but at this moment, Dumbledore's status is infinitely higher in the hearts of all students. Everyone cheers to celebrate the beginning of the banquet and can't wait to feast." "What are the principals talking about?" DeWitt asked the newly met Weasley twins. "Do you know what those 4 words mean?" "I don't know." George replied cheerfully. "Why? Aren't you curious?" "You have to understand," Fred said old-fashionedly, "Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of our time. No matter what he does, he has a reason. Of course, we have tried to study it and found that we can't understand everything about him. And then gave up, after all." George joined in, "If we can understand what he says and does, then we will also be the greatest wizards of this century. Then I will be the Minister of Magic." Fred laughed strangely. "First, give father a salary increase." "Damn it," George was also happy, "I should be the one, I will directly promote my father. But it's actually unlikely for the two of us. The one who is most likely to be the Minister of Magic is Percy." That's who the twins pointed out the person to DeWitt. Not far from the dining table, there was a redhead who was talking to Hermione. He looks a little thin, and his facial features are very smart. Percy Weasley, the prefect of Gryffindor, the pride of the Weasley family, but we all know that he is an official fan. "Don't you like him?" DeWitt forked a piece of meat from the dinner plate and asked as he cut it, if he becomes the Minister of Magic, it will definitely be good for you, right? Chapter 21. That would be great, Fred said. We just hope he takes over soon. But Percy is really strict, George added, jokingly, if the price of being the Minister of Magic is to capture us in Azkaban, I always feel that he will do it without hesitation. DeWitt didn't answer. He would not make jokes about the other person's family. The banquet was coming to an end. After the food on the long table disappeared for a moment, the plates reappeared with various desserts. The dessert was quickly divided up, and even the food remnants on the table were disappeared by some magic. The students who had eaten enough had energy to make noise again. Dumbledore stood up and, like all headmasters, made his final remarks. Regarding Dumbledore's speech, DeWitt listened to every word very carefully and asked questions when he encountered something he didn't understand. The principal said, "First-year students, please note that no students are allowed to enter the forest area on the school grounds. Some of our classmates from the old class should also remember this. Aren't there woods all around the school grounds? Where is the forest area that the principal mentioned?" When Dumbledore mentioned the rules prohibiting entering the forest area, DeWitt noticed that Dumbledore looked over, thinking he was looking at. I later discovered that Dumbledore's gaze was a little off-center, and the focus was actually on the twins beside him. "Don't ask." Fred lowered his head and pretended not to notice Dumbledore's eyes, and said to DeWitt, "There are many dangerous creatures there. George and I were caught when we sneaked in." "Who is the administrator?" Dumbledore continued to announce a rule: no casting spells in the corridors, which was proposed by the administrator Filch. "The one holding the cat." George and Fred played a game of answering questions, and this time he was a little faster. "He is a very vicious person who likes to pick on students. We have encountered him several times." Dumbledore said above, "The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. Students who are interested in joining the college team, please contact Ms. Huochi." DeWitt asked from below, "What is Quidditch?" "A wizarding sport, playing on a broomstick. Fred and I were both members of the Gryffindor team." DeWitt is not interested in these sports. He resists anything that is noticed or prescribed. He only likes to exercise by himself. Then came the last rule. Dumbledore looked quite serious and said, "Finally, I must tell everyone that anyone who does not want to suffer an accident and die in pain should not enter the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." This time there was no need to wait for DeWitt to ask. The new regulations can be said to directly give a clear goal, and the twins can't wait to start discussing arrangements after the night curfew. "Aren't you afraid?" DeWitt asked, understanding the spirit of adventure. "Are you kidding me?" The twins shouted with exaggerated expressions, suppressing their voices as if they had been insulted. "We would rather die miserably than stay in the lounge and die of boredom." "It's up to you," DeWitt thought, "go and check the thunder." At the end of the banquet, Dumbledore's beard trembled, and he said cheerfully like him, "Now, before everyone goes to bed, let us sing the school song together." Then he waved his wand and a golden ribbon appeared. And then turned into letters floating in the air one after another, so that new students can also know the content of the lyrics. Everyone chooses the tune he likes. Dumbledore's cheerful mood and the mood of the professors around him rushed in two different directions. "Get ready, sing." Singing is quite embarrassing for DeWitt, but singing in a big chorus is fine. But there happens to be a pair of the most conspicuous twins next to him. They don't care about other people's eyes at all, they proudly hold their heads high and sing loudly. Although he couldn't hear the specific tune, DeWitt judged from the expressions of the people around him that the meaning of the tune was probably not very beautiful. Dumbledore used his wand to conduct the last few bars for them. When they finished singing, he applauded loudest and even had tears in his eyes. He was moved and said, "Music is more charming than anything we do here. It's bedtime now. Let's go back to the dormitory." On the way to the Gryffindor dormitory, DeWitt felt more and more that the headmaster of Hogwarts was not a simple person. Even though he seemed to be smiling and amiable all the time, he felt that Dumbledore must be more than that, and his performance that no one could see through was definitely the best disguise. Therefore, Dumbledore should be walking on a lonely road that no one understands. The magical world is different from the society of ordinary people. Personal power has also become a respected factor. DeWitt thought, stroking his wand. Only things that truly belong to him can provide confidence. This is the case with knowledge and power. But for me, the most important task at the moment is to get familiar with the environment first, and then, the team suddenly stopped. A bundle of canes floating in the air blocked the way. Percy at the front walked forward, and after crossing a certain line, the canes flew towards him. It's Peeves, Percy whispered to the first years. A ghost who likes to play mischief. He raised his voice and said, Peeves, reveal yourself. The cane still flew towards the students stubbornly according to its original trajectory. Percy lost his patience and threatened into the air, I'm going to find Bloody Barrow. The effect of these words was immediate. As soon as the last note hit the ground, a dwarf with exaggerated facial features jumped out of the air with a pop. He bent his black eyes and smiled evilly. At the same time, he exuded an aura that only DeWitt could smell. DeWitt didn't catch a word of what the ghost named Peeves said. He just stared at Peeves as if Peeves was a delicious dish. Because Peeves is different from other ghosts. As early as the first appearance of the ghost in Hogwarts, DeWitt had some thirst, which was his desire for the secret source, but it was completely suppressible. Until he saw Peeves, the need for willpower to control his desire immediately began to increase. At the same time, saliva began to be secreted in large quantities. Along with the saliva, there was an impatient desire that surged between the teeth. It is normal for a mystic warlock to crave for a secret source, just like a person would be hungry, but usually a secret source has no taste. But when Peeves appeared, DeWitt's brain kept beating in his skull, and he was encouraged by his soul to absorb Peeves. The secret source of eating Peeves' soul, maybe it is not a soul at all, because DeWitt has never seen a soul with such chaotic ingredients, but it is such chaotic ingredients that give Peeves a different smell. Grinding his teeth, DeWitt finally breathed a sigh of relief after Peeves was driven away by Percy using the name Bloody Baylor. We arrived at the Gryffindor common room, but no one saw the door. Percy said that every time a student wants to enter, he must say the correct password, and the password will be changed regularly. Only students in his own college can know it. The current password is, Dragon Slag. When the command was given, the talking painting with a fat pink lady moved away, revealing a hole. The students climbed in through the hole, then the boys went to the boys' room, and the girls went to the second floor. On his first night at Hogwarts, DeWitt was very satisfied with the big, soft bed with curtains. He didn't dream anything. He slept for 8 hours and never left fatigue until the next day. Sky. Chapter 22. Even freshmen start classes directly on the second day. So DeWitt got up early in the morning. He didn't wake up his roommates. After all, he didn't say a word last night in order to sleep for 8 hours. He followed the principle of not looking for trouble if he wasn't familiar with him, so he was alone in the castle. Walk around and get familiar with the environment. Of course, being familiar with the environment is only one reason. There are so many ghosts nearby now. After living on campus, life with Mrs. White is different from the past. Life at Hogwarts is a new model. DeWitt needs time to adapt. He has to constantly clarify his goals, just like now, the plan to obtain the secret source is about to be put on the agenda. If he didn't know about Hogwarts, DeWitt wouldn't be impatient. He would steadily look for suitable opportunities to improve the secret source. But changes in the environment mean both opportunities and risks. Tightening his robe, DeWitt quickened his pace. Now he added a calming spell to himself, hoping that this would make his mind clearer and his memory better. Now I only have a little secret source to use one, so I have to play it steadily. DeWitt hid his wand in his sleeve and kept repeating, be careful, be careful. He chanted these mantras in the hope that he would never fall into a gutter, just as he patiently studied the moving objects. The stairs, trying to study the rules until he could grasp the destination skillfully, then began to move towards the first floor. Not counting the towers that add to the castle, Hogwarts has 8 floors. DeWitt looked down, trembling a little, and couldn't help but wonder what would happen if a student slipped and fell. Maybe there would be some protective magic? Anyway, he wouldn't try it himself. But what about ghosts? The further he walked, the more confused DeWitt became. Why were none of those delicious ghosts missing? When he went down to the 4th floor, DeWitt remembered Dumbledore's warning at the opening party, so he glanced in the direction of the restricted area, only one glance. He was sure that he had no idea of getting closer, but someone misunderstood this. One glance. You. Are you a new student? A hoarse shout came from the side and behind, and a proud guy emerged from the shadows in the corner. This guy DeWitt has an impression. He was sitting in the corner of the teacher's chair during the opening banquet. He didn't laugh when the students laughed, but when Dumbledore told a cold joke that was not funny at all, he would look like a pug. Laughing strangely, eating and panting non-stop. However, both of these states are different from now. Under the scattered, sparse grey and half-long withered hair, there are vertical and horizontal forehead wrinkles and bloodshot eyes, glaring at DeWitt as if he was seeing rotten flesh. The jackal, baring its crooked yellow teeth, shook its shoulders and quickly approached, together with the cat at his feet who also had bulging eyes. There really are pets for every owner, and both humans and cats have the same paranoid attitude. Are you trying to sneak into the restricted area? I caught you. Students don't study well. The man scolded. Which college are you from? Thinking about it, DeWitt remembered that this person was Filch, the administrator of the castle, and it was he who made the rule that students were not allowed to use magic in the corridor. Sorry, Mr. Filch, DeWitt replied honestly, I didn't mean to enter the restricted area. Filch had been wandering around the restricted area early in the morning, and he didn't sleep all night last night. He was determined to catch a student who violated the rules. Unfortunately, he failed to catch anything and ended up in a state of confusion. After finally catching DeWitt, there was no reason to let him go. He asked viciously, so you want to do something else? Throw dung bombs? Set off fireworks? Aha, I get it, you must want to do it on the corridor wall. Graffiti. In just a few words, Filch convicted DeWitt. He stretched out his hands like vulture claws and tried to squeeze DeWitt's shoulders. He stretched out his hand and said, come here. I want to register you. DeWitt took half a step back to avoid it. He frowned and said, I just came out of the lounge to get familiar with the campus while I got up early. At most, I just glanced at the restricted area. Mr. Filch, what else? Didn't do it either. You're lying. Filch stretched his neck forward, eyes widened and moved forward, still refusing to give up his plan to catch you. I've been watching you for a long time. You hung out with the Weasley twins at the opening party. It shows that none of you are peaceful students. How ridiculous. DeWitt reached into his waist and grabbed the wand, gradually becoming irritated by Filch's unreasonableness. Filch was wary of DeWitt's movements. He knew it was the wizard who was about to pull out his wand, but he could only shake the extinguished lantern in his hand to relieve the embarrassment. Other wizards had wands around their waists, so how could they manage them? Is that a lantern? If you continue to find fault with me, you must punish me unreasonably. DeWitt tightened his clothes in disgust, feeling that being near Filch was dirty, and said, I have to go find the professor? No. I'll go find the principal. Again looking at Filch's increasingly gloomy expression, he assessed Filch's thoughts and said, does Hogwarts not allow getting up early? You're lucky. Filch retreated quickly, and he didn't forget to say harsh words in the end, I will always keep an eye on you, the little brat who hangs out with the twins. Get out of here quickly. Although Filch had no reason to blame him verbally, he would never move a step without blocking the direction of the restricted area on the 4th floor, even if it was still some distance away from the designated range. He waited for DeWitt to retort in a daze, which would give him a valid reason to give the new student a blow. After one last glance at the closed door in the penalty area, DeWitt turned and left. He could feel a cold look behind him staring at him, but this could not scare him, because the threat of the week only made him people laugh. When we reached the 1st floor, the number of students also increased. Everyone has a name tag on their body and wears a different color bow tie to distinguish the college. During breakfast in the auditorium, students from different colleges also ran to tables in other colleges, but DeWitt didn't recognize any of them, and no one came to talk to him. After eating until he was % full, he left the auditorium and walked out of the castle gate in a few steps. There was still a while before class started, and DeWitt wanted to go outside to take a look, but the sound of flapping wings broke in from the main entrance of the castle, and a brown owl flapped its wings awkwardly and crashed into him. In order to prevent the poor messenger from being fatally wounded in his chest, DeWitt reached out and grabbed the owl's legs before the bird's head touched his own, and lifted the thing up upside down. The owl didn't struggle or resist. Its wings even drooped in the direction of gravity and couldn't even be retracted. It hurts. A long and deep wound was hidden under the feathers on the abdomen. The blood was almost invisible, but it kept dripping down the claws. It can be seen that during this journey, the conscientious owl did not receive any treatment, and the wound was further enlarged due to struggling to flap its wings. It was not until now that it saw the recipient of the letter that it relaxed. The so-called letter is not a neat letter paper, but a piece of light-colored rag. So DeWitt immediately used Ice Bodyguard 2 on the owl, freezing its state at the moment of casting the spell, and then used a simple healing technique 3 to speed up its recovery. Don't you have anything to say this time? Filch's disgusting shout came from behind, casting a spell in the corridor, just stand still. Come with me and get punished. DeWitt had no time to think about Filch. He pulled out his wand and gestured threateningly at Filch, scaring him back half a step, then bumped him away, hugged the frozen owl and ran outside to a less crowded place. As he ran, he unfolded the rag and saw the content. Nocturne Alley attack rescues Freya White. Chapter 23. Nocturne Alley has a new guest. As soon as this person arrived, some people could tell that he was a new person by his unconfident steps and the angles of looking around and turning heads. The former Mrs. White, now Freya Fair, carefully pulled down the hood of the robe, even revealing her chin reluctantly, as if she felt that the black wizard robe could bring absolute a sense of security, just like hiding timidity can make you truly brave, so that you can take hesitant steps. Now Freya is on a mission to sell wands. But where to sell it, she didn't know, but she knew she didn't dare to stop. The looks in the eyes of the wizards around reminded her of her dead husband. They were also full of malice and contained an undisguised despicable nature. Combined with the reputation of Nocturne Alley from the outside world, these looks gradually became more excessive than Old White's in Freya's opinion, and even made her waver, should she continue to live a life with Old White? Correct, do you deserve that kind of life? Her rationality made Freya clearly realize that getting rid of Old White's life was the right thing to do, but now the atmosphere of Nocturne Alley frightened her. She despised her own wavering and could not help but waver. So what to do now? Walking faster and faster, Freya wanted to pretend that she was familiar with the road in order to avoid trouble, but trouble not only wouldn't run away, but would come to her door by jumping. Madam, a bald man with a face full of sores. The wizard stopped Freya with a smile. Are you alone? I think you need a guide, right? He seemed to be quite decent and said, we wizards are not many in number, and we need to help each other now. Will you give us a guide? Is this my chance? Freya took half a step back, and immediately realized the weakness contained in this action. She felt that she needed to prove that she was not afraid, but she also realized that she would not refuse. After a moment of hesitation, the wizard had already stretched out his hand affectionately and was about to take off Freya's hat. Go away! Freya scolded. These words made the wizard's hands tremble. He was shocked by Freya's unreasonable confidence. He looked at the face hidden by the hat unconfidently and guessed the face underneath. Scabby man, you can't even deal with a newbie. Another wizard in the corner spoke out. This one was wrapped tightly, not even an inch of skin was leaking. He was tall and had a deep voice. You. He said to Fulea ordered, take off your hat and let me see your face. The commanding tone made Freya lower her head. Before the tall wizard made any move, she immediately raised her hand and grabbed the edge of the hood, confessing her cowardice with the weakest act of resistance. That's what it means to be submissive, not daring to fight back, only defensive. What was even more despising was the wand that almost fell off when he raised his hand. You, don't come over. Freya's voice became hoarse at some point, as if sand was squeezed out of her vocal cords one by one. She said, if you get one step closer, I will fight back. I'm going to move forward. The maniac wizard was no longer afraid. He felt that he had seen through Freya's strong outer part and middle part, and walked forward with a playful smile, wishing that he could shake off the pus from the sores with every step he took. Ms., you can fight back, I will open my arms and come. Every syllable, every sentence exerts pressure in sync with the approaching figure. The deliberately rounded intonations echoed over and over again, bouncing from the cochlea to the depths of the brain. Freya heard every word clearly, but gradually she was unable to distinguish the specific meaning. She suddenly thought of Old White sleeping in the bed, and of casting a spell on a life that could not resist. What a fragile life! As long as you raise the magic wand and say the spell, everything can be said to be easy. For most people, many things happen for the first time, and problems will become permanent in the future. One more option. This option would be the beginning of depravity and a sign of madness. Freya was at the point where she was ready to act. She knew she had to resist, and the method, like dealing with Old White, would definitely be a once and for all outcome. To make others fearful, Freya gradually became excited. She thought she had grasped the key, so she let go of her hand holding the edge of the hat. What scares others, just like Old White, no one can refute anyone who says he is afraid now, so the way to force these two wizards away is really simple. Freya wanted to laugh at herself a few seconds ago, but the next second, she thought of DeWitt again, the child she had raised for almost 10 years and who was still waiting for her financial support. The wand made by DeWitt himself followed Freya's large swing of her arm and drew a beautiful arc, amplifying the invisible magic power, obeying the master's will, changing reality, and creating pale frost. A sound froze half of the tall man's and the scabby man's bodies together. You don't want to hear me use that spell. Freya's voice was still hoarse and even trembling. In the ears of the two wizards, it still sounded cowardly from the inside out. They quickly realized when the status of the two parties was reversed. They never imagined that Freya would act so quickly, so decisively, and that she had such strong abilities, exquisite control and swift silent casting. Anyway, their levels were far apart. I warned you, she pointed her wand at the two wizards. She couldn't decide which one to aim at, so she had to swing it from side to side and said, I warned you, right? But you didn't listen. Admiring the panic expressions of the two wizards from under their hoods, Freya confirmed their fear. She had always known the superiority of power, but she had never intuitively seen or experienced the intuitive manifestation of powerful power. Now, she saw it. The ditch at the edge of Nocturne Alley stank, and there were discarded biological tissue fragments hidden in the mud. Freya's heart was racing, and the fighting blood surged upwards from the soles of her feet. Even after the battle was over, she was still wrapped up with a trace of blood. Wave after wave of excitement washed over every inch of his heart. After raising her feet and putting the two wizards into the gutter, Freya turned around and left. She became much more comfortable and seemed to have gained courage. Many people have witnessed all this, and the cost-effectiveness of bullying Freya has plummeted. The ability she showed has dispelled many people's evil thoughts. Even her mind became organized and her pace became steady. Recalling the news about Nocturne Alley, Freya remembered a famous store. Bakeenbok store. Not to mention the content of the store, the integrity of the operator and the service, Bogenbok store is indeed the star store of Nocturne Alley. Compared with some other stores, this store only has the shortcomings of ripping off customers and the owner's greed for money. Generally, customers will not come out after entering the store and directly become black magic materials. And there are many famous pureblood families that have cooperative relationships with this store. Iconic products or materials are displayed in the windows of these shops, ranging from animals to heads. The surrounding shops are more scary than Bogen's store, but Freya still walked into Bogen firmly. Blog store. The movement of entering the door was not small, and the movement cost definitely attracted the attention of the shop owner. However, the shop owner, Mr. Bogen, was still huddled behind the counter, playing with a jewelry box in his hand, holding his ordinary face, without even raising his head. Unwilling. Welcome, he may have muttered, if you want to buy anything, go and see for yourself. From the withered human hands to the skeleton covered with sallow tumors, to the crooked iron maiden on the wall, and the carved silver-handled hand mirror half hidden in the shadow, with a human face floating on the mirror. Freya borrowed the confidence she had just defeated two wizards prevented her fear of these things from showing up. She pulled up her hat and stood at the counter and said, I'm here to sell things. Sell? Mr. Bogen snorted from his trachea. His almost non-existent enthusiasm was completely gone, and he was still growing impatient. He said, what is it? Take it out? A wizard like you, what good things can there be? Reluctantly touching the wand that had been working with her just now, Freya put it on the counter with care. She said, the wand I obtained by accident has special effects. Mr. Bogen interrupted her directly, is it a black magic item? Is there any curse on it? Freya said dryly, no. She was brought into Bogen's conversational rhythm. Then you should go to Diagon Alley and don't waste my time. Having said that, Mr. Borkin still stopped what he was doing, put on a pair of dragon skin gloves, twisted his wand, and waved it without success. After releasing the magic, he threw the wand back on the counter, took off his gloves and said, it's worthless. I don't see any special effects. But it exists, Freya tried to argue, it obviously can. I didn't feel anything, Mr. Borgen interrupted Freya again. He now raised his head, rubbed his fingers and looked at Freya, with something either cunning or hypocritical appearing on his face. Smile and say, 1 galleon. What? Freya felt that she heard wrongly. 1 gallon, Mr. Borkin repeated again, you see, the origin is unknown and the quality is not guaranteed. No one knows whether this wand will suddenly lose control. What if it loses control during a duel? Freya was speechless. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute but couldn't. And the quality is average, Mr. Borgen said sincerely, as if the wrinkles in his smile were full of sincerity, it looks like it's still a second-hand product, you just used this wand and those two mice to fight, right? So, right? This wand is only worth 1 galleon. Freya bit her lip and hurriedly reached out to take back the wand, then I won't sell it. 5 galleons, Mr. Borgen realized that she was not joking, stretched out his hand to hold down one end of the wand and added a little shamelessly, I suddenly realized that it is not useless. At least it has not been registered with the Ministry of Magic, but it can never be higher. No one wants it, my friend. If the price is the same as in Ollivanders' store, why should others choose you, right? Freya just shook her head firmly. She was sure of the price given by DeWitt. She couldn't do less than a nut, she could only have more. Mr. Borgin took a his breath, pressed the wand again and refused to let go. His expression remained unchanged, and he did not look away. After a stalemate for a while, he gave up, put his hand back under the counter and said, "Too sorry ma'am, is there anything else you need?" "No." Freya was a little flattered by the change in Mr. Borkin's attitude. She replied humbly and quickly, hesitantly considering how she should respond. Just now, she noticed Mr. Borkin peeking at her appearance. Now, he also forgot to be cautious, and finally said at a loss, "Then I'll leave now." Mr. Borgin looked at her strangely, narrowed his eyes after confirming again, nodded reservedly, and said, "Of course, you can do it yourself." After coming out of the store, Freya fell into confusion again. It is impossible to go to Diagon Alley. No one there will choose a wand of unknown origin over a wand with a brand guarantee. Even if they choose it, they will only be cheap and cannot sell it at a high price. What about other shops in Nocturne Alley? One store nearby sells pesticides, with a large number of insect corpses destroyed by experiments in the window. The other store sells dark magic materials, which has nothing to do with wands. It was easy to handle. Driven by simple thinking, Freya made the decision to ask one wizard and the other. But just after choosing a target, two people ran out of the alley next to the Borgin box store. The tightly covered wizard came over after spotting Freya, surrounded her from left to right, and said enthusiastically, "Madam, did you just come out of that old beast Borgin's shop?" Freya wasn't sure if the two had any ill intentions, but she quietly grabbed her wand and said, "Yes, what's the problem?" "That's a big problem," said the one on the left. "Everyone in Nocturne Alley knows that Mr. Borgin likes to take advantage of his history. You go to his store too. Will business still come to you?" Freya also became happy and said, "Sell something, sell a wand." "He must have given you the lowest price," the one on the right said. "Did you sell it?" "No." "Then he will raise the price a little bit, so you feel lucky. Did you sell it?" "Oh, of course not. I know the value of my things. It deserves more." Freya took out the wand from her robe and showed it to the two wizards. "This wand has special abilities." Of course, the one on the left couldn't wait. He lifted up his robe to block others' sight, and said more and more eagerly, "We can see at a glance that this thing is valuable, but I have to remind you, you have to be careful, it will tip over. Someone will come and rob you at any time. This place is indeed not peaceful." The person on the right continued, "We are interested in your wand. You put it away first, and we will find a quiet place and we can definitely give you a price that satisfies you." This time, the mission could be successfully completed, Freya thought happily, and followed the two wizards to a narrow alley not far away. When she reached the end, she took out her wand and asked, "This place is quite good." "Quiet, let's just trade here? Why don't you check it first?" "I'm not lying, this and the magic wand are really great." The faces of the two wizards hidden under their hoods showed smiles at the same time. They did not communicate too much, and did not even look at each other. The one on the right took the wand smoothly and said, "Thank you so much for your trust, madam. A good person like you." The man on the left took a few small steps behind Freya, pulled out his wand in Freya's blind spot, and suddenly uttered his favorite spell, Sirius. The spell was released from the tip of the staff that was almost close to Freya's body. The light of the spell sank into Freya's body with almost no flicker, causing tearing and twisting pain in every inch of blood vessels and bones, making her every muscle fiber in her body was tightened, and she lost control of her whole body. She staggered like a puppet with its strings cut off, and then fell to the ground, her limbs twisted, accompanied by high-frequency micro-twitches. "You idiot!" The man on the right saw that Freya had lost the ability to resist, and subconsciously cursed, "Why do you use the Cruciatus curse on someone who has the ability to resist?" He cursed and pulled out his wand and said, "Bo Mr. Jin also needs to reach a cooperation with the producer of the magic wand. Wouldn't it be enough to apply the spell again?" The person on the left responded irritably, "If it doesn't work, there is also the forgetting charm. You're asking me to do all the trouble, right?" The one on the right was not happy either, but he still pointed at Freya who was lying on the ground and chanted a spell, "Fall out." It must be admitted that Freya's ability to quickly regain consciousness from the Cruciatus curse was partly due to Old White. Of course, this cannot cover up Old White's sinful behavior, but it was the torture experience that allowed her to survive the peak pain of the unprofessional Cruciatus curse, and regained her actions within 2 sentences of the conversation between the 2 wizards. Ability. When she fell to the ground, Freya's right hand was pressed under her body, and her left hand was spread out by her side. If she moved, she would be discovered, so she could only use her right hand to touch the wand she bought from Ollivander on her left waist. She kept squirming her fingers, moving her arms in small steps, and squeezed into the gap between her body and the ground. The heartbreaking pain was still echoing in his internal organs, so he had to fight against the weight of his torso to reach the wand. The rough ground was absolutely scratching the flesh on the palm of my hand. Compared with the pain of the curse, this was just a small way to divert attention. I moved little by little and finally grasped it a second before the stun curse came. Wand. After a crackling sound, Freya's body disappeared from the spot, leaving the 2 wizards looking at each other, and then yelling curses. Chapter 24. Now, the owl has recovered. Freed from the protective layer of ice, the feathers on the wound on the owl's abdomen have grown new, and it is happily plucking them with its beak. Where do people send letters from? DeWitt asked, staring at the light-colored rags. You are the first human being I have ever seen who can talk to our owl. The owl tilted its head and looked at DeWitt in surprise, and cooed hesitantly, It's really strange, are you one of those people who can transform? An owl? Just like some people can become owls. Anxiety has become moss in the shadow of his heart. DeWitt usually likes small animals. Animal friends one is his talent, but now that Mrs. White's life or death is uncertain, he is in no mood to chat with the owl. Looking around quickly, DeWitt followed the base of the castle wall to an uninhabited corner. DeWitt squatted with a spider in a daze on its web. He tried hard not to yell and asked, Tell me now, where is the person sending the message? Letter. The suppressed anger was passed on, and the owl hurriedly said, In Nocturne Alley, I was about to go back to the store after delivering the letter, and I noticed someone lying in the corner. She was dressed in black, just like us at night. I was curious. Say the point. The owl tilted its head to the other side and said, She asked me to send a letter. How did you find me? DeWitt couldn't understand. You can find it by flying. Now is not the time to delve into the mystery of the owl, DeWitt sighed, Can you find the sender now? Anytime. Calm down. DeWitt told himself. He had actually been mentally prepared for Mrs. White's trouble. It was difficult for a cowardly woman to grow up in an instant, but he had to give Mrs. White a chance. He is a companion with whom he has common interests and a common emotional foundation. People can only grow if they have the opportunity. He doesn't care even if the wand loses a penny and fails to get it. Afterwards, he may complain to Mrs. White and then scold her. A few words, but he didn't expect that selling a wand would put his life in danger. It must be admitted that this was DeWitt's own mistake. He clenched his fists and paced back and forth, thinking about the risks of his next action, being discovered by the Hogwarts professor to skip classes and being transferred to an ordinary school. The final result was remarkable. That means notifying students of criticism, placing them on probation or expelling them. As for ignoring Mrs. White's plea for help, that was something she never thought about. First of all, I should think of a way to get to Nocturne Alley. DeWitt started to prepare after venting his emotions for a while. This method must be fast. Do you know what method? I've seen you stick men walking around with holes in the wall, the owl suggested. They'd sprinkle powder into the holes, make a hoot, and then go into the glowing fire. DeWitt made a mental note to ask his classmates from wizarding families later, and then asked, What about you? When we get to Nocturne Alley, how long do you have to fly? Most of the day. DeWitt's heart sank. He ignored the issue of flight time. Anything could happen during this period, but he had to find Mrs. White even if it was late. You're flying outside and I'm walking close to the window? No, it was clear that DeWitt was a little confused at this moment. He said randomly, You should wait for me at the gate while I go find my classmates. I have to hurry up. Running all the way back to the castle, those revolving stairs made people gradually manic. DeWitt really wanted to unleash the fury of the earth here, but he only let the emotion spill out a little on his face, running like a wild beast. On the steps. Class was about to begin and most of the students had finished their breakfast. Harry and Ron had just gotten up. As soon as they came out of the lounge, they bumped into DeWitt. Seeing DeWitt's face, they were both a little frightened. Ron, DeWitt said, rushing up to Ron, there's something that's thrown into the fireplace and moves when you shout, what is that? You mean flow powder? The freckles on Ron's nose wrinkled together in surprise, and he asked doubtfully, don't you know this thing? And it's not just a random shout, you have to name the place. Wait, why do you ask? I saw it from a book, DeWitt said casually. Do you know where this thing is? Professor's office, right? I'm not sure, Ron asked persistently. What on earth is this for? Just out of curiosity. Obviously, the professor's office cannot be broken into, and it may be equipped with magic, which will increase the punishment for skipping classes. DeWitt then asked, where are Fred and George? Maybe they haven't left yet, Ron said with a hateful smile. After all, it's the first day of school. The remaining DeWitt did not listen. He entered the lounge and only prayed that the twins had not left and could give him answers. Good luck finally came. When DeWitt left the lounge, he learned that there was a small wizard gathering place called Hogsmeade near Hogwarts. In Hogsmeade, there would be people who could use flow powder. Fireplace. When they left, the twins had a few words left, but DeWitt didn't care anymore. He tirelessly returned to the main entrance to meet the owl that delivered the message. Hogsmeade is near the castle. In fact, every time school starts, the final station of the Hogwarts Express is within the small village of Hogsmeade. DeWitt's thinking was very clear. He only needed to walk the road to school again to reach the station. The only problem along the way was how to cross the lake. Fly to the other side, DeWitt and the owl said. When you fly over, I will use Netherworld Transposition 3 to exchange your and my positions. Don't panic when the time comes. Please fly again. Okay, the owl sighed, who said serving humans is my duty. After the owl flew over with fluttering wings and before it landed, DeWitt activated the spell. The height of 4 or 5 meters was nothing to him. The class bell rang, and DeWitt heard it clearly as he was about to leave the confines of the castle. However, he was only tired of the punishment for skipping class, but he never stopped. Under the guidance of the owl, he also skipped classes. Troubles walked around the station and followed the path to the outskirts of Hogsmeade. This is a village dotted with cute thatched roof houses, but DeWitt is not in the mood to appreciate it. He uses chameleon camouflage 4 on himself in a deserted place to make himself invisible. Let's go, he said to the owl. Thank you little one, but I don't have time to give you a gift now. If I am not expelled from school, you can come to Hogwarts to find me in the future, and I will thank you properly. The owl waved its wings in greeting to DeWitt, but there was really nothing else it could do to help. Taking a deep breath, DeWitt walked into the confines of Hogsmeade with no confidence in his own magic. Chapter 25. DeWitt didn't know that Hogsmeade was a village where no muggles lived, and everyone in it was a wizard. At first, he wanted to find a deserted store, go in and ask if he could use flow powder, but he had no money, and he was mysterious. Honest merchants would not agree to borrow it, and those who had their doors open would not agree to borrow it. There were a lot of people in the store, and it was unrealistic to go in and kidnap the store owner. After all, he didn't think it was possible for him to fight against a room full of wizards at the same time. Even if the room was full of muggles, he would avoid conflict. Then you need to find a home with a fireplace. DeWitt thought he was lucky. Starting from the entrance of Hogsmeade, he started to engage in petty theft. He looked familiar. After all, stealing was a necessary method. In order to be safe, he did not leave any grass behind. As a habit, he starts from the first one. This is a thatched house that is only the size of 3 apartment building rooms. A blackened chimney protrudes from the golden thatched roof. The double doors on the front are closed, bed curtains are drawn in the windows, and there is a low fence around the outside. The fence is covered with ivy, and the newly plowed black earth still reflects the moist luster. Everything is extremely peaceful and quiet. DeWitt couldn't see any trap, so he was more cautious and didn't even want to get too close to the fence. He could only hesitate outside the fence, but every minute and second he wasted now was wasting Mrs. White's life. Then he suddenly realized that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. No one in Hogsmeade had seen him. If he was fast enough, as long as no one knew him and saw his true appearance, it wouldn't matter even if he was discovered. At least this house has a chimney, and presumably a fireplace. The only uncertainty is whether the owner of the house is a wizard, but wizards don't mark their identities on the house numbers and study them outside. When nothing came out, DeWitt did not hesitate. He used frost armor on himself, giving himself temporary magic armor too. After making up his mind, he suddenly accelerated, jumped over the fence, and knocked open the door. As expected, several curses with no apparent effect were fired and fell on DeWitt, but they did not break his magic armor. DeWitt knew his time was short because he had triggered a trap set by the owner of the house and perhaps set off the alarm without him knowing it. There were still sparks on the firewood in the fireplace. There was a saucer on the top of the blackened red brick fireplace. There was a pile of green powder with a missing tip in the saucer. DeWitt raised his hand and released a weak fireball to ignite the firewood. He was actually not sure whether the powder in the saucer was flue powder, but it was okay to give it a try, so he grabbed a handful and sprinkled it on the burning flames. When the green powder spread out and just touched the outer flame of the flame, the jumping orange shrank violently for a moment as if it had been hit by a huge blow, followed by a violent explosion like a compressed spring. Of course, the range of the explosion not beyond the fireplace. The change that ensues is that the flames turn green. Some kind of change happened in the flames, and the flow of powder temporarily allowed the flames to connect to the network that had been constructed in advance, opening the way to other places. Nocturne Alley. DeWitt muttered, then gritted his teeth and walked into the flames. The worst result would be to lose a little magic armor. In fact, the green flames swept over, wrapped and merged with his body. Tongues of fire. The traces of DeWitt were taken away with each roll, leaving only the fading green flame burning in the fireplace, leaping in front of the belated owner of the house. The flow of powder opened the way and stretched out its flaming tongue to lick DeWitt into his mouth, causing him to swirl and be sucked into the narrow intestine and slide in the darkness, but there was no wind, only bursts of coolness. At the same time, one fireplace door after another flashed through the darkness, one after another wizarding family connected to the flow network, until reaching the end, the rotation stopped abruptly, and the fireplace at the end vomited DeWitt out of the door. Out. There was no fire in the fireplace at the destination, and there were no traces of firewood. Apparently the use of flow powder could break away from the flames. It was pitch black all around. DeWitt blinked and adapted to the darkness. He got up quietly and moved silently against the wall towards the light. The darkness was like a tomb, hiding movement and separating the distance between people, but it could not hide DeWitt. He also controlled his curiosity well and ignored all the strange objects around him, but he treated it as if he came into the light. On the edge of the counter, a voice came from behind the counter where an oil lamp was placed. "Welcome," he called, breaking DeWitt's trace, and then said, "What do you want me to do?" The person behind the counter did not raise his head and was weak, but DeWitt was very careful. He lowered his voice and closed his unexpanded throat, allowing only the airflow to break through the obstruction, and said in a low voice, "I'm here to find someone." The wand is already in his hand, and the magic armor has not disappeared yet. DeWitt can take action at any time. "We don't care about looking for people here," the shop owner said indifferently without seeing the oil or water. "The door is right over there. Don't stay in the shop for a long time. Someone was accidentally injured by something in the shop last time, which hurt me 10 times. Long. I'm looking for someone," DeWitt said again. "Have you ever seen a woman?" The shop owner snorted and said, "Leave now." DeWitt stopped talking. He raised his steps to leave, but before leaving, he saw a familiar wand placed in the most conspicuous place on the counter. The thing made by his own hands was very familiar to him. He took back his steps, as if he had encountered a beloved product, and asked humbly, "Sir, how can I sell this wand?" "Tisk," the shop owner made an annoying noise and grinned, 50 galleons. Ollivander's wand only costs 7 galleons. Then you go to Ollivander's and see if he will sell you a second wand." The shop owner said with undisguised superiority and the contempt of someone who doesn't understand, "This is a wand. The threshold is much lower than Ollivander's wand, it is not registered, and it has special effects. You think it is expensive, but I still think it is expensive." DeWitt was moved. He walked a few steps closer to the counter, raised his chin and said, "Can you please take it out and let me see it?" The shop owner smiled proudly, bent his legs and leaned down to open the counter, but DeWitt suddenly grabbed the back of his neck and pressed it down with all his strength, causing his face to accelerate rapidly within a very limited distance. He hit the counter and quickly lost consciousness. However, this was not safe. DeWitt punched the store owner twice more, landing on both shoulders and breaking the shoulder joint. Chapter 26. In the middle of the process, the boss screamed twice and did not wake up due to the pain. However, DeWitt was not at ease. He cautiously hit the shop owner's head a few more times, then pressed the counter and turned over, carefully searching for the boss. After searching the whole body, he found the boss's wand, broke it off, put away the wand he made, and finally used the calm and tranquility spell on the shop owner to wake him up in pain. "Tell me about it." DeWitt was still worried. He tore open the shop owner's clothes and pulled out a strip of cloth. He covered the other person's eyes to avoid being locked by magic, and then pressed his wand against the shop owner's back. Said, "Where did the wand come from? Don't be in a hurry to use charm to control the other person's mind, because this spell is ineffective for people with a calm mind and tranquility, but you can't use it if you are calm and tranquil. This is the spell that can not only prevent injuries from being treated, but also make people wake up quickly." DeWitt had no time to spend with the store owner. "I picked it up," the shop owner said. Purple thunder and lightning gathered in DeWitt's palm, and he raised his hand to smack the thunder and lightning into the shop owner's heart. Then the other party twitched. RR, his broken bones were manipulated by uncontrollable muscles, constantly hitting the surrounding debris, causing secondary damage. His mouth opened so wide that his chin was about to come off, and transparent saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth to the ground. He was also pressed on the head and hit on the table leg. DeWitt asked as coldly as ever, "Where did it come from?" "It was sent by someone else," the shop owner said after a while, his tongue trembling as he regained his composure. "It was sent by someone else, I don't know." "It was possible," DeWitt continued. "Who sent it?" "You know," the shop owner replied cautiously, "there are too many people in Nocturne Alley who are unwilling to reveal their identities." DeWitt changed his method this time. He controlled the spell to only heat the front half of the wand, poked the red-hot tip of the wand into the shop owner's lower back, and pushed it in inch by inch. The shop owner held back his words and just breathed hard, speaking word by word, "They are still looking for that woman." "Still looking? Please. Stop. I said, they are still looking for her. Try to find." "So you have seen that woman?" DeWitt did not continue to push his wand. He asked coldly, "I guess you lied." "No, no." The store owner tried his best to squeeze out a twisted and flattering smile at the corner of his mouth. "It was an accident. She came to sell wands, I lowered the price, she left, and then she was stared at. But she ran away. I'm sure she's fine. Trust me. She hasn't been caught yet. She's still." "How to find it?" DeWitt asked, but the store owner couldn't reply, so he understood. "So that's it," DeWitt said. Without waiting for the shop owner to say another sentence, he pierced the fiery wand into the other person's body, controlling the flames to only rage in his belly, and confirmed that the shop owner after he stopped breathing. DeWitt untied the cloth covering the other person's eyes, patted the other person's face that turned blood red, and saw the black smoke coming out of his mouth, nostrils, and ears. He stood. "Get up, close your eyes, mobilize the secret source, and open your spiritual vision. Generally speaking, intelligent creatures have souls after death, but the soul is invisible. In DeWitt's understanding, the final destination of the soul is the Hall of Echoes. If there are any unfulfilled wishes that refuse to leave, that soul will stay in the world, wandering outside the horizon of ordinary people. Maybe the ghosts of Hogwarts are similar products. He has never understood it, but what he has to do now is to capture the soul of the shop owner. With all the power of the secret source that I have been reluctant to use until now. DeWitt had already sacrificed a lot to save Mrs. White. But nothing was found. DeWitt did not see the soul of the shop owner, and estimated that the man's soul had already passed away. It seemed that there was a place similar to the Hall of Echoes in this world. After taking a few glances out of the store through the window, DeWitt dug out a bag containing gold galleons from the corpse of the store owner, and took out the store's money from the counter. After putting them together, he picked up the boss to eat. With the remaining breakfast, I found an opportunity to run out of the store without being noticed. I maintained my invisibility spell and glanced at the name of the store, Bogenbach, then turned into the dark alley next to it, beside the damp puddle. Found a mouse hole. He tapped the wall next to the mouse hole with his wand to knock on the door. DeWitt poured the rest of the shop owner's breakfast on the ground and waited quietly for a while. A grey pointed beak with a slender beard stuck out of the hole. When it smelled the food, the mouse was about to eat it, but after protruding part of its head, the pair of round little black eyes saw DeWitt's shoes were about to be retracted. "Don't be afraid," DeWitt tried to be more patient in his anxious state, and reassured, "I won't hurt you, and I brought you a gift." The grey mouse completely retracted its body into the hole, and then made a squeaking sound, and said quickly and in surprise, You can talk?" "Oh, of course, I can talk, I mean that is, you will speak our words." Rats always have such mouthfuls, and their words come out at once. DeWitt has been asked this question countless times, and the animals are so surprised every time. Now he needs help from the mouse, so it's best to be more friendly, so DeWitt narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth to make a smile and said, "This is my talent. I like to communicate with you animals. Can you help? Help me? Find me someone, a woman who is being hunted or hunted." With a request and the ability to communicate, the mouse crawled out of the hole. It straightened up its upper body and looked at DeWitt curiously, looked at the food on one side, ran around the food and said, okay, I have to go find the boss, but if you can bring more food. Isn't this enough? That's enough this time, the mouse said, combing his beard with his front paws. We are happy to help a friendly human like you, but next time you need help again, you have to bring food or other things. DeWitt replied matter-of-factly, no problem, you help me and I'll give you something in return, that's reasonable. You are so kind. The mouse seemed to be touched. It sniffed, took out half a steak from breakfast, pushed the steak into the hole and said, the boss may come to see you in person. He is in charge of this whole thing. There are sewers all over the place, you have to respect them a little, and as for finding someone. It nodded and assured, as long as there are sewers, we will definitely find them. Chapter 27. After waiting for a while, it was almost noon. A murmur of movement came from the cave, and a dozen large black mice popped out with their little paws on the wet ground. The fur on their abdomens and tails were still stained with water, and their short fur was soaked in the water. The impurities gathered into strands, and when they came out of the hole without even looking at DeWitt, they headed straight for the food on the ground, piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, the work was assigned, and they went back one by one. The grey mouse that had gone back to report the news came out again. It looked at DeWitt sympathetically and said, it's a pity that our boss doesn't want to see you. He said that we must at least cooperate a few more times. Has the person been found? DeWitt only focused on this. Found it. The grey mouse saw that DeWitt was not disappointed because he could not see the mouse boss, and he no longer clung to this sad news. It said, there is only one woman who has been hunted recently. Companions have seen her outside the lair. Is there a lot of sewage in your lair? DeWitt saw the mouse nodding. He lowered his body, held back his nausea, and let the mouse crawl along his sleeves to his shoulders and said, take me there. Did I disappear? When DeWitt used his chameleon disguise, the mouse cried out in surprise, is this your ability? Teach me, I won't be caught next time when I go looking for food. Found. Next time, DeWitt said perfunctorily, you show me the way. Following the mouse's guidance, DeWitt climbed over 4 walls, crawled through 2 shops, and crossed 3 garbage dumps. The slope became lower and fewer houses as he walked, and he found an overturned house behind a pile of waist-high weeds. Lane drainage outlet. The vertical iron fence that separated them was gone, and the circular hole was completely dark. The sound of gurgling water echoed in the hole, and the sewage flowing out of it gathered into a black and green stream. The beautiful fantasy of hearing, witnessed by the nose and eyes, makes the impression of the environment even more disgusting. Want to go in? DeWitt asked. Come in, the mouse whirled excitedly, it's very comfortable in there. The painful experience of smell can be avoided by using bubble breath. 1. A group of fresh wind turned into bubbles and hugged DeWitt's head. He rolled up his trousers and walked into the darkness holding the hem of his robe. After taking a few steps, DeWitt began to run. The puddles under your feet seemed to be sticky, and the solace of your shoes would stick a little when you lifted your feet. In addition, there were many foraging rats who heard the news that someone was coming. When they saw DeWitt, they did not run away, but straightened up. His upper body greeted the mouse on his shoulder, but in fact his curious eyes couldn't leave DeWitt. Of course, DeWitt would not argue with rats, but the eyes of these large numbers of rats reflected light, making the atmosphere in the sewer, it can only be said to be a bit weird. He couldn't help but clear his throat, and the mice immediately tried to run away. However, after discovering that the human was still running at the same speed, they stayed where they were and returned to their original posture. Mrs. White fell into the sewage mouth after the first turn. Maybe she will run out of breath a little later, and then my compatriots can have a big meal, the mouse on DeWitt's shoulder said regretfully, there are many compatriots waiting for the person you are looking for to die. Fortunately, the darkness of the boss was enough to cover every corner of the sewer, and they all listened to the boss's words, without moving a bit. As soon as DeWitt saw the unconscious Mrs. White, he released the ice bodyguard without thinking, immediately leaned over and grabbed the clean ice, picked up Mrs. White and ran outside. The mouse had jumped off its shoulder. It returned to the comfortable sewer and no longer wanted to go out. When saying goodbye, it even waved its paw at DeWitt enthusiastically, "I want to come again." Out of the confines of the sewer, DeWitt placed Mrs. White on the flat ground. The ice was melting, but Mrs. White's injuries were not clear enough. There were no obvious wounds on her body. She was breathing feebly, but she couldn't wake up. So DeWitt used Clean Wound 2 on Mrs. White. This was to avoid secondary damage caused by indiscriminate treatment when Mrs. White's physical condition was unclear. Therefore, the negative status on the flesh and blood had to be cleared first, and then the treatment technique was started. Mrs. White's complexion gradually improved under the influence of the spell, and her mental fatigue was also eliminated. A second before she woke up, DeWitt pushed Mrs. White aside and stood up with a sullen face, allowing the woman to see him as soon as she woke up. "My son." Mrs. White opened her eyes and was about to stand up, reaching out her hand to grab DeWitt's trousers. "Go away." DeWitt scolded, "Don't touch me. You idiot. Do you know how much trouble you caused? I'm still in school. Do you know? On the first day of school, I skipped class." "Ah." Mrs. White raised her upper body in silence, with a lot of dust on her palms. She got up from the ground with drooped eyelids and folded her arms in front of her. "Stupid," DeWitt said coldly, but only he knew the intolerance and guilt in his heart. He took the opportunity to check Mrs. White's movements and saw that her movements were smooth when she stood up. There was no abnormality except for a bit of normal fatigue, so he continued to yell. "You can't even sell a wand. Mrs. White. A married person. A top student at Hogwarts. How did you grow up to such a level? I ask you, answer honestly, where is the person who is chasing you?" Mrs. White lowered her head and whispered, "I wish you could just call me by my first name." These words surprised DeWitt. Mrs. White actually dared to express her own opinion. It seemed that her impression of her should be adjusted a little, but he could not give in. He said angrily, "Where is your person?" Mrs. White raised her head and quickly glanced at DeWitt's face, then lowered her head and replied solemnly, "I don't know. Can you take revenge?" DeWitt was concerned about Mrs. White's injustice. He asked for more detailed information. "No, please tell me what happened first." From the moment they entered Nocturne Alley and met the two gangster wizards, to the attack after leaving the Borgin and Burke's store, the former Mrs. White did not want to inherit White's legacy that carried painful memories after her husband's death. Ms. Fier, who is better known by her surname, said, "I disapparated 3 to leave the place at the last second, but the spell also hit me and I couldn't get very far, and then they chased me. I ran and I got into the sewer." DeWitt stroked his wand and listened to Ms. Fier continue. "I kept running in the sewer. I didn't know where I was going. Anyway, the more I ran, the lower the ground became. The two people behind me couldn't catch up. I didn't have the energy to rest. I just wanted to sleep for a while. Finally, you came. So the owner of that shop is not unjust," DeWitt said, "don't you think it's a coincidence? The wand I asked you to sell was at his place when I came to Nocturne Alley, but now there's no need to sell the wand." Taking out the money bag of the owner of the Borgin and Box store, DeWitt grabbed a handful of gold galleons to keep for himself, and gave the rest to Ms. Fier and said, "You can use these first, and then return. There's a wand, you take it too. Let's turn around and go back to find those two men. I can't swallow this breath." Chapter 28. "Forget it," Ms. Fier suggested cautiously, "I'm not injured. I can handle it myself. If you are injured, is it your turn to teach me what to do?" DeWitt impatiently put the money bag into the woman's hand and said, "You can't even sell the wand, and you still want me to give you some money. I really want you to go back alone. I guess your life is gone, right? But I'm your mother. Go away." DeWitt's biological parents abandoned him when he was young and handed him over directly to Master Net Source 1 after his identity as a secret source warlock was confirmed. That was the beginning of his suffering, so now Leia Fier's words only aroused anger, and DeWitt sneered briefly and roughly, "This is just a disguise for an identity. Don't use your identity as a tool to control me. Do you really think that someone like you can be my mother?" Ms. Fier regained her original resigned demeanor, carefully put away her money bag and wand and asked, "Then, what should we do now? Go back to the shop in Nocturne Alley?" DeWitt's tone was irritable. He tossed his robe and walked back the way he came. "The shop owner probably hasn't cooled down yet. If you go back now, you might just catch the person chasing you. I'm here today. I won't go back to Hogwarts to attend classes, and if you dare to steal my things, humph. DeWitt's memory was not bad, and he remembered clearly the way he came. Mrs. White followed him with uneasiness and worry. To be on the safe side, he kept the two of them invisible from the beginning to the end. This way of walking back was also to prevent him from operating directly into the store and being ambushed. It wasn't until he entered Bogenbacher's store that the disguise spell was released. The stench of carbonized protein has dissipated, but the body of the store owner is still lying behind the counter. The time for the vision has not ended yet, and the owner's soul is still not found. It seems that there is a high probability that he has really left, so losing his soul like this, his body cannot draw secret source 2 from it at all. Of course, it is possible that he is not dead. After all, DeWitt doesn't know if the magic here has the ability to fake death or resurrection. Did you kill Mr. Borgin? Ms. Fayer turned sideways and looked over the counter to see the body. She was not too scared. The store owner's death was not scary. It seems you are not blind. DeWitt looked around and visited every corner of the store. He also looked for cabinets where people could be hidden. After confirming that no outsiders were there, he said, I asked him for news about you. He was a little uncooperative. Wait, his name is Bojin, is there another shop owner named Bouquet? I do not know. As an expected answer, DeWitt grinned and said, Ha, it seems that the other shopkeeper is not here, you just wait here, I hide, let me witness the battle between wizards. You told me before it was said that you were attacked by a sneak attack, right? Then you won't be unable to fight back in a head-on confrontation. Okay, just say it's okay. Of course, if you can't hold on, I will help you. Remember to have a few words before the fight, confirm whether our news has been known to more people. Do you want me to teach you how to speak? Miss Fayer hesitated for a moment, thinking that she might need it, but looking at DeWitt's expression, she gritted her teeth and said, no need. At the same time, with DeWitt on the side, she didn't feel like fighting against two wizards. Why are you scared? That's good. DeWitt was finally satisfied for once. He used chameleon disguise on the body of the shop owner, Mr. Borgin, to hide his traces, while he hid in a dark corner while keeping Ms. Fayer around him at all times. Within the field of vision. Until two wizards came in from the front door complaining loudly. During this period, guests also came, but Ms. Fayer dealt with them with the excuse that the boss was not here. The smell in the air did not attract any attention, even to the two new wizards. After the two wizards appeared, Ms. Fayer began to keep looking at the place where DeWitt was hiding, which made DeWitt more and more dissatisfied with her disguise. Fortunately, the two wizards were quite slow and immersed in each other. Among his complaints, he argued over whether he should use the Cruciatus curse on that woman. Then they looked at the person behind the counter at the same time, froze at the same time, and then were so happy that they didn't notice anything was wrong. Look, a wizard said, you delivered it to your door. Where's Mr. Borgin? Asked another, who seemed to have some brains. Miss Fayer began to be afraid, and she wanted to take action immediately due to nervousness, but she remembered DeWitt's request, so she concentrated on guarding and asked, why are you chasing me so hard? This is a good starting point. DeWitt pondered the defense methods of the two wizards and nodded with satisfaction. It is not that he has never thought about directly controlling the mind to charm the opponent, but this kind of spell has limitations. If it is defended, it will be against the opponent first. What a waste of opportunity, he continued to watch. For money, the wizard joked, relying on his advantage at the moment, with the cat catching a mouse mentality, we work for Mr. Borgin, and we are responsible for handling some products that are unwilling to be purchased at a low price. You people have no background. Are you a muggle-born wizard? A person like you can tell at a glance with experience. Today it is you, and tomorrow it will be someone else. Isn't this something easy to understand? Ms. Fayer didn't go around so much. She took a moment to buffer herself and asked straightforwardly, who else knows that I'm here to sell wands? Such a straightforward question made DeWitt want to rush out and stamp his feet to ask her, how could the two hostile parties answer the question so honestly? Anyone can tell that something is wrong, there is no way anyone would be fooled by such a fool. Haha, this is a business secret, the talkative wizard said arrogantly, Mr. Borgin will not leak secrets, and we will not leak secrets. Wake up, no one will come to save you. The money of the wand is only Mr. Borgin. There aren't enough people. DeWitt didn't know how to evaluate it. Say less, the other wizard seemed to be a little clever. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with Ms. Fair's conversation and attitude. Let's deal with her first, and then talk about other things. I feel that Mr. Borgenmay there is a problem. The next second, before the two wizards could pull out their wands, Ms. Fair had already raised her wand and released the magic silently. She stared at the talkative idiot and used the disarming curse, but the other clever wizard he was also prepared for the war in advance, and he blocked this move for his companions. The battle began, and the two wizards aimed their wands at Ms. Fair at the same time, releasing various magic spells loudly. Colorful beams of light flew over, and Ms. Fair, who had lost the initiative, fell into passive defense. During this moment, DeWitt repeatedly confirmed his guess about the strength of the two wizards, confirming that the wizards did not have any means of resisting spells under normal conditions. At the critical moment when Ms. Fair was about to fall, he stepped out and cast the magic armor blocking spell on Ms. Fair. "Get out," DeWitt said. "You go hold the door and I'll talk to them." The spell was blocked, and there was movement behind them. One of the two wizards who had a tacit understanding with each other turned around, and the other stared at Ms. Fair as she left the store. They also tried to use a few spells on the way, but none of them were consumed. He was blocked by the perfect magic armor, guessing DeWitt's strength, and they didn't dare to chase him out. "Who are you?" the wizard asked. More than anything, he was a little afraid of the little man DeWitt. Chapter 29. My name is DeWitt Wald. I can't say my age this year. The wand you want is made by me. DeWitt said slowly and clearly, I am a freshman at Hogwarts. My father has already passed away. Damn it, my mother is this stupid bitch, and I skipped school on the first day of school. To be honest, I really didn't want to do it, but who made anything happen to this woman? Since I came to this world, we are all walking on thin ice, trying to reduce the traces of our existence. If we can let life go on so smoothly, that would be great. What do you want to say? The other wizard who had used the Cruciatus curse on Ms. Fair was obviously very impatient. I want to say. I am actually a very indifferent person. DeWitt took off the hood that blocked his face, with a friendly smile on his face. Just like this time, after I was short of money, I didn't try to rob Gringotts. The two wizards laughed out loud. Haha, rob Gringotts. It's a good joke, but you are just a child. Stop talking nonsense. I didn't try to steal, DeWitt said as if he didn't hear anything, immersed in his own thoughts, and said, I just want to sell my things, trade fairly, and earn some pocket money. These inappropriate words made him look a little nervous, but he said them very seriously, making it impossible for the two malevolent wizards to ignore him, and their instinctive sense of danger had given them a bad premonition, as if they were going deep into the world. The fungus in the lungs could also be the spasm of the adhering blood vessels between the 5 internal organs. The source of the abnormal feelings could not be found for a while. With the stubbornness of human nature, the two wizards were unwilling to obey their hearts. What on earth do you want to say, little boy? The impatient wizard was ready to attack. In order to paralyze DeWitt, he still said jokingly, you'd better look at the current situation and think about the situation on both sides. Strength, otherwise we will use adult methods to let you experience it firsthand. Having said so much, I just want to prove that I am a peace-loving person. I hate being divided. DeWitt was ready. He stated, but whether it is water, air, or earth, fire system, necromantic system, or the spells of the School of Transformation, I basically have some skills, and I have also dabbled in war skills and assassination skills. 1. It is not modest to say that I am an all-rounder, that is to say, even if I really move, even if I have my hand, I am not afraid and will not lose to anyone, especially, you have done this kind of thing, I think you need corresponding rewards. Both wizards felt that they had endured the humiliation of being slapped. The strength of an adult wizard was looked down upon by a new student. They decided. There is no need to decide, the matter is here. After confirming his identity and that of Ms. Fair, there is no rumor. DeWitt raised both hands at the same time, and a surging purple electric light was released from the tip of the wand. With his other free hand, he summoned thunderbolts falling from the sky directly. Smash it down. How can human beings react faster than thunder and lightning? Before the sound came, the light appeared first and struck first. The violent energy spells directly cut off the hope of the two wizards to fight back. Okay, there were 2 stiff coke sculptures in the dark shop. After a brief stagnation, the legs of a coke sculpture were damaged, causing his whole body to collapse in large chunks, and he fell to the ground and rolled over. A few times and scum fell out. Two confused souls stood up from the corpses. DeWitt did not miss the opportunity this time. He stretched out his claw-shaped hand to the soul of the talkative wizard, starting from nothing between the hand and the soul. A green beam of light gradually thickened emerged. After the light expanded to about the thickness of an arm, it began to shrink. The power of the secret source was forcibly extracted from the soul by DeWitt. There was a loud noise that sounded like an auditory hallucination and resounded through the soul, as well as the wizard's soul and the beam. It dissipated at the same time, and was replaced by a ball of secret source power filled with ghostly green light that appeared in the palm of his hand. After being completely extracted, it entered his body, allowing the dry secret source in his body to be satisfied again. DeWitt let out a sigh of pleasure. The other soul had great fear from the depths of his soul. His natural enemy-like behavior awakened his instincts, allowing him to respond to the call of death without hesitation and disappear. The secret source comes from the soul, from living flesh and blood. If the secret source is sufficient, everything will be fine. However, after realizing the power of the secret source and starting to consume it, the emptiness in the body will urge the secret source warlock to find the target all the time. The mystic warlock longs for the mystic as ashes longs for the fire too. But this is only a spiritual pursuit, so this desire can be overcome, and it can also get out of control. Countless people will fall into the spiritual quagmire at the moment of obtaining the secret source, because the feeling of the secret source being refilled, is really its wonderful. DeWitt took a deep breath again. He hadn't been doing this for several years, and he was indeed a little uncomfortable. "How are you?" Miss Fair, who was standing by the door, asked with concern. "It can't get any better now," DeWitt said. "Unless anything unexpected happens, this matter is over." "Is it the end?" During the period after killing the store owner and looking for Miss Fair, it is also possible that someone entered the store and saw the body. No one was watching inside the store, but what about outside the store? As for the guests who were driven away just now, they probably didn't find anything. Freya Fair has always hidden her identity. However, other than that, DeWitt finally had to remember that he wanted to return to Hogwarts accepted the unknown punishment of skipping classes, and immediately felt empty in his heart, and said irritably with a pulled face, "Look. Be smart, Freya. It's that simple. Be honest, don't let me save you again. Do students understand you?" "Yes, I understand," Ms. Fair nodded humbly. "The wand. You use it first. That's two of them. You use it first. Is it really appropriate to give me that money?" "I said, you use it first." DeWitt casually used his mind to overthrow various products in the store. Of course, he would not directly come into contact with these weird black magic props, and successfully found a box of fluo powder. "You must not be discovered, understand?" When DeWitt was about to sprinkle powder into the fireplace, he warned him uneasily, repeating the rules as he thought, "Cover your tracks and don't let anyone know. Someone with your identity discovered that you appeared in Nocturne Alley, and what happened today is not foolproof. Apart from our identities, nothing else is a secret. If someone investigates, they will definitely find out. No one has seen your face, right? You wizards, is there a magic that can restore the scene? A tracking magic that uses scent or something? It should not be exposed. Apart from the 3 dead people, I have only had contact with 2 other wizards. They should not have seen my face and don't know my identity." Miss Fair, thinking back carefully, she said uncertainly, "As for the magic you mentioned, I have never heard of anything like that." "That's good. You go find a good place to live, use an owl to send a letter and tell me the address of your new home. The letter must never mention anything about what happened today, okay?" After getting a positive answer from Miss Fair, DeWitt was still worried, so he did not continue to scatter fluo powder, but said, "You go first, don't go through the door, so as not to be followed." "Then I use apparition." Miss Fair asked DeWitt for his opinion. "I will know what you should use." DeWitt was annoyed by this woman's lack of opinion. In short, the more concealed the better, the more low-key the better. "Do you understand the meaning of concealed and low-key? Do you need me to buy it? Can I look up words in a dictionary for you?" Chapter 30. Space may be a vast ocean of liquid. Apparition uses magic to pull a plug out of this vast ocean. Freya, who casts magic, is like water being sucked away from a sewer. With a crackling sound, her whole body is sucked in. "I don't know where I went." DeWitt doesn't have the ability to explain everything clearly. After all, there are some things that Freya needs to understand on her own. But one thing was quite strange. After Miss Fair left, DeWitt remembered it. The woman's robe was black, and the clothes underneath were grey. What was the rag strip with blood written on it? Where did it come from? After realizing this, he burned the rag. The corpses in the store will exert their last remaining heat. DeWitt waved his wand and silently cast the mass corpse explosion spell. The curse of fire and death spread around, hiding deep in the shells of the 3 corpses. Then he sprinkled flow powder on the fireplace and said, "Say Hogsmeade and walk into the green fire." Just 10 seconds later, a violent explosion occurred in the Bojan box store, which not only destroyed the store, but also destroyed all traces of it. Who would doubt a young wizard who has just entered school? DeWitt thought happily that he was about to reach his destination, but at the end of the Flow Network trip, something seemed wrong with the fireplace that he needed to get out of. The explosion in the Bojan box store affected the Flow Network operation. The already bumpy process became more and more chaotic, and DeWitt watched helplessly as he crashed into a burning fireplace. The noisy movement was a little too loud, and the moving figures were a little too much. So was he discovered when he sneaked into someone else's house and stole the fireplace, or was there something wrong with his destination? DeWitt, who was rolling in the darkness, tried to hide his figure, but it was too late. He was ejected from the fireplace and fell to the ground. Even though he was already in such a state of embarrassment, after spitting out DeWitt in disgust, the fireplace seemed to still feel disgusted, and did not forget to burn his back with tongues of flame, forcing him to roll around on the spot twice before extinguishing it. Fire. As the iconic lively place in Hogsmeade, the 3 Broomsticks pub should be the liveliest one. The owner of this bar is a beauty called Ms. Rosmerta. She has a wide range of contacts. The reason is also conceivable. There is only one magic school in the UK, Hogwarts, and Hogsmeade is a place where senior students have very limited weekends. One of the places to go, this makes the 3 Broomsticks bar a must-go place. Generations of young wizards will come here to sit and sit. When one after another enters the society, their descendants will coming to Hogwarts, becoming a senior, coming to Hogsmeade on the weekends. It's a cycle. Ms. Rosmerta may not know all the wizards, but the wizards in the past 10 years all know Ms. Rosmerta. In addition, she is friendly and has a good relationship with everyone. Her charm is still there, and she is the heart of many little girls. The object of envy is also the aesthetic enlightenment of young boys. On some small issues, even wizards who have graduated and started working will give her a little face, so she thinks she is well informed, but today she has become more knowledgeable. Ms. Rosmerta never expected anyone to fly out of the burning fireplace. After struggling to pull on the zoom-stiffened hood to make sure his face was not exposed, DeWitt began to look around. He first saw the table legs and stool legs in the bar, and then the numerous human legs. After the fire on his body was extinguished, his clothes were still smoking. He thought to himself, was it too late to become invisible now? There were quite a few people in the bar, and it wasn't noisy after DeWitt was sprayed in the fireplace. The adult wizards have different origins, but they all have the same intention to join in the fun at this moment. Otherwise they are speculating on DeWitt's identity. In the end, Ms. Rosmerta had to come forward. She smiled politely and approached slowly without losing sight of the situation. Carefully asked, "Guest, how are you? Do you need any help?" "No, I don't need to." DeWitt lowered his voice and tried to sound like an adult, but this poor imitation made people think that he was an adolescent boy pretending to be mature. Everyone heard him say, "No. Sorry, I caused some trouble, but I can compensate." In fact, there was no trouble, but some ashes spurted out from the fireplace and fell on the floor like a puddle of dirty snow. This was nothing to the wizard. Ms. Rosmerta didn't even need to do anything. The wizard who wanted to please her waved his wand and cleaned up the mess. Except for a few unlucky ones who had their wine glasses filled with ash, some people had already started to continue talking about themselves. "Would you like something to drink?" Ms. Rosmerta signaled those unlucky guys not to be impulsive. She didn't want to cause trouble in her bar, hinting that they should let her communicate first, and then whispered to DeWitt, "Don't worry, anyway, it's on the ground. It's also very dirty, the troublesome ones are those." DeWitt took a few steps back and said, "I saw it. It was indeed an accident caused by me, so, how about I treat them to a drink?" Ms. Rosmerta couldn't be more satisfied with DeWitt's attitude. No one would hate a sensible person. Of course it's no problem. They drank. DeWitt placed 10 gold galleons on the bar and asked, "Is that enough?" "Too much," Ms. Romstad said amusedly, pouring her drink and asking, "Where did you come from?" The muscles all over his body couldn't help but tense up. DeWitt was 10,000 times more vigilant, thinking about the boss's wife's intention in asking this question, and said as naturally as possible, "Why do you ask?" Perhaps it was because DeWitt had disguised himself so well that Ms. Rose did not notice his stress reaction at all, and explained, "I have never met you. Generally speaking, I always have some impressions of the guests who have come, and wizards have no impression at all. I've seen most of them, so of course I don't need to tell you if it's inconvenient for you." After pouring the wine, the landlady pressed a gold galleon with one finger, slid it in front of her, put it away and said, "The fireplace in the bar is also it's a little dirty, so I'm partly responsible, I'll give you a discount." Then he sent the wine to those unlucky guys, and after talking to them for a few words, one of the unlucky guys saw that DeWitt was small. For a moment, the alcohol got to his head, and he actually shouted at DeWitt. "Carrot head, go home quickly. This is where the adults come. We want to drink, what about you? Do you want to drink milk? You are not escaping from home by covering your face, are you?" He said strangely again. Then Ms. Rosmerta begged, "Oh, dear Rosmerta, do you have any milk here?" Ms. Rosmerta was not annoyed at being made a joke. She just pretended to be annoyed and patted the wizard, and scolded the wizard in a flirtatious manner, "Don't tell me your stupid joke and bully the newcomer again." DeWitt didn't say anything. He put out 10 more coins. After thinking about it, he took back 9 more coins. Ms. Rosmerta immediately leaned over. "Who doesn't earn money?" She smiled and asked, "Honey, have you changed your mind and want a drink?" "No," DeWitt whispered, "this is compensation, compensation for damage to items." Ms. Rosmerta had a bad premonition and wanted to give a warning to regular customers, but DeWitt had already yelled, "How dare you laugh at my size? Little brat, maybe I'm older than you." Raised his hand. Purple thunder was released and struck the unlucky people at the table who talked too much. The thunder and lightning jumped in a chain between them, burning their whole bodies to black, whining and screaming strangely, and they were severely injured. By the time the other guests reacted, DeWitt was long gone. Of course, when passing through the entrance of Hogsmeade, DeWitt did not forget to throw a gold gallon at the house of the family who borrowed flow powder without permission as compensation. He owes nothing to others, and others should not owe him anything. Those rotten people who talked a lot were kept in St. Mungo's Hospital for almost half a month. Later, they tried to find the murderer, but the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic couldn't find a powerful dwarf. The British wizarding world, there is no such person. Of course, there are people in the Ministry of Magic who speculate that this dwarf may be the murderer of the Nocturne Alley accident, but who cares about the bad people in Nocturne Alley, if it weren't for the fact that Borgin Burke was related to some characters. Chapter 31. When we returned the same way and returned to the Hogwarts campus, it was already dark. DeWitt only ate one breakfast during the whole day. He was so hungry that his heart was burning, and the acid in his stomach seemed to be eroding his stomach pouch. It was estimated that he could have dinner now, which also meant that I missed a whole day of class today. People were coming and going in the castle, everything was normal, everyone passing by was doing what they were supposed to do, and it seemed that no one noticed that he had secretly left school. So it was inevitable that DeWitt would be lucky. Maybe no one would notice that he was not in class. He came to the auditorium as if nothing had happened and sat at the corner of the dining table. He tried to keep a low profile while searching for familiar people with his eyes. The Weasley twins were not there, the famous Harry Potter was not there, and the red-haired Harry was not there. "Ian is not here either. Finally found you." A gritted voice came from behind DeWitt. He turned around and saw the nosy girl on the train, the girl who claimed that she had memorized all the textbooks. "Is this girl's name Hermione?" DeWitt had a premonition of what she was going to say and asked, "What's wrong?" "Professor McGonagall wants to see you," Hermione said arrogantly, raising her eyebrows and chin. "The professor already knows about the good things you have done." "Oh? What did I do?" DeWitt misunderstood. He thought it was the Nocturne Alley incident, but no matter how he looked around, it was still very normal, and no one came to arrest him. "For classes 1. Hermione stretched out 4 fingers and shook them vigorously in front of DeWitt. She scolded fiercely, "The professor called your name in every class. Only you are not here. Do you know how many deductions the college has deducted for you? Points? A whole 40 points. Professor McGonagall almost fainted when she found out, and she deducted another 20 points from you. Just skipping class." DeWitt said indifferently, "I thought it was something. Only. Yes. Skipping class." Hermione had never heard such shameless words. Immediately, anger gathered in her chest, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak coherently. This is the first day of school, and you dare to skip class. I can't even think about what you will do in the future. What if you affect this year's Gryffindor House Cup? Have you thought about it? You haven't thought about it. You only care about yourself. This is the entire house. The honor that everyone longs for. That's almost it. DeWitt waved his hand and said, except for Professor McGonagall who wants to see me. Did the other professors say anything? Do you think professors will suspend classes because of you? Hermione misunderstood DeWitt's meaning, and she said angrily, save it, if I hadn't told Professor McGonagall that you had skipped other classes. No, DeWitt was anxious. It turned out that Hermione was the only thing that kept him away from being discovered. He could have only deducted college points and would not affect other aspects. But now because of Hermione's talkativeness, he was incredulously surprised. He shouted, you and Professor McGonagall filed the complaint? Can I think that if you had not complained to Professor McGonagall, I would not have been called over by her? The professor will know sooner or later. Hermione was very dissatisfied with DeWitt's idea. She said, of course, I told Professor McGonagall. Don't you think what I did was wrong? As a students at Hogwarts have the obligation to help professors know about students' situations. You have been missing all day. If Professor McGonagall hadn't seen you at night, this matter would definitely not end like that. To be honest, I haven't been seen all day today. Are you having any difficulties? The other party's attitude changed from accusation to concern so quickly. It took DeWitt a moment to realize Hermione's kindness. In this way, he understood Hermione's thoughts. The little girl felt that everything she did was. Of course, in her own mind, reporting the situation of her classmates to the professor was not only not a bad thing, but also made her proud. It was natural for me to care about my classmates when I saw something unusual. However, I did not consider the thoughts of the person involved, and even intervened in the matter of skipping class. I also noticed that there was no trace of DeWitt all day, and wanted to see if the professor could. Of course, this doesn't stop Hermione from hoping that DeWitt can learn more from the professor's punishment and stop violating school rules. Okay, actually there is no problem, DeWitt said, but he soon realized that this statement would only arouse more suspicion, so he changed his words, actually, there is a problem. I don't like others to know too much about me. There are many, especially people we are not familiar with, but is there any chance we can get more familiar with each other? Under normal circumstances, DeWitt would not say anything frivolous. His attitude towards relationships is not only to value them, but also to never tease others easily. At the same time, he firmly believes that true relationships require rich experiences and a long time to witness. When the words "want to get familiar" come out of an adult's mouth, it seems to be a bit closer to those things in bed, but when it comes from a child's mouth, Hermione thinks that DeWitt wants to make friends with her. So she nodded happily, of course, I'm happy to, so I will help you, and the same. She prolonged her tone, and warned DeWitt, I will also remind you at any time not to mess around. Then what do you think I should do now? You have to go to Professor McGonagall's office first, Hermione said. She will, well, don't worry too much anyway. Although she looks stern, she is actually very nice. Do you know where the professor's office is? Professor McGonagall teaches Transfiguration. Do you want me to take you there? DeWitt remembered the location of the Transfiguration Department office. After politely refusing, he chose to face the next punishment alone. Now walking in the castle, in what is known as the safest place in the wizarding world, DeWitt also habitually put his hands in his robes and grabbed his wand. When passing by several young Gryffindor wizards, I heard about points being deducted. Several young wizards used a condescending tone of disgust and hatred to criticize the person who caused the academy to deduct points. They may have known that a person named DeWitt Wald made the mistake, but they never thought that DeWitt was there. Maybe someone on the sidelines heard it. As a result, DeWitt became increasingly worried about the punishment he would suffer, and the trouble that would result. Deducting college points will affect the evaluation of the College Cup, but what is the use of the College Cup? Can it increase student strength and wisdom, or it is a simple honor that brings nothing but the burden of rules? Then the value of this honor only depends on its weight in people's hearts. So DeWitt doesn't care, Hermione cares, and so do other students. Come in. After DeWitt knocked on the door of the Transfiguration office, a response came from inside. Pushing the door open, Professor McGonagall, whom she had met once, was inside. She was currently correcting her homework while wearing glasses. After seeing DeWitt, the stern old lady looked at him from above the frame, and then let go of her hand. The quill pen, but the quill pen did not stop moving, but continued to write and draw on the paper naturally and smoothly. So, you're DeWitt Wald. Chapter 32. Yes, Professor, DeWitt didn't look like a vicious person. At least he looked honest and answered, I heard you wanted to see me. Of course I want to see you. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, pursed her lips tighter than the hair tied back, and said sternly, I never thought that one day a Gryffindor student would skip class. And it's not even a period yet. Let's talk about it. I hope you have any unavoidable reasons for leaving school on the first day of class. My mother needs me, DeWitt said, looking at Professor McGonagall with sincere eyes. She is in pain. This is not a proper reason. Professor McGonagall did not think this argument was convincing. She shook her head and said regretfully, even if what you said is true, there is a better choice. You can come here. I am happy to help you. There are other professors without me. Every professor will be willing to help you, and I don't think any mother needs help from her son on the first day after separation, especially. She's still an adult wizard. That's because my father died. DeWitt's lips trembled with sadness, and he whispered, just the day before school started, there was a fire at home. He was sleeping. My mother was just a housewife. She has been disconnected from the wizarding community for too long, and my family environment is not very good. Just the necessities before entering school are almost emptying out the rest of the family. My mother doesn't know what to do now. She just sold the house. She doesn't have a stable place to live yet. Sorry, Professor, I'm not making excuses, but I'm really worried about her, if the situation doesn't get better. There is no doubt that although Professor McGonagall is strict, she is definitely a kind person. DeWitt's situation made her eyes red. Alas, she sighed, and Professor McGonagall stopped blaming her. She lowered her tone and asked, what are you going to do if the situation doesn't get better? Taking advantage of a good man's kindness to obtain benefits made DeWitt feel guilty, but he couldn't tell everything he had done, so he had to continue under this last resort. On the contrary, this made him abandon his guilt, appreciate his inner uneasiness, and further intensify his inner sorrow. The more awkward he felt, the more he could pretend to be sad, saying, I don't want my mother to suffer, so I plan to drop out of school to help her. DeWitt loudly condemned himself in his heart, cursed himself with vicious words, and watched Professor McGonagall lost in thought. His expression became heavier and heavier, and the emotional waves in his heart rose rapidly. The school will help you. Professor McGonagall stood up from behind the desk, came to DeWitt, touched his head and said, there is no need to drop out of school, kid. Hogwarts can provide you with a job. You will get paid, at least it will be enough to buy the necessities for school. Regarding your family, I will find time to talk to your mother. Thank you, Professor. DeWitt bowed heartily and said gratefully. But you made a mistake. Professor McGonagall frowned, thinking about how to deal with it. Out of sympathy, she really didn't want to punish this poor, sensible child, but if she didn't punish him, she would have to explain the deducted college points. Making the child's family background public was definitely not a good choice, and it would undermine the fairness of the school rules. To be fair, some measures must be taken. I'm sorry, Professor. Sorry is useless, I hope you can understand. Professor McGonagall didn't say much in the end, letting all the tangled thoughts just become thoughts. As for whether DeWitt would understand her, she couldn't interfere. She only said decision, you will go to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, to the hut of Gamekeeper Hagrid, to assist him in maintaining the castle. The time will start from tomorrow and will last until I say stop. Is there any problem? No. Then go, kid, have a good sleep. At the same time, I also hope that you can find an opportunity to make up for the classes you missed today. I will inform the other professors. If you have any questions, you can ask the professors, Professor McGonagall adding, I will let you know when there is news about your work. After thanking Professor McGonagall again, DeWitt left full of guilt. After just one night, DeWitt's guilt disappeared. Because suddenly, he became famous for taking unprecedented points deductions. I couldn't hide it from anyone. People in other colleges watched it for fun, but people in his own college ostracized him, and several people in the same dormitory with him didn't talk to him. This made him still don't know the names of his roommates, and of course he wouldn't talk to these kids. Knowledge, because DeWitt has long known that people have sufficient associations with other people's bad things, but people are also numb and forgetful, and hatred related to the honor of the body will be forgotten sooner or later, so he is not anxious at all. Some people were hostile to DeWitt because of this, even if they had communicated with him before, such as Ron Weasley. He took Harry Potter with him and deliberately forgot about the fate on the train, and also forgot to show DeWitt the way. He also didn't want to become DeWitt's accomplice in skipping classes, so he was determined to draw a clear line between him and DeWitt. But Ron's twin brother's reaction was completely different. They may have noticed the secret behind DeWitt's skipping classes. They came to inquire more than once, but DeWitt dealt with it. But the more times, DeWitt also not sure if the twins still have suspicions. Just because the Daily Prophet reported on the explosion in Nocturne Alley the next day, despite the official investigation by the Ministry of Magic, the reason was that the dark magic items in the Borkin and Burke's store were out of control and the store owner's improper management, too. The cause resulted in the loss of 2 lives. But in Hogwarts alone, there are many people who hold objections. As if they were participating in some secret plan, the students used their own knowledge and experience to speculate on the dark results. They might have opinions about each other's guesses, but they could only agree that the Ministry of Magic's investigation was definitely unreliable. Reach a consensus. In any case, the possibility of linking a child who skipped school to take care of his mother with the murderer of an attack is really low, but DeWitt is at the center of all this. No matter how good his psychological quality is, he will not be able to control himself. Thinking, is there anything that can be done better? It was precisely because of this important matter that was weighing heavily on his mind that he was not in the mood to care about the specific punishment issued by Professor McGonagall. He simply went to class, and after class, he still continued as usual the day after being called to the office by Professor McGonagall. Hermione received the notification. At about the same time of the day, he came to Professor McGonagall's office again, where he received a note with the punishment results, and he had to take the note with the professor's signature to be punished. DeWitt will go on patrol with Hagrid, the guard of the Forbidden Forest, at the end of each day's classes. The punishment will last for a week. After that, he can continue to assist Hagrid in doing some work within his ability, and at the same time, he can receive appropriate compensation for it. According to Professor McGonagall, this was specially approved by Principal Dumbledore. Chapter 33. Recalling the content of the class, DeWitt walked out of the castle alone against the flow of people and walked quickly towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest under the dark sky. He opened his eyes with some effort and saw through the night. In the distance, he saw a lighted stone house with a pointed roof in front of the dark forest. There was a light source in front of the window that reflected the yellow firelight, and a tall figure stood next to it. There is no other person of this size in the entire Hogwarts. When DeWitt approached and was discovered, the tall man waved enthusiastically and shouted enthusiastically, "Come here. You worry-free child." DeWitt jogged a few steps, handed over the note, and said politely, "Good evening, Mr. Hagrid, this is a note from Professor McGonagall." "I know." Hagrid took the note and stuffed it into the pocket of his thick coat without even looking at it. He showed a friendly smile to DeWitt and said, "Professor McGonagall has already told me. When you come down, you just need to follow me for a walk, past the junction of the castle and the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid stretched out his hand to outline the general area and then added, "You can just call me Hagrid. This is Yaya." He pointed to a big dog at his feet and said, "Although it is big, it is very timid, so don't be afraid." The timid terrier named Yaya wagged his tail as a greeting, whimpered twice and mumbled a few words in response, "Hello, hello." DeWitt didn't answer. He didn't want to explain why he could understand animals for a long time. "Let's go." Hagrid patted DeWitt on the shoulder and said, "Be sure to follow me and Yaya closely, otherwise, there will be danger." "So what's in the Forbidden Forest?" DeWitt couldn't help but ask. Hagrid seemed reluctant to answer the question. "Well, unicorns, centaurs, and so on." "Will these harm people?" "Ahem, no. Where's the danger? There are other magical animals, but I only mentioned the ones that don't hurt anyone." "Tell me, Hagrid," DeWitt made a rare request, "tell me about it, I'm curious." "The most common ones are bowtruckles, and there are quite a few on the Whomping Willow in front of the castle. Although they are small, if you make them unhappy, they will poke your eyeballs out when you are not paying attention. They like to eat turtles. Catch a few and give them to them, and they will treat you as their friend." "That doesn't sound very dangerous," DeWitt commented. "There are basically no dangerous animals," Hagrid said with a fascinated smile. "I like all magical animals." "If nothing else," DeWitt said, "I love it too." Hagrid didn't care what the accident in DeWitt's mouth was. He found resonance in their hobbies and quickly narrowed the distance between the two. Looking at DeWitt again, he only felt that DeWitt was a little more friendly on the original basis, and said, "Then let me tell you a few more." From the dragon to the hippogriff, they walked back and forth on the inspection tour, and the two of them never stopped talking along the way. "Let's go," Hagrid said with a big wave of his hand, "I'll take you to the gate of the castle." "No, in this case, come to my room and drink some tea to warm yourself up before going back." DeWitt refused, but Hagrid fell in love with this child more and more. He felt that no one had ever understood him like DeWitt. This kind-hearted child who loved animals encountered such a major change as losing his father. How unfortunate. Hagrid also lost his father. Whenever he recalled his father, he felt that he could empathize with DeWitt, and he wanted to take care of DeWitt more and more. However, in the end, DeWitt did not stay long, and his stubborn back left a deep impression on Hagrid again. "We'll come back tomorrow." Hagrid rubbed Yaya's head and mumbled. It wasn't until he watched DeWitt enter the castle that he returned to his hut and muttered to himself, "Prepare some food for him." The first day of punishment ended like this. The level of fatigue was not high. After returning to the dormitory, DeWitt still had enough energy to read a book for a while. He very much hopes that his life can be regular from now on, and then he can gradually find the truth he wants to uncover, improve his abilities, acquire more knowledge, and live a peaceful life in a peaceful environment. However, on Wednesday morning, not long after the 2 consecutive potions lessons ended, Percy Weasley, the prefect of Gryffindor, came over and said to DeWitt very coldly, "At noon Professor McGonagall wants to see you then." This was probably the way good students disliked bad students. He didn't even want to call them names. After taking the words, Percy went somewhere else. "I don't know if it was class or the library." "What did Professor McGonagall want with you again?" Hermione asked worriedly. Nowadays, only Hermione is willing to sit with DeWitt during class, and this potions class is no exception. Perhaps the work-study matter needs to be adjusted. DeWitt was also surprised, but he immediately thought of his mistake. After lying to Professor McGonagall that his mother was not feeling well, he did not tell Freya. Did Freya have any explanation? Could it be that Professor McGonagall really talked to Ms. Freya and found that their words were inconsistent? "Do you still need work-study? It's not a bad thing to have money at any time. The money you get from the Bikini store is dead after all. Sooner or later it will be spent. It's not advisable to save money. Waiting for Faye. I don't know how long it will take for Ms. to find a job that can make money." DeWitt said to Hermione, "I need a lot of magical materials. Do you also have to do experiments after class?" Hermione was shaken by DeWitt's attitude of loving learning. She said in surprise, "Even Professor Snape couldn't find fault with you in potions class. Do you still have to work so hard after class? This is not okay. You must not fall behind. If someone studies harder than you do, then you are not working hard enough." Hermione's ideas were so simple and strange. She was curious about which direction DeWitt would work hard, so she asked, "Can we be together?" That's exactly what DeWitt was hoping for. Hermione was born as a Muggle and has a clean net worth. She is talented and loves to learn, so her abilities are not wasted. She is kind and straightforward and easy to control. Her only regret is that she is too rigid and sticks to the rules, always limiting herself to the framework set by others. But this is easy to deal with. DeWitt thinks that as long as he doesn't violate school rules in front of her, it will be fine. When he came to Professor McGonagall's office for the 3rd time, DeWitt felt familiar with the temperature of the door handle, and he knocked just right. When Professor McGonagall inside let him in, he a mindset that welcomes judgment opens the door. "Mr. Valder," Professor McGonagall said expressionlessly, "I spoke with your mother, Ms. Fair." Chapter 34. It doesn't look like it, no matter how you look at it. Professor McGonagall looked behind her lenses and took off her glasses to look, but she couldn't find anything in common between DeWitt and Freya Fair. In Professor McGonagall's memory, Freya Fair was an outstanding Ravenclaw student. She always spoke softly, and her performance in the Transfiguration class was better than that of head Ravenclaw and Fleur. Professor Way's performance in class was even better. At the same time, while studying at Hogwarts, he was one of the few students who dared to say that he had never violated school rules. He was also a member of the Transfiguration Club founded by Professor McGonagall. Therefore, Freya Fair should have had a bright future, and was even expected to hold an official position in the Ministry of Magic, or become a scholar, but to everyone's surprise, she had disappeared into the magical world in a quiet manner. And she has no friends who are good enough to follow her traces, so no one can contact her. It wasn't until DeWitt, who was skipping class, showed up that Professor McGonagall regained the news about Freya Fire. Unexpectedly, that shy girl not only got married early, but her children also entered Hogwarts. And Freya Fire's husband is also a Muggle. So Professor McGonagall recalled her first relationship experience. She also found a Muggle and tried to hide her identity as a wizard, thinking that it was her true love. But when it came time to talk about marriage, she found that he had no determination to end his life as a wizard, so he chose to escape. So after seeing Freya Fire and learning about the death of her former student's husband, she thought that Freya also loved her husband deeply, and was heartbroken, which affected her children. Professor McGonagall wants to advise Freya, life must move forward. The child has lost his father and cannot live without a mother. A student who was once such an excellent student should never be so decadent. But when Professor McGonagall really found Freya Fire, she was really surprised. Not only is there no sadness, Freya Fire has even changed her appearance. Compared to the impression in Professor McGonagall's mind, DeWitt will be surprised when he comes. She is not the gentleness that a well-behaved student should be when she grows up. He doesn't look like an unlucky guy whose energy has been sapped by his parents' nepotism. The real change started with her appearance. Freya Fire put on a brand new black wizard robe. Her half-white hair was not superfluously processed, but was washed and tied into a shiny bun. The wizard's talent for resisting aging was reawakened in her without making her so young that she looked too superficial. And Freya found a new home, located near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, purchased from a Muggle, and there were both Muggles and wizards nearby. It must be admitted that Freya made a far-sighted decision to settle here so that she could maintain contact with both Muggle and wizarding societies. Even if DeWitt came, he couldn't fault it. What's more, the new home has been cleaned. When Professor McGonagall entered the house, he was a little reluctant to put his foot down. The subsequent conversation with Freya Fire went smoothly, and Professor McGonagall received assurances from Ms. Fire that DeWitt would receive adequate care. At this moment, after briefly summarizing the situation at that time and briefly expressing his nostalgia for teaching Freya Fire the art of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall said, "That's it. After moving to a new home, Ms. Fire is now in good condition. I think she has cheered up. What you need now is to focus on your studies and stop worrying about your mother." DeWitt responded with a relieved smile and said, "Please teach you. So about your assistance in the work. This cannot be cancelled." DeWitt quickly said, "I think at least let me try it for a while. If it delays my magic learning, it is not too late to cancel." What a sensible child. Professor McGonagall really couldn't bear to refuse DeWitt's request. Before DeWitt left, she still agreed, but added a prerequisite: she would regularly communicate with other professors about DeWitt's study status. During the final exam of the school year, if he fails even once, DeWitt will be disqualified. Returning to Gryffindor's dormitory, he still received the same cold reception. DeWitt really couldn't think of a reason to stay here any longer. If it weren't for the soft and warm bed in the Hogwarts student dormitory, he did think about it. Moved to live in the Forbidden Forest. Has Professor McGonagall lectured you again? When the library was closed that night, Hermione anxiously flipped through the pages of the Magic of Quidditch she had just borrowed. After the study, she finally had time to ask. No, DeWitt did not borrow the book, because he would meet up with Hagrid a little later to start today's inspection of the Forbidden Forest. By the time he went back to sleep, it was almost late at night. He explained, "Professor, go find I killed my mother, as I told you, but she is much better now." It was during a casual chat with Hermione that they talked about each other's families, and DeWitt used the same fire rhetoric to deal with it. "That's great." Hermione was also happy for DeWitt, and then she asked, "Have you heard? We have flying lessons tomorrow. Ride a broom." "Yes." Hermione said, "Have you tried it? My only mother is a wizard, and I didn't even know this news until I entered school." DeWitt felt that flying broomsticks had a certain strategic significance. He didn't like it, but he felt the need to learn it. "What should I do?" Hermione panicked, and she muttered worriedly, "I have never been exposed to this kind of thing. Do you know what the book says? The book talks about feeling, and you have to follow the feeling. I don't know how to do it at all. Know what it feels like. So what are you afraid of?" DeWitt felt that Hermione was too sensitive. They now reached the steps of the second floor. One was going back to the dormitory, and the other was going out to find Hagrid. The two of them stopped for the time being, preparing to say the last few words. "Are not you afraid? Maybe, you're a little afraid of flying into the sky and accidentally falling to death." DeWitt had this concern. He said sincerely, but with the professor watching, no one will die. There are no people flying in Hogwarts. Is there a record of falling to death in class? Hermione was startled and said, "Oh, that's not true, but the broomstick has had an accident." "Accidents can happen when driving a car, and trains can derail," DeWitt said. "These are all risks that exist. There is no way to predict them, and you can't stop eating because of choking, so what is there to worry about?" "I'm worried I won't learn. Nobody knows everything." Hermione fell silent. "I will find a suitable place to conduct experiments." Recently, DeWitt stopped continuing the topic. Before leaving, he said, "I will find you then." Chapter 35. Hermione just nodded to indicate that she heard clearly, then she flipped through the book and left. DeWitt sighed, walked out of the castle, and met the Forbidden Forest guard in front of Hagrid's hut. "You came on time," Hagrid said with a warm smile, "but it's still early. You can come in first and sit down, or we can start early and finish early. Let's go." DeWitt likes to finish things in a hurry, so even though he and Hagrid had just gotten to know each other, he still asked a question somewhat presumptuously. "There is one more thing, Hagrid." "Say it." Hagrid said cheerfully, not caring at all. DeWitt looked at Hagrid's face and said, "I want to find a venue near you." "Get a venue?" Hagrid repeated, led the hound Fanja across a bush, looked into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and said, "What do you want a venue for?" "Let's do a little experiment," DeWitt said vaguely. "The space doesn't need to be big, just enough to fit my workbench." "What workbench? What does it look like?" This was something Hagrid had never heard of. He immediately made a promise, "No problem. It's just that my house has too many things. I'll let you know when I make room." DeWitt nodded, and then at noon on Thursday, he received a note from Hagrid via owl. "The place is already packed and ready to come." After lunch, DeWitt rushed over during the gap before the afternoon classes started. Hagrid built a small shed out of wood behind his own house. "I originally wanted you to put things in the house," Hagrid said, "but there were too many messy things, and I couldn't clean them up after spending most of the night. In the morning, I made such a place, may I?" "What a truly good man," DeWitt praised Hagrid greatly in his heart, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Hagrid. I am looking for a venue just to build some props to sell for money. If I occupy your place, you will be considered as a participant. Is there anything you want?" Hagrid couldn't think of what he needed for a while, and he didn't know the scope of DeWitt's abilities, so he was temporarily confused. DeWitt put forward his own suggestion. He had seen it many times. He placed a huge crossbow in front of Hagrid's hut. When patrolling the Forbidden Forest at night, Hagrid always carried it with him for self-defense. "How about that crossbow?" DeWitt said, "If you believe me, I can increase the power of the crossbow and make you some special arrows that can explode, discharge, freeze, and can. How about charming the enemy?" "Ah, of course, not now, I have to wait, I have to find the materials first." "If you are talking about magic materials..." Hagrid hesitated. This was not because he was reluctant to part with them, but because he was worried about whether the materials were up to standard. "I have quite a few in my house." DeWitt took out the workbench, one that was originally placed in the basement of the old white farm from the suitcase that had been cured with the traceless stretching charm, and carried it under the wooden shed. The materials left over from the previous vacation could not be placed like this. "Although Hagrid, I won't have any other ideas, but there are many people who can come here, so I can't be without any precautions." "That's not a small amount," DeWitt told the truth. He faced Hagrid with a sincere attitude and did not worry about appearing greedy, because he knew that Hagrid was not a fussy person, and of course he would not take advantage of it. "Taking advantage, this will be a win-win cooperation based on friendship. I will make a list in the afternoon and we will study it together in the evening." But it was really in the afternoon that DeWitt remembered the flying lesson. Gryffindor House and Slytherin House learn how to ride a broom together. DeWitt still doesn't understand the meaning of these two houses coming together. He only knows that the atmosphere during class is very subtle. Both sides have their own leaders. The leader of Gryffindor is the famous Harry Potter, and the second in command is Ron Weasley. Harry's status is closely related to his title of savior, while Ron gained a lot of prestige by criticizing DeWitt skipping classes. The leader of Slytherin is Draco Malfoy. The reason why he says this is because he always provokes fights with Gryffindor, and then the followers Crabbe and Goyle initiate the charge. After 3 people are trapped, the remaining Slytherin students will also join because of family honor or pure blood alliance. Therefore, Malfoy also found a set of rules that are indescribable. but are conducive to being in the center of the whirlpool and protecting himself wisely. Just like his father's generation, he always chooses the weakest target, and just like his father's generation, he always chooses the weakest target. Like Muggles, Draco Malfoy always preferred Neville Longbottom to bully. This is disgusting and despicable behavior, but it has nothing to do with DeWitt. No matter what happened to the Gryffindor students, it has nothing to do with him. He only cares about the special people among them, so he didn't feel anything when Neville fell off the broom. Being taken to the medical room for treatment by Ms. Huochi, the flying class professor, there was no need for sympathy. Malfoy picked up the memory ball dropped by Neville, and there was no way to make him feel disturbed. The only thing he was interested in was the principle of the memory ball. It is said that the transparent glass ball will turn red when the owner forgets something. DeWitt watched with cold eyes, watching Malfoy ride on his broom and take off into the air. Harry followed closely behind him. The only thing he did was to persuade Hermione, who was so angry that she wanted to sue the professor. After realizing that it was useless, I just went to study alone with a broom. I didn't go up to do the experiment because the professor didn't allow it. But there are always people who don't allow DeWitt to stay out of it. Malfoy, who was flying in the air, saw DeWitt, who was separated from the crowd. The memory of being insulted on the train suddenly came to his mind. The moment before Harry was about to catch up with him, Malfoy aimed at DeWitt and threw "I got the memory ball, and of course I didn't forget to shout proudly and arrogantly. Mixed bastard! I'm going to beat your head to pieces." Facing the flying glass ball, DeWitt could have made a little effort to catch it accurately and protect his classmates' property, but the crisis he faced was not an inaccurate memory ball. All he could do was look back with a sullen face. He took a few steps back to avoid the speeding Harry Potter. After DeWitt deliberately increased the distance, he retreated for safety. His face was still swept by the wind stirred by Harry Potter on the broom, and he was only a little bit knocked over. However, it was almost the end after all. The result was that the memory ball was captured by Harry Potter, and Neville's possessions were well protected, and no one was hurt. From Malfoy throwing the memory ball to Harry catching it, the whole process took less than a second. No one except DeWitt reacted. All the bystanders were even talking after everything was over. When Harry stopped the broom, they realized what had happened and all fell silent until Hermione rushed over, stood in front of DeWitt, pointed at Harry with wide eyes and shouted, "You're crazy! You didn't see DeWitt? Really? You almost hit him." But he didn't hit her. Ron didn't like Hermione's attitude. He had to speak for his friend, so he snorted and immediately pushed back, who asked him to stand there. Now that Harry got off the broom, his face turned pale. He even dared to swear that he had no intention of harming DeWitt. He was just too focused on the memory ball that was about to break. At that moment, in his eyes the trajectory of the memory ball was slowed down several times, but at the same time, he only saw the memory ball. Before Harry was about to apologize to DeWitt, Professor McGonagall finally ran over from the castle. She shouted in shock and anger. "In all my years at Hogwarts, never." Chapter 36. Before he could apologize, Harry Potter was taken away by Professor McGonagall. No one had time to explain the whole process. Everyone was suffocated by Professor McGonagall's anger, which was caused by the fear of something happening to the students. They could only watch silently. Harry Potter was taught a lesson by Professor McGonagall. Harry Potter only had time to look at DeWitt with apologetic eyes, but Hermione took this as a provocation and glared back fiercely like a protector. When Professor McGonagall was gone, Malfoy snickered and said something to his companion, causing Slytherin to laugh. Ron was unhappy again, but now that there was no Harry, he really didn't dare to fight with Slytherin anymore. Instead, he changed the target of the accusation and vented his emotions on Hermione. He secretly teased DeWitt, You are really nosy, what does this have to do with you? I think Snape is only right in his views on you." "Shut up, idiot." When someone was targeting him, DeWitt could put off the grudges, but Hermione spoke for him out of good intentions. This should not be the reason for her to be criticized in turn. DeWitt decided he couldn't ignore the kindness of others, so he couldn't back down at this time. He stared at Ron with hawk-like eyes and warned, "I advise you, don't say anything further." In terms of stature, DeWitt was always taller. His fighting career is not about hiding behind people and casting spells. When necessary, he doesn't mind using the two-handed sword used by warriors to cut people, or raising a giant shield to resist damage. At least in DeWitt, spellcasters are never associated with weakness, so this strong and powerful body can always bring visual oppression before the situation is about to deteriorate, reminding the other party to take good care of themselves. They probably estimated each other's strength. Malfoy on the train was shocked, and now it was Ron's turn. Not much better. Ron refused to lose the battle, and finally muttered a few words in a voice that only he could hear clearly, and then died down. Seeing that the matter would not escalate again, Malfoy deliberately showed his disappointment. He wished that the Gryffindor students would fight among themselves to death. After thinking about it, he restrained himself from making it too obvious for fear of angering DeWitt. If two people had a real physical fight, he would indeed be a little frightened. Later, when Ms. Huoqi came back, she didn't even notice that Harry Potter was missing from the flying class. She reiterated her request to fly, and the students trained under her gaze until the end of get out of class. "Are you okay?" Hermione asked DeWitt when leaving the flying lesson venue. "Are you really okay? If you feel uncomfortable, you must go to the campus hospital, you know? Magic is always more effective and can be cured faster." "I'm fine," DeWitt repeated patiently, "throughout the lesson and now, I'm fine. He didn't touch me at all. You asked me so many times." "Have you asked this so many times?" Hermione herself didn't even realize that she was still in a daze when someone almost got hurt in front of her and had witnessed the whole thing. Half of it was because it happened so fast and she was frightened. So Hermione shut up for the time being. After taking flying lessons, she also gained some knowledge about riding a broomstick. Now she no longer looked through the book The Magic of Quidditch. She kept walking with her head down. After a while, she suddenly spoke. "Say, thank you, DeWitt." "No need thank me. Speak for me," Hermione said. "Well, I know they always have problems with me." It should be. DeWitt felt that it was natural for him to stand up to help Hermione, and that others' kindness should be reciprocated, so he said nonchalantly, "So I also want to thank you, thank you for speaking up for me. You also know my situation. Even if Harry Potter really bumps into me, it would be fine if those people don't laugh out loud." "It's wrong for them to do this," Hermione analyzed sternly. "Although college points are deducted because of you, students in college should be united. It's useless for you to tell me this." Oh, yes, but there's no point in talking to them." "So there's nothing wrong with that," DeWitt said. "What can they do to us? As long as the timing is right, all it takes is a change of words from I to we." But... Hermione hesitated for a long time and said dryly, "You should make friends, I mean, more friends." DeWitt simply stopped and looked at her with strange eyes, which made Hermione uncomfortable. Could he be some kind of rare animal? "Friends? Hey, friends, those who don't like me, do you want me to please them? I don't. Only respect can bring respect, only friendship can bring friendship, only kindness is worthy of kindness. Of course, you can call me awkward, call me stubborn, I don't care about that, but if they are really friends, I mean people who I think are suitable to be friends, they should never do such disgusting things just because they have deducted college points." "You want me to be humble?" Spinelessly trying to figure out their thoughts. "Of course I can do it, but why should I do it? Everyone has a head and a heart. Are they so special that they can live without a head and a heart? Everyone is. Man, I think I'm not inferior to others, why should I please you?" "Okay." Hermione blinked in confusion, shook her head and said, "Okay. What you said, makes some sense." "This is my personal idea," DeWitt said, looking at the nothingness in front of him. "You should have your own ideas. Your ideas should be born from everything you experience and gradually take shape due to your experience and nature. You're not following my indoctrination. So, what do you think?" "Let's see again." Hermione was a little tired. She suddenly had great resistance to returning to the dormitory. "Let's see again. I got a workbench from Hagrid, the warden of the Forbidden Forest." DeWitt changed the subject rudely. "You know I was punished by Hagrid recently. He is a very good person. I only mentioned it to him once. We have a venue, now we just lack some materials." "What material?" "There are a lot, I have to make a list before I go to Hagrid's place later," DeWitt said. "Good news, hey." Hermione blushed, her eyes filled with renewed anticipation. She grinned and nodded, "Of course. Want to come and see me tonight? It'll be past curfew, right?" DeWitt said nothing. He and Hermione looked at each other until Hermione couldn't help but waver. "I really want to go," she said awkwardly, "but it might be against school rules." "That's true." DeWitt stopped insisting, then let's wait until the daytime on the weekend. Chapter 37. DeWitt had little time to spare. Now, with the Hogwarts library providing information, the complicated part that was almost coming to an end can finally come to an end. He compared the magic materials in another world with what he had in this world, and found corresponding ones with similar properties. All that was left was to try them. If you have been in the wizarding world for a long time, you can only choose a smart one among your friends who have just entered the wizarding world. Therefore, the one who can help DeWitt is Hermione, and it can only be Hermione. In fact, the Weasley twins have different personalities. It was good that they didn't change their original way of getting along because DeWitt caused Gryffindor to lose points, but the twins had some backgrounds after all, so it was risky to find them. "Are you here?" Hagrid said this time after DeWitt knocked on Hagrid's door. "You came too early this time." "Here's the agreed list, Hagrid." DeWitt took out a neatly folded piece of parchment from his arms, held it up, and said to Hagrid, "Take a look." Hagrid breathed on his fingers, twisted them again, and unfolded the parchment very carefully. He stretched his neck, stared into his dark round eyes and read: honey, wood, metal blocks, antlers, teeth, nails, intestines. Hagrid raised his voice. "Isn't this really some kind of black magic?" "Ah, don't get me wrong, look carefully, animal intestines are fine, I didn't say I wanted human intestines. And the body tissues of magical animals." Hagrid almost put his eyes on the paper. "Actually, the organs of magical animals, fur, internal organs, the more they can reflect the characteristics of this magical animal, the better the effect should be. This is part of the reason why DeWitt likes animals, and it is indispensable when making props. The source of elements can be extracted from the bodies of magical animals. The more powerful the animals, the more they can be extracted. Do you have crossbow arrows?" "Of course." Hagrid didn't understand, but he could see that DeWitt wanted to experiment for himself, so he took out a basket of crossbow arrows from the house. They said they were crossbow arrows, but the length was too long for a normal person. Longer than a bow and arrow. Most of the arrows were rusty and the shape was not perfect. Only 4 crossbow arrows could still reflect some light. "You are not very useful," DeWitt said. "The Forbidden Forest is actually quite safe." Hagrid must have thought of something in the Forbidden Forest. He laughed a few times and said, "Usually weapons are of no use at all. Then I'll do a few less so you can see the effect first." The only ready-made materials in Hagrid's hut were honey, oil, and a few animal teeth, and he took 3 crossbow arrows. DeWitt combined the crossbow arrows with these 3 materials in front of the workbench, and he didn't see him casting any spells. Combination is combination 1, which brings the materials into direct contact with each other. Then, with Hagrid's subtle eyes, he handed it over and said, "Look, this pink one with honey in it is a charm arrow, which can temporarily make the enemy join you." "Really, really?" Hagrid didn't believe it, because no matter how you looked at it, it was just pouring honey on the arrowhead. Of course, why the crossbow arrow glowed pink was a problem. "Of course it's true," DeWitt continued, "the oil-soaked one will slow down the enemy when shot out, and the animal-toothed one may knock down an unsuspecting enemy when it is shot." Hagrid couldn't bear to speak to interrupt DeWitt's thoughts, because DeWitt was speaking too seriously. "You don't believe it, do you?" DeWitt could see the distrust in Hagrid's opening and closing of his mouth and the hesitant eyes that glanced around. "No." Hagrid retorted immediately, but it was true that he didn't believe it. He stammered in defense, it's just. Let's try it." DeWitt ran to the huge crossbow, lifted it up, first put the shock arrow made of animal teeth into the crossbow's chute, then used some strength to pull the string, and lifted it. After getting up, he aimed at a tree in the distance. "Can I shoot that tree?" Of course DeWitt had to ask, but before Hagrid could say anything, he changed his mind. "It's not a good idea to shoot the tree. Shoot the bush, right?" When Hagrid said okay, DeWitt pressed the trigger of the crossbow and accurately shot a low bush. "It's okay if he doesn't shoot, but when he does shoot, after the crossbow arrow hits the target, the entire crossbow arrow suddenly disappears." Hagrid's eyes widened, thinking that it was dark and he had made a mistake. The crossbow arrow must still be somewhere, but he couldn't find it. But the next moment, the shrub began to shake not too violently, and it kept shaking until most of the evergreen leaves floated away, and then it gradually stopped. You didn't use magic." No, DeWitt could use it, but he really didn't, so he took out the wand from his waist and shook it and said, "Look, I just took out the wand. It's so amazing." What if the material of this animal tooth could be better, for example, how about a dragon tooth? Not to mention the lethality of the crossbow itself, the shock alone should be able to shatter a tree. The other two. Let's try it too. DeWitt also wanted to see the specific effect. He put the pink charm arrow into the crossbow, pulled the string again and said, "Are there any small animals here?" "There are some chickens in the back," Hagrid said. After DeWitt fired a charm arrow at the big coxcomb-tailed rooster who never looked directly at anyone and was extremely arrogant, the big rooster made a cry like an old hen and ran around him, following him willingly. He was eating ashes behind him, and when he woke up after a while, the big cock stood there for a long time, unable to accept the fact that had just happened. "I bow to human beings, I bow to human beings," it muttered and got into the corner of the chicken coop. From disbelief at the beginning to disbelief now, Hagrid was dumbfounded and felt that he had missed too much knowledge. He thought that DeWitt had learned this by himself at Hogwarts, and he sincerely praised, "Awesome." But in DeWitt's eyes, this is just a simple prop that anyone can make. Even as long as someone gets the finished product, they can reverse the materials and start manufacturing directly. So he pointed to the remaining materials and said to Hagrid, "It's not a big deal. Come on, try it, it's very simple to make." Under DeWitt's guidance, Hagrid also tried to make it, and soon had results. It looked no different from the finished product DeWitt had made just now. Then Hagrid also pulled up the crossbow string, and aimed a charm arrow at the big cock before. But something unfortunate happened. The crossbow arrow made by Hagrid did not disappear and exert special effects after hitting the target. Instead, it directly penetrated the body of the big rooster. Amidst the flying colorful feathers and white down, the big rooster appeared in Hagrid and Dewey's eyes. Te died looking at each other. "Humans! You actually want to come again?" The big rooster crowed really fiercely, and even when eating chicken legs a while later, DeWitt could still recall the tone of the big rooster. Chapter 38. The big rooster was actually quite old, and even after it was plucked, it was quite big. Not long after dinner, I ate such a top-notch roasted chicken, which was just enough to fill up the space that Hagrid and DeWitt had just vacated. Abdomen. The meat is a bit tough, DeWitt pulled at the charcoal fire absent-mindedly. Judging from the results, it was a good thing that he was the only one who could create various props according to the formula, but he just couldn't figure out why everyone was doing the same thing. "What if the grid doesn't work?" he said. "Sorry, Hagrid, I didn't expect." "It's none of your business." Hagrid didn't take it seriously at all. His eyebrows jumped when he saw the chicken being shot to death, and that was just because of surprise. He waved his hands and said in relief, "Sure, there's something wrong with my craftsmanship." "I don't want to hide it from you, Hagrid," DeWitt said, "that kind of manufacturing is not craftsmanship at all. It may be other reasons that led to the failure. It would be the same result for another person. It doesn't matter, you can make it anyway, right?" Hagrid laughed heartily. Hagrid was a good friend, so DeWitt said, "No problem, as long as I have enough materials, I can do it." The once majestic rooster was now just a pile of smoking bones. By the time he finished his inspection of the Forbidden Forest, the bones were already covered with a layer of ants. "It's too late today," Hagrid said to DeWitt when he returned to the castle. "Do you still have the note that Professor McGonagall gave you?" DeWitt would bring it with him every time he came for punishment, and this time was no exception. "You have to be careful, Filch," Hagrid warned him, "it's past the curfew point now. If you are caught by Filch, he won't care whether you are punished or not without evidence. He will do the opposite right away. To punish you, it's best not to meet him." Hagrid was right. The first meeting with Filch was not a pleasant one, and DeWitt got to know Filch a little bit from this, and now Hagrid's words further proved his point of view. "He always seems to feel that students are violating the rules," DeWitt said, "and breaking the rules seems to violate the greatest principles in the world, but he himself has no authority. Without the school rules, there would be no Filch, and it would be inappropriate to talk about it as a student," so DeWitt said goodbye to Hagrid and walked towards the castle. As he walked away, he was still thinking, criticizing Filch in a condescending manner, but then he thought that no matter how big Filch's problem was, it wouldn't affect the current school rules. Is there something wrong with the mentality of being controlled by others but still thinking that you are more noble? No, DeWitt then made a more severe criticism in his heart. Status should not be the criterion for evaluating a person's virtue, but he could only criticize. He still had to be careful when walking in the Midnight Castle. It's best not to have contact with anyone. It's just that the plot arrangement must be dramatic. If there are no twists and turns, there will be no need to tell it. So when he walked to the second floor, DeWitt met Peeves. This abominable and malicious Peeves floated over happily, facing DeWitt with his face that looked funny when he was in a good mood, and increasingly annoyed when he was in a troubled mood, and spoke in a weird voice said, "Ah, another little devil who doesn't sleep, what do you think will happen if I call Filch over?" DeWitt didn't like accidents, but he wasn't afraid either. He said, "Just scream, I'm going to be punished according to Professor McGonagall's words, Filch can't control me." "Really?" Peeves turned his head and eyes, and said furtively, "Then you should have the note approved by the professor. Hurry! Take it out and let me check it. Let me be healthy. Let me be healthy." "Ah! It's not your turn." DeWitt glanced at Peeves with contempt and continued to move forward fearlessly. In fact, he never stopped from beginning to end. Ignorance and contempt are the most unbearable things for Peeves. If someone is angry with him, the more angry he is, the more angry he becomes. But this is not the case now. It is Peeves' turn to be so angry that he can't help himself. Immediately, as if he had lost his mind, he relied on Peeves' unique ability to dismantle the armor on both sides of the corridor, and controlled the armor parts to hit DeWitt. Peeves' abilities are limited, and the sharp metal armor parts don't fly very fast. It is conceivable that even if it hits DeWitt, the damage caused may not be able to break through the oily skin, but Peeves should have used his full strength. "Aren't you afraid that the professor will take care of you?" DeWitt asked as he dodged the flying armor parts. "The professors are all asleep." A malicious smile flowed from Peeves' mouth, surging at the corners of his mouth. "Where are the other ghosts?" DeWitt remembered that Peeves was afraid of one of the Slytherin ghosts, Bloody Baylor. "They have other places to go." Peeves chuckled harshly. "So there's no one around now? No ghosts? No one knows what's going on?" "That's right." Peeves smiled happily. This should be Peeves' proudest moment. A poor and helpless new student will be punished by himself for his arrogance. He will have a good understanding of who is responsible for Hogwarts and let himself enjoy playing a prank, but... Peeves' Piggy felt strange and ridiculous at the same time. Is this little wizard going to use magic against him? Magic can never destroy itself. But why did he emit a faint blue light without using a wand? DeWitt endured it for a long time. When he asked Peeves if there was no one around, he also turned on his spiritual vision to check the surroundings. After repeatedly confirming that there was no one around, he immediately stretched out his hand to draw the secret source towards Peeves. The green light built a one-way channel to transmit the secret source. Peeves suddenly felt something bad. He was connected to the beam without any awareness and instinctively wanted to escape. However, the ability to absorb the secret source could not be terminated after the beam appeared. Then the beam became thinner and shrank rapidly. Peeves didn't know what was happening. He could only realize that something vital was flowing out of his body. But what was it, he couldn't understand, and was gradually losing the ability to think. He could only watch as DeWitt swallowed something from the strange, smoky green light. In the end, Peeves lost the core that supported his activities, and the remaining insignificant parts could no longer be gathered into a whole. With the pain of decomposition, he dispersed like fog. The result was satisfactory, so DeWitt was happy when he put the armor parts back into place. I didn't want to bring this step up this far, DeWitt thought, but Peeves is too hateful and wanton, the time and place are too perfect, and Peeves is evil with all his strength. I have never considered the consequences. The fewer such disgusting things must be, the better, so there is no guilt at all, no need to feel guilty. DeWitt reviewed himself again and again, but he still didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. In the end, he recalled the smell of Peeves and walked up the high stairs with satisfaction. Chapter 39. Hogwarts Castle was also a little noisy at midnight, but after Peeves disappeared, it seemed to suddenly become quieter. However, this quietness was only superficial, and it was limited to when there was a huge running sound upstairs, which contrasted the movement. It was loud, and equally loud was Filch's hoarse shout, which was that he was chasing the students who were wandering in the night. DeWitt's eyebrows sunk in distress. When he reached the fourth floor, he heard the sound of footsteps turning a corner, and he was about to bump into someone. He hurriedly cast a spell on himself to hide his figure from the surroundings. The environment was disguised together and allowed those students to run past. It was dark, but DeWitt could see clearly. Harry, Ron, and Neville were charging towards the restricted area. To be honest, DeWitt was not surprised to see someone violating school rules, but besides these three boys, there was also a girl running with them. In the castle at night, only the faint moonlight can shine through the window into the corridor, and the fleeing students can only take every step based on intuition. Hermione was also very tired from running. She wanted to stop Harry in front of her and ask where he was going, but Filch had turned into an evil beast chasing behind her and turned into a subjective imagination, pressing her to run forward. The slippers were too loose and the pajamas were too wide. Hermione was a little more nervous. Now she was running at the end of the team. What if she was caught? Under this situation, Hermione suddenly felt the touch of being grabbed by the arm, but when she looked over, she could only see dust in the moonlight in the empty air. She was about to scream, but was pulled over, and then she saw your body becomes transparent. It's me. Hermione's mouth was covered, and she heard a familiar voice say, DeWitt, don't be afraid, it's just a disguise of invisibility. Through the physical contact, DeWitt felt Hermione relax and he let go. Filch's right behind, Hermione said nervously. If he doesn't use any detection magic, he won't be able to see us. And Harry? It's gone far. Hermione looked a little disappointed and looked in the direction of the three boys who were running away, and asked, then what should we do now? Aren't you going to go back to sleep? Hermione was stunned for a moment, then said dully, oh, yes, it's time to go back to bed. Filch is here. The two of them stopped talking and waited for Filch, who was trotting along, to run over from behind cursing. He didn't notice anything, and didn't even think about staying for a moment. Instead, the thin cat running with him at his feet smelled the scent. Meowed several times, there's someone here. But seeing Filch chasing after him, the cat had no choice but to follow its owner and move on. When Filch's footsteps completely disappeared, DeWitt came to the middle of the corridor from the wall, pulled Hermione, and said, what's wrong? Even you broke the rules today. It's all them. Hermione couldn't help but raise her voice to defend herself. The next second she lowered her voice and quickly explained, Malfoy asked Harry Potter for a duel at midnight. Potter went as long as he asked, but Malfoy didn't go, but reported it to Filch. Can you believe it? As for why I was there, I went to stop them. But who knew that the portrait of the fat lady guarding the dormitory door was in another painting? I was visiting, but I couldn't get in, so I had to. Oh, it's okay now, DeWitt said, lifting the disguise spell, we can go back now. Then Potter, Weasley, and Neville. My ability is limited, and whether they appreciate it or not is another matter, DeWitt said nonchalantly, and we can't be expected to go over again. Think about it, they caught them loosely, and deducting 3 points is better than deducting 5 points. Personal points are good, right? After experiencing the other party's lack of cooperation during the initial persuasion, and the fact that the other three had no response at all, even if Hermione knew that she had no time to pay attention to herself when she ran away, she still felt awkward in her heart. Driven by a little resentment, DeWitt convinced her. You're right, Hermione seemed a little guilty, let's go. This unnecessary guilt kept Hermione from sleeping well all night. The next day, all the Gryffindor students received huge bad news. 3 first-year students went out at night and broke into a hotel. Entering the restricted area, Filch caught him revealing himself. Everyone was deducted points for night travel, and points for breaking into the restricted area. This made Hermione feel extremely guilty. She felt that if she followed, would everyone escape, but DeWitt still said that the points deduction might be doubled. The guilt that had tortured Hermione all night made her overwhelmed, but when he saw her after class the next day, Ron rushed over and pointed at Hermione's nose and scolded, "It's all you. Do you know why we were raped? Got it? We came here to find you. We could have run away, just because of you, all because of you. Do you know how scared we were after you disappeared?" Ron yelled without any scruples. He yelled, not caring that there were people from other houses who were willing to join in the fun. Hermione's roommate was also laughing happily. Harry kept trying to persuade Ron, "Stop playing nonsense, don't forget, Hermione is the best. They came to stop us in the beginning. It cost Gryffindor 90 points. Even more than that," DeWitt wailed. Ron insisted on continuing, as if the louder he spoke, he was no longer at fault for deducting points. "Fang Liao, it would be even funnier to stop us. Who would stop anyone from joining us? I think even she wants to go." DeWitt, who was sitting aside, did not speak. He was watching Hermione's reaction. Hermione opened her eyes blankly, moved her lips, raised her eyebrows and then fell down, clenched her fists and then relaxed them. "She wants to go too." As soon as she finished speaking, the skin around her eyes turned red. At this moment when everyone was watching, only Harry was trying to stop Ron's unreasonable behavior, repeating those 1 or 2 sentences, that is, during the time of these 2 sentences, Hermione's eyes were filled with tears, but she tried hard not to shed tears. DeWitt still didn't speak. He didn't know what he was thinking or what his purpose was. He just sat back and watched a girl cling to her last dignity. Even when Ron blocked his face and mentioned him as a negative example, he didn't react at all. Students from 3 levels inside and outside gathered around. Hermione felt that she couldn't control her tears. The more people there were, the more aggrieved she felt. The beginning of everything was instigated by Malfoy of Slytherin, and the decision-making process was in the middle. Did they do it on their own without any interference, and they didn't even look at themselves in the final escape, but now they say everything is their own problem? Hermione couldn't understand. If she could still have her original ability to speak eloquently, she would be able to refute Ron harshly, but now she can't say a word. Thousands of words have turned into a hot stone and choked her throat. It's so embarrassing. Hermione thought painfully. She picked up all her books, rushed out of the crowd and ran out. DeWitt pushed aside Ron, who was about to continue talking, and followed him. Chapter 40. Hermione lowered her head and turned her face sideways, and walked quickly along the corner. When she reached a place with few people, tears flowed down her face. After walking for a while, she realized that she had gone the wrong way, and she subconsciously fell into tears as before. Just like class, I came to the door of the library. She stood blankly at the door of the library for a moment, lowered her head again, and wanted to go back to the dormitory, but she remembered the previous quarrel, and her roommate, who was supposed to be the closest to her, did not come out to speak for her. Even DeWitt. She thought of DeWitt, and felt sour again. Hermione knew that DeWitt had no obligation to help her, but she thought that DeWitt would help her. The requirements were not high and he only needed to say a few words, but DeWitt did not and just remained silent on the side, expression serious, very serious, so serious that he thought he had done something wrong, but wasn't all this his idea? The steps were getting faster and faster, and the things in her mind were getting more and more confusing. Hermione vaguely hoped that even if there was someone, even just one, who was unwilling to speak due to the atmosphere at the time, they could follow her now. Will you comfort yourself later? She thought this way, but she didn't dare to look around. She was afraid that if she looked around, her thoughts would become false. So someone really called her, Hermione. She thought it was an auditory hallucination. She shouted again. She knew it wasn't an auditory hallucination, and she hoped it was real, but she just kept trying to pretend she didn't hear it. DeWitt stepped in front of Hermione and blocked the way. What? She said deliberately fiercely, raising her chin and deliberately not looking at DeWitt. Let me look at you. DeWitt looked from the top of Hermione's head down to her neck. Hermione was wearing a thin turtleneck sweater under the wizard's robes. His eyes glanced at the tears on her chin, and then said, Last night, Hagrid prepared a space for experiments. Do you want to try it? No. Hermione closed her eyes for a while before opening them. You really don't want to go? DeWitt raised and lowered his eyebrows. He probably smiled and asked, Then where are you going? Go to the library, but he just turned around. Going to the dormitory, do you just sleep in broad daylight now, then go to the auditorium to eat? Hermione feels uncomfortable just thinking about other students now. She just wants to find a quiet place and doesn't know what to do. She might cry for a while. Let's go, let's go. DeWitt raised his feet without refusal and walked in front, as if he was sure that Hermione would follow. He waved to her with his back and said, Come on, come on. Usually DeWitt would not say nice words to persuade others. His good intentions were all based on specific actions. Hermione understood this and finally chose to follow him. When we arrived at Hagrid's hut, there was no one inside. Yaya, on the other hand, was there, wagging his tail familiarly when he saw DeWitt, but didn't bother to stand up, and when he saw Hermione, a stranger, he didn't bother to bark, and buried his nose under his paws and continued to doze off. Walking around to the back of the cabin, DeWitt pointed to the workbench under the wooden shed and said, That's it. Hermione had quietly wiped her face. Looking at the simple environment around her, she really didn't expect that the experiment venue DeWitt said would be a leaky place. Even if it was not good, it would have to have a few walls, right? The conditions are limited. DeWitt suddenly realized at this moment that the conditions were indeed ridiculously bad, so he had to clear his throat and explain with a slight embarrassment, Look, as long as we are careful, we won't be affected too much. Instead of saying that, it actually has no impact. Absolutely no impact. This time, Hermione showed a fleeting smile, as if she had been made happier by DeWitt's forced explanation, but she felt that she should be sad, so she hid her smile and asked, "What should I do?" Now the only thing that can be related to experiments in Hogwarts is potions, so mentioning runes would be awkward, mentioning spell scrolls would be weird, and tossing arrows like in front of Hagrid would be inappropriate. The best the choice is. Potion, DeWitt said. We'll make the potion. Are they the ones we learned in class? No, it was something I accidentally saw, The Secret. Hermione's interest gradually increased, and she asked, "What's recorded in that book?" Forget. She raised her voice, forgot. A random piece of paper, DeWitt said in a serious manner, or a gap in a passage in a book. I can't remember clearly, but it works. How do you know it works? I tried. But you said you didn't even know you had a wizarding background before enrolling. What's wrong? DeWitt just insisted on rounding off a series of lies and spoke calmly, I thought that was my unique skill, so I tried it secretly without telling anyone. Hermione was doubtful, but that didn't matter. She said, "Okay, let me see it." DeWitt took out the remaining materials from the period when he made the wand before entering school. They were the elements that had been decomposed and preserved. There was no extraneous operation on his part, and he stuffed a weak ball of chi into the glass. In the bottle, he pinched the neck of the bottle with his index finger and thumb and shook it as if he were drinking some expensive wine. The originally amorphous power turned into a blue liquid. Before Hermione could come over to take a closer look, DeWitt uncorked the bottle and drank it all. Of course the elemental source will not really turn into liquid. As soon as it touches DeWitt's mouth, the power flows into his body. It's working. DeWitt closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. After opening his eyes, he stretched out his hand and said to Hermione, "Come on, poke me with your finger." Hermione hesitated to speak. DeWitt had become an abnormal person in her eyes. Facing a person who might be abnormal, the best choice was to obey, not to mention that there was nothing serious about poking him, so Hermione clenched her fists, stretched out only her index finger, and touched DeWitt's forearm. Hey! Hermione felt it, but the feeling was so weak that she almost thought it was an illusion, so she poked again, this time with more force. I feel. Hermione tilted her little head, unable to figure it out. She tried her best to think of words to tentatively express her feelings. Well, the rebound force is a bit strong. Is there still static electricity? If you want to hit me, it's not static electricity, DeWitt confirmed Hermione's statement. This is the potion. The preparation method is very simple, a ball of chi origin, a glass bottle. After taking it, depending on the purity and strength of the chi source, the damage caused by rebound contact with the skin will be caused and the electricity will be returned. Does this potion have a name? Jellyfish skin, DeWitt said. I like to call it the jellyfish skin potion. Soon, he took out a ball of preserved chi origin and the glass bottle he had just used, put it in front of Hermione and said, "Try it, you are a wizard, focus, pay attention to your will, and always protect it. Hold on to the origin of this mass of energy, don't let it dissipate, then let it enter the bottle, shake it, and that's it." Chapter 41. Hermione imitated DeWitt's movements and swayed. Even the posture and direction were the same, and there were only some deviations in the angle that were difficult to detect with the naked eye. Very good, DeWitt nodded expectantly and praised, not bad. But it's useless, the movements are useless, and that little deviation is by no means the key to the problem. In short, the origin of chi is stumbling around in the bottle, collapsing against walls everywhere, being blocked by the bottle wall and then condensing, but it has not become Dui. The potion I really wanted. When there was no change at first, Hermione thought it was her fault, because she could clearly see DeWitt's production process. But when the time without any effect became longer, she had already glanced at DeWitt several times. I said. Hermione finally couldn't help but said, "Did you use some magic and didn't tell me?" Counting Hagrid as two living examples, DeWitt did not answer, but thought to himself, Hagrid is not good, and Hermione is not good. If conditions permit, he would like to catch Dumbledore and try, but there are only 2 samples. It was enough. When Hagrid failed, he felt that the success or failure of these processes was only related to whether the producer was himself. There is no magic. DeWitt simply rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand to let Hermione see his whole body, put the wand aside, and took out another set of materials. Just as he was about to start, Hermione suddenly saw his wand. The sound of metal hitting the workbench surface was heard. Hey? Why is your wand so weird? Did you realize it after more than a day of class? Anyway, you look at it first. DeWitt motioned to Hermione to look at the potion making first. He replaced the source of air with the source of fire and repeated the previous steps. Create a bottle of fiery red potion, then drink it, exhale and say, "Here, cast a spell on me, petrification or stun or mental control or other spells, I mean, magic." Hermione moved her fingers unnaturally and said a little awkwardly, "I don't know what you are talking about." "You don't know how?" DeWitt said smoothly. He quickly realized that what he said was a bit inappropriate, and quickly remade a bottle of such a potion. He handed it to Hermione and said, "Here, then you drink." Hermione had never seen such a potion before. In her opinion, the potion should be made from complicated herbs or biological tissues, which could only be produced through complicated brewing techniques. Like DeWitt, shaking a ball of light into liquid. You can't eat and drink things from strangers, but DeWitt is a friend after all, Hermione thought. He would never lie to herself. After a moment's hesitation, just drank it. There was no touch of liquid, just a ball of hot air, or Hermione felt that she might have sipped a ball of fire. The feeling in her throat was between air and liquid, and then spread to the whole body. She didn't know what happened. But Hermione felt that her thinking and intuition were becoming more sensitive, and her body senses were getting sharper. DeWitt picked up his wand and said, "Are you ready? I'm going to cast a spell on you." Hermione's mind was running rapidly. She could now control her thoughts and detect the origin and logical transformation of every thought. From her first meeting with DeWitt to every word spoken between the two people these days. Gradually it became clear, based on her concepts and nature, she deduced DeWitt's intentions, and finally she said calmly, "Okay, I believe you, I feel very good now." DeWitt's wand lit up with an earthy yellow light, which shone in the crystal embedded in the wand. He silently touched Hermione with the tip of the wand, and the light flowed quickly, and then DeWitt quickly removing his wand, he asked, "How do you feel?" Looking curiously at DeWitt's fading wand, Hermione accurately described her feelings. "After drinking that bottle of potion, I felt clear-headed and warm all over. After you used the magic, I could feel something abnormal. But the abnormality is blocked by the warmth brought by the potion. Will your magic only take effect when the potion expires? Also, what kind of magic is that?" The wand once again lit up with cocky light. DeWitt swung it and accurately hit a beetle on the ground. This poor, unknown beetle started with a shiny black carapace and gradually became stained with earth. The yellow light quickly turned into a lifelike stone. "Petrification," DeWitt said, "when the effect is strong enough, it turns flesh and blood into stone from the inside out. More than that," he continued, "this bottle of medicine, the magic medicine, can also make you immune to negative mental states. I call it Strong Will Potion." The name, well, Hermione said, narrowing her eyes subtly, still as weird as ever. "Where's your wand?" "I do it by myself." "You made it yourself?" Hermione's eyes widened again and she said in surprise, "But as far as I know, only the Ollivander family in the UK can make good wands. After a long time, other wand merchants can't sit still. Now, almost no one will buy a wand made by another manufacturer." "I didn't buy it." DeWitt raised the wand like a salesman for Hermione to inspect, but refused to touch it. "It has many characteristics. If you want to explain it in detail, you have to repeat a large section of the previous content. Let me tell you the best thing you can feel, loyalty." "What do you mean? You just can't use my wand without permission." Hermione didn't quite believe it. "Look, I put the wand here." DeWitt was really reluctant to let go. He really didn't want others to touch his precious wand. It was something he never left without. Even when he went to take a shower, he had to take it with him. Letting Hermione experience it means that he can only talk big words. In addition, he brought Hermione here today and said it was an experiment, but she got nothing. He just took care of her, and DeWitt found it for himself. Excuses, and feelings of comfort to the little girl. As if he accidentally lost his wand, DeWitt placed the wand on the workbench again, turned his back, but still tilted his head, stared at the wand with his peripheral vision and said, "Okay, someone should take it quietly now. Take my wand because she thinks it's powerful." Oh, Hermione was amused. She covered her mouth, bent her eyes and smiled and said, "I don't think this wand is very powerful." DeWitt became more and more reluctant to part with it. He wished he could pluck out his eyeballs and put them on the back of his head so he could see his wand. Fortunately, Hermione noticed DeWitt's cherishment, so she was very careful when handling it. "Not wooden?" Hermione asked. "Special metal," DeWitt said. "Then these scale-like textures." "It's a dragon scale." Hermione didn't understand, but she thought it was very powerful, and her attitude towards the wand became more and more cautious. She coughed solemnly, got used to the weight of the wand, and prepared to use the spell she learned in Charms class. That's it. Concentrating on it, she read clearly, flashing fluorescent light. Chapter 42. Lumos. Hermione read again. The wand still had no response, not even a flicker of light as a response. Even through the exquisite gaps intentionally left during the manufacturing of the wand, one could see that the crystal inside did not even reflect sunlight. Hermione did not believe in evil, so she waved her wand harder, cleared her throat, and carefully ensured that she enunciated the words clearly and recited the spell accurately, luminescent. There was still no response. She didn't know if it was an illusion. Hermione also felt that this and the wand conveyed some emotion of hopelessness. It must be an illusion. How could the wand be conscious? Yet, DeWitt quickly turned around and took his wand from Hermione's hand. When the little girl wasn't paying attention, he wiped the wand again and again with the inside of his robe and said, "Look, you can't use it, right?" "Then you use," Hermione said, "just use the luminescent charm." The result is obvious. In DeWitt's hands, not only can the fluorescent spell be successful, but the brightness can also be adjusted at will according to DeWitt's wishes. Not bad, DeWitt became more and more happy and gushed, "To be honest, I'm still a little worried about my staff-making skills. Those characteristics are just my expectations." DeWitt couldn't get enough of this with the wand. He stroked every inch of the wand and said, "There aren't many things suitable for verification right now. I think I'm successful, but I can't just let others try it. Now look, well, the result is good, ha. It's really good." "Yes. Great. Maybe you won't be able to use my wand." Hermione curled her lips. She felt that her wand should be very useful. "Then what's the core of your wand?" Hermione also told DeWitt about the material of the staff, grapevine wood, the heartstring of a dragon. "Here," DeWitt put away his wand and spread it towards Hermione's hand and said, "Then you let me try." "Just give it a try," Hermione refused to admit defeat. She pretended to be disdainful, but when she handed the wand over, she almost dropped it. She was a little nervous, and maybe a little expecting, the kind of thing that she knew was unrealistic, but as long as it's the glimmer of hope that you always have before the result appears. "What magic do you want to see?" DeWitt knew the result when he touched the wand. "As you wish." Hermione was eager to witness the result, and she said with a bit of a bad attitude, "Hurry up, anyway." DeWitt was always silent when casting spells. He gently shook Hermione's wand, and the relatively soft casting medium bounced a few times. During the distance when the tip of the wand shook, a group of lights gradually appeared. Light. The color of this light was unclear at first. After the wand danced a few circles, the light also started to spin like a whirlpool, and then the color gradually became clearer. As DeWitt's movements became larger, a gradually enlarging orange fireball floated in front of the tip of the wand, like a rope tied to it, and could jump with the provocation of the tip of the wand. "Is this fire?" Hermione felt the heat. She was a little nervous about her wand. She didn't care whether others could use it. "It won't burn the wand, right?" Unless the spell is out of control, DeWitt blew out the fist-sized fireball, returned the grapevine wand to its original owner, and said, "Did you see it? Your wand does not have the characteristic of loyalty. It succumbs to a stronger force." "People. Humph, that's my wand too." Hermione was unhappy. She glared at DeWitt, touched the tip of the wand that had just touched the fireball, and put the wand away after confirming that it was okay. When leaving Hagrid's hut, DeWitt prepared several bottles of strong will potion for Hermione. "This can help with learning," that's what he said. After all, he couldn't offer anything else, so he just stuffed a few bottles in as today's consolation prize. When going back, DeWitt saw Hagrid coming out of the castle and asked him what he was doing. Hagrid hesitated and refused to say. Of course, DeWitt would not ask to the end. He said goodbye to Hagrid, and in the following period, he visited Hagrid many times, sometimes with Hermione, Hermione must find out why the same process, herself, but the reason why he couldn't make the same magic potion. Using the materials provided by Hagrid, DeWitt decomposed a large number of elemental sources and used them to make potions and a wide variety of crossbow arrows. I feel like I can guard Hogwarts by myself now, Hagrid said happily after seeing the power of those crossbows. This is really a good thing. The equipment has been updated, and in return, the materials provided by Hagrid have become more and more high-end. The unknown dog teeth have become dragon teeth, and the venom of the toad has also become expensive snake venom. DeWitt also heard from Hagrid that there was a tribe of centaurs in the Forbidden Forest who were considering whether to introduce these new arrows. Everything is changing. Ms. Feyre from outside the school sent a letter telling DeWitt the location of her new home. She also found a new job. The content of the job was not mentioned, but she only said that everything was fine. There were some gold coins along with the letter. It seems that she has earned enough money to not only live on her own, but also have enough to give back to her son. In the school, DeWitt's magic learning has not fallen behind. He is good at magic. He doesn't even need the guidance of Professor Flitwick, who teaches magic. He can learn it by reading textbooks. The same is true for transfiguration. Professor McGonagall praised his skills. Sometimes, I would say, just as good as your mother was back then. The only thing that has not changed for the better is the interpersonal relationship between DeWitt and Hermione. It does not mean being bullied, nor does it mean cold violence. Just as DeWitt expected, collective mistakes will always be forgotten. Although he still hasn't remembered his roommate's name, he now says good morning when he gets up in the morning, and nods when he sees him on the street. Improvements are limited to improvements. Are we all friends? If you ask, you can say yes, but it's just yes. In just a few days, Harry Potter, the famous savior of the wizarding world, no longer enjoys the treatment of a star. Especially after he broke into the restricted area at night and was caught by Filch, Potter and Ron. Still there is Neville, who is sent by Professor McGonagall to follow Filch in cleaning the castle. It is said that the Gryffindor Quidditch team also had personnel changes because of this, but DeWitt was not sensitive to such news. He travelled between the classroom, the auditorium, the library, Hagrid's workbench, and the dormitory. The only one who could keep up with him was Hermione. Because Hermione is in a similar situation. Although after she had something she wanted to study, she no longer cared about meddling in other people's business. Hermione's talent was being discovered. After realizing that she could not play her role in production, she was inspired by DeWitt. Hermione began to collect information about magic. She thought that the purpose of DeWitt's words was because learning from the origin of magic would better help her adapt to the concepts of wizards, thereby increasing the speed of learning magic. In fact, it was DeWitt who needed someone he could trust to help him understand the secrets of Hogwarts, but don't forget the purpose of his enrollment. Chapter 43. By the end of October, Hagrid came to the castle more often, mysteriously, and still wouldn't say anything even after asking. DeWitt guessed that there must be a common secret behind this. But no matter how strange Hagrid is, he is always limited by his honest image, so that people will not be wary of him. In any case, there are many weirdos in this magic school, and Hagrid is just an ordinary one among the weirdos. He is not as gloomy as Professor Snape in the potions class, while Professor Quirrell, who is in charge of the defense against the dark arts class, looks like a comedian between Snape and Hagrid, but in addition to being ugly, he also has two contradictory qualities. This man's silence seems to be shrouded in a bloody haze, and when someone talks to him, he became a low-profile version of Hagrid again, unable to even understand the person he was speaking to. The most ridiculous thing is the scarf that Professor Quirrell has wrapped around his whole head. It has been nearly 2 months since school started, and I may have never changed it, but now I can no longer see the original color. The classes he attended were also extremely boring. After stammering through each chapter, he would arrive at the end of class, and then he would sigh with joy and melancholy, as if he had been freed from a heavy burden. Announce get out of class is over. Wait. Another long and boring defense against the dark arts class was over. This time, after announcing the end of the class, Professor Quirrell suddenly shouted like he was waking up from a nightmare, attracting the attention of the whole class. He was embarrassed by the eyes focused on him, and he stammered for a long time before saying, "Mr. Wald, please stay for a moment." In the eyes of other students, DeWitt was an insignificant role. Others continued to do what they should do. At most, Hermione at the same table asked, "When did you communicate with Professor Quirrell? Did you make a mistake again?" Caught? Points deducted. He himself was surprised. "We have never spoken." You know I don't like him, even if I meet him, I have never said hello to him. Do you want me to wait for you? You go to the auditorium first. DeWitt glanced at Professor Quirrell and found that the other person was stretching his neck forward, hooking his chin and rolling his eyes forward to look at himself. When his eyes met, he smiled in a flattering way. Is this really what a professor should be like? DeWitt didn't want to waste Hermione's time any longer. He said, I don't know how long it will take this person to find me. After packing up his textbooks, he crossed 3 rows of tables and came to Professor Quirrell. DeWitt refused to get any closer, because at this distance, as long as he got closer, Professor Quirrell's whole body would be exuded by the rotten garlic smell. He rushed towards me with hot breath, which was unbearable. Professor, DeWitt said with a polite smile, do you have anything to do with me? Because Professor Quirrell was standing on the podium, no students wanted to sit in the front row, and no students wanted to walk through the front door after class. Now there was no one else within a 5-meter radius of Professor Quirrell except DeWitt. Professor Quirrell swallowed and almost choked on his own saliva as he said, how is your course studying? I mean, can you understand everything? Very good. DeWitt looked up at Professor Quirrell with pure eyes. He said immediately without hesitation, Professor, your lecture is very good. I think it is precisely because you speak so vividly, otherwise how could I not have any questions? I understood them all. Professor Quirrell was quite embarrassed. There were spots of unhealthy flushing spots on his pale face. He replied in panic, really, yes, that's great. Then, you are willing to learn from me? Something deeper? You mean? DeWitt looked Professor Quirrell up and down, and he felt that it was unreliable. However, after all, Professor Quirrell was a talent selected by Hogwarts. He must have some merits worth learning. What secret magic is it, or a rare formula? DeWitt admitted that he was a little moved, but he never lost his guard. When faced with special treatment, everyone has to think about it. Why themselves? Do you have any obvious advantages over others? It's magic. Professor Quirrell opened his arms, raised his palms upwards, lowered his upper body, and mumbled, smiling strangely and widening his eyes, trying to infect DeWitt with his fanatical emotions. Look everywhere, magic that can't even be found in the Hogwarts library. DeWitt leaned back and said with a smile, Professor, my abilities are limited and my grades are not very good. No. Professor Quirrell said firmly, you are different. I knew it the first time I saw you. What is different? Are you from another world? What do you mean? You can tell at a glance. Were they the things he did in Nocturne Alley to protect himself? DeWitt prepared for the worst, thinking about what angle to penetrate Professor Quirrell's heart and throat, how to escape from Hogwarts, and how to avoid being hunted by the wizarding world in the future. This will be a long and trusting journey. DeWitt became uneasy and he was unwilling to accept this result. In fact, Professor Quirrell only heard about DeWitt's confinement in the Forbidden Forest and took a fancy to the close relationship between DeWitt and Hagrid. And DeWitt is an inconspicuous child. If used properly, he can control DeWitt. Wit can bring some information, convenience and the know-how of finding certain levels. You have talent. Professor Quirrell deliberately protracted his tone to leave suspense, but gave a word that left DeWitt confused. Mr. Wald, I can tell from the fact that you don't have the same surname as your parents. You have a different view of your origins, and then think about your situation, from the beginning to now. How have your classmates treated you? He actually thought he had been seen through. How dare he think that his idea must be right? DeWitt found it ridiculous, and then found it irritating. All kinds of cats and dogs dared to make random assumptions with shallow and inertial thinking. Although DeWitt can recognize and accept his own ordinariness, he retains his arrogance. Deep down in his heart, he is arrogant. He believes that personal dignity, temperament, and principles are what distinguishes him from others. The only thing, if even these things are understood by others, then this person will be completely controlled by others. People who are controlled are extremely pathetic. Professor Quirrell just wants to control DeWitt, and DeWitt clearly understands. I can see it, but what's the purpose? DeWitt didn't know it, but he wanted to take advantage of Professor Quirrell. I don't care. So DeWitt said every word, with a disguised, resentful and suppressed tone that no one could understand. In Professor Quirrell's opinion, this repression was a harsh words that contained resentment, which contradicted Professor Quirrell's guess, causing Professor Quirrell to mistakenly believe that he had resonated with his words and could immediately tame DeWitt. Smart people will inevitably encounter isolation, Professor Quirrell said more and more smoothly. He stopped stuttering and began to speak generously. this was the case when I was studying at Hogwarts, they flattered me, but I know they are all idiots who want to take advantage of me. Maybe you will say that this is different from your situation, but I want to tell you, the same. You also regard them as idiots in your heart, we are the same in this regard. If DeWitt had believed Professor Quirrell at first, not only would he not notice Professor Quirrell's abnormality now, but he would have followed the other person's train of thought and found common ground between them. Under the resonance of the same traits, DeWitt he would inevitably do some irrational things, but he noticed something was wrong from the beginning. If he wanted to find an outstanding student to learn Professor Quirrell's own magic, then why didn't he find Hermione? He does not deny other parts, but while he insists on his uniqueness, he also understands most of his conformity traits. DeWitt does not feel aloof because of his specialness. He understands and accepts his ordinariness. It is said without shame that DeWitt is indeed good enough, but his excellence pales in comparison to Hermione. Of course, he also noticed that Professor Quirrell looked completely different from usual, as if he was a different person. Perhaps he could make a bold guess. In short, DeWitt was very sure that Professor Quirrell had other purposes for him, and his idea was very simple, that is, to obey first and then profit from it. Chapter 44. Professor Quirrell asked DeWitt to learn magic from him, but DeWitt said, "I'm not talented enough." Professor Quirrell said that DeWitt was different, and DeWitt motioned for him to continue. So Professor Quirrell was like Isabelle in AKERS 1, constantly expressing his feelings about life. This is different from DeWitt. It's different from the chat between T.E. and Hermione. Professor Quirrell's words are all about the same thing between you and me. What I do and think, you should do the same. If you want to change the environment and gain recognition, you must first change yourself. Professor Quirrell instilled his thoughts into DeWitt. He said, "There is no more intuitive method than learning magic. So, if you have no questions," said Professor Quirrell, "I think we can start tonight." DeWitt found it interesting and asked, "Where?" "In my office." "What time?" "Wait until you get back from Gamekeeper Hagrid." "That's a curfew, Professor, students are not allowed to walk in the corridors at night." "And how did you know that I was at Hagrid's place?" The answer to this question can be explained by the communication between professors, so DeWitt just felt suspicious and did not ask. "I will approve the note for you and wait for you in the office." "I would like to ask again, Professor." DeWitt touched the handle of his wand and asked, "Is this kind of learning dangerous?" "There is no danger," Professor Quirrell replied without thinking. "Really?" DeWitt seemed to believe Professor Quirrell. He said with a sigh of relief, "It's okay with Professor Quirrell. I'm happy to learn more. I think the first step to changing everything might be from here. First of all, Professor, I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity. Can I leave now?" "Of course." A smile of unknown meaning flashed across Professor Quirrell's lips, and he nodded kindly towards DeWitt and said, "But it's best not to let others know about this, it's a secret." "Ha!" DeWitt laughed out loud. He immediately suppressed it and said solemnly, "Yes, it's a secret." After saying that, he took the note specially approved by Professor Quirrell and left. While having lunch in the auditorium, DeWitt told Hermione that he was going to be specially trained by Professor Quirrell without waiting for her to ask. This was originally meant to be fun, but it was also DeWitt's way of preventing accidents and ensuring that no one knew about him. However, it ended up making Hermione's mentality somewhat unbalanced. "Why is it you?" She looked quite annoyed and said without thinking too much, "Obviously my performance is better." "This is not a good thing," DeWitt warned, not paying attention to Hermione's words. "Professor Quirrell has a problem." "How do you know? Do you have any evidence?" Hermione lowered her head and fiddled with the food on the plate with her fork. "Don't tell me it was your intuition." He didn't pay attention to Hermione's words, and DeWitt didn't notice Hermione's little movements. He couldn't tell all the reasons and reasoning for his guess. He could only simply say, "Professor Quirrell's state is very wrong. You know how he stutters in class, but when he talks to me, his tone is very provocative and contagious. Of course, what he says doesn't make sense. Is it possible that Professor Quirrell just doesn't get used to being in crowds of people?" Hermione didn't know what was wrong with her. Now she wanted to refute whatever DeWitt said. Maybe he is a more talkative person in private. No, this is definitely different. DeWitt had to make Hermione understand the seriousness of this matter. A person shows two completely different appearances in a short period of time. Either he is a lunatic and mentally ill, or, he not one person, I should say more than one person. Seeing Hermione's expression of disbelief, DeWitt really wanted to tell a story about the devil that happened on Blood Moon Island too, but there was no trace of the existence of the devil in the records of the magical world, so it was not easy to find an excuse to tell a story, so he could only repeat, "You just regard Professor Quirrell as a madman, do you want to contact a madman? Can you please not use such unpleasant words to describe the professors of Hogwarts?" Hermione lowered her voice and said quickly. She actually realized that she shouldn't speak like this, but she just wanted to find fault with DeWitt. "Don't forget that you are just a student." DeWitt finally heard that something was wrong. He raised his eyebrows in confusion. He didn't know what was going on. He couldn't think of how he had offended Hermione. He looked at Hermione and remembered that he had just crossed his fingers. The cooked meat was afraid of getting cold and he quickly lowered his head and put it into his mouth, then looked at Hermione. The little girl ate with her mouth closed. When she noticed DeWitt's eyes, she immediately pretended to be focused on the food, not wanting to be noticed. Hermione realized that her emotions stemmed from a psychological imbalance. She had already criticized her behavior in her heart, but it was embarrassing for her to apologize seriously. Soon, starting from the tips of her ears, all the way to his face turned red, and he almost buried his head on the plate. "There's something wrong with you." DeWitt thought that Hermione had encountered some small difficulty that was embarrassing for women, and he thought it was considerate and ignored it, and continued to emphasize, "But you must be careful with Quirrell. Yes, I admit that what I said is not nice, but that is to make it easier for you to understand. Maybe he does have some insignificant problems like you said, but you have to be careful, once the worst case scenario comes true." He rambled a lot more, and Hermione listened, but she only felt that the words in these words went into her ears and jumped out. She wanted to catch these words and understand DeWitt's intention and original intention, but she really couldn't listen, and she was still thinking about why she said those words that were almost sarcastic. Of course DeWitt didn't seem to care at all. This fool, Hermione knew that DeWitt would never think too much when talking to her. He would think more about herself. Yes, she had always been excellent in the past, but now she actually looked down on him in the eyes of Professor Quirrell. Even DeWitt was not even looked at, but DeWitt. Of course DeWitt was not bad, but Hermione always felt that she was actually a little better, because even DeWitt had to come when she encountered some problems in her usual studies. Ask yourself, why did Professor Quirrell choose DeWitt, and DeWitt is still saying that there is something wrong with Professor Quirrell and that he is dangerous. He is still saying that. Hermione slammed the cutlery onto her plate and stood up abruptly. "Have you finished eating?" DeWitt finally stopped. His mind was slow but his words were not slow. "You ate quite fast today, wait for me, we." This was not DeWitt's problem at all, Hermione knew it very well. She wiped her mouth, lowered her head and said, "I want to go back alone today." After saying this in a low voice, I don't know if DeWitt heard it clearly, Hermione left the auditorium. She had to be quiet. She had no other problem, but she suddenly felt a little annoyed. "It will be fine tomorrow." Chapter 45. They had a quarrel. Ron whispered excitedly to Harry, "I knew there would be such a day, but I didn't expect that it was Granger who started it." Harry said nothing. He looked at DeWitt scratching his head in confusion and felt a little sympathy in his heart. It must be tiring to get along with the opposite sex. Fortunately, he has Ron. Even a fight with Malfoy is better than being scolded by Granger. After thinking about it, Harry thought about the flying lesson again, and he still didn't forgetting the near accident during flying lessons. He remembered that he still owed DeWitt an apology, just not at the right time. Hermione was always with DeWitt. If he went there, he would definitely be embarrassed. He didn't want to get too close to Hermione, so was now a good opportunity? Ron continued, "I thought it was DeWitt Wald who couldn't stand the nosy Granger first, but the two of them separated like this." "Don't say that. We don't know the specific story, so we can't make random comments." Harry made up his mind, "So I want to apologize to him." "What?" Ron was shocked. "Why do they care about you when they are having trouble?" "I said. It's about flying lessons." Harry emphasized. "That's not your fault. Why should you apologize?" Ron said plausibly, "If Malfoy hadn't snatched Neville's things, then I won't be able to join our college's Quidditch team. Do I still have to thank Malfoy?" Ron was speechless and said angrily, "Well, you're right, it was indeed an accident, and we were a little wrong." Looking at DeWitt, he was eating slowly and was about to leave. Harry took a few more bites and chased after him. DeWitt walked steadily. He noticed that Harry Potter would appear on his way forward, but he did not change his pace because he thought that Harry might not see clearly the way to go next. As Harry approached, DeWitt finally confirmed Harry's target and stopped him. "Harry Potter," DeWitt said slowly, as if savoring the name, "what's the point?" Harry came to apologize, and his attitude at least seemed amicable to DeWitt. For DeWitt, as long as he communicates well, he is always willing to forgive good people who make honest mistakes and have a sincere attitude. As for Harry almost hitting someone with his broom this time, as long as Harry's apology comes from the heart, his guilt here in DeWitt can be lighter than that of the wizard who laughed at him in the tavern, not to mention that this incident has no serious consequences. Of course he chose to forgive Harry. Later, after a brief chat, they parted. In DeWitt's eyes, if Harry doesn't pretend, then he is a good boy, and even Ron is not bad, only if he becomes his friend. Similarly, in Harry's eyes, DeWitt was easier to talk to than expected. He even felt that DeWitt was a well-educated and good person and would be a friend worth making. Time soon arrived at night, and DeWitt left Hagrid. He took the note approved by Professor Quirrell and successfully arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. When you knock on the door and go in, the thick, burning, rotten smell of garlic is already fermenting in the small space. Although the smell is extremely strong, Professor Quirrell's office is unexpectedly neat. There are many strange utensils placed on the old desk that has a heritage atmosphere. It is full of strange liquids. There are a lot of materials hidden in the cabinet. Thanks to the materials provided by Hagrid during this period, DeWitt recognized a lot of them. At a certain moment when he was looking around, he caught a glimpse of the word unicorn on the cover of the book Professor Quirrell was reading. People often associate unicorns with the beautiful qualities of human beings. Could it be that Professor Quirrell, who is willing to study unicorns, is also an honest man with a kind heart? DeWitt felt that this guess was outrageous, but he could not think of a more reasonable explanation. When he said hello to Professor Quirrell, the professor had already hidden the book somewhere. "You are here," Professor Quirrell said smoothly without stammering. "I know that people like us will never let go of any opportunity to change our own destiny." DeWitt looked confused. "No need to be confused." Professor Quirrell looked directly into DeWitt's eyes, which made DeWitt feel very uncomfortable. He quietly cast peace of mind on himself, and the red magic light flashed under his robe. At this time, Professor Quirrell showed the qualities that a professor should have. He must have noticed the changes in DeWitt. He praised, "Yes, I am just a little sharper, but you are very calm." DeWitt wanted to get straight to the point, but he couldn't find an entry point. He smiled perfunctorily, thanked Professor Quirrell for the compliment, and then continued to be silent. "Have you ever wondered why you are in the situation you are in?" Professor Quirrell said, "I noticed that you and your close friends have had differences." DeWitt took Professor Quirrell's interference as an advantage. He was unhappy in his heart, but his face did not change much. He still had the unnatural expression of a student facing the professor and said, "That's nothing. It's my friend's mood. Not too good." Hermione Granger. Professor Quirrell saw that DeWitt was deliberately avoiding the name, so he insisted on focusing on the key points and said, "Excellent student, the heart of all professors," even though Snape disapproved of it all day long. In fact, Snape also values her very much, but, except me. DeWitt licked his teeth and asked cooperatively, "Why?" "Because people like that have no characteristics," Professor Quirrell smiled and said with a powerful gesture, "Hogwarts has been established for thousands of years. How many geniuses have emerged during this time? Miss Granger is indeed excellent, but she has been nothing in thousands of years. Even in these years, there are only 2 undisputed and absolutely powerful wizards. She will never be one of them. She is just good at studying." "Do you think so? Is excellence meaningful?" DeWitt was concerned about the 2 powerful wizards, and he guessed, "I feel like Principal Dumbledore is one of them." "That's right," Professor Quirrell recognized this, and before DeWitt asked, he said, "The other one is his old enemy Grindelwald." "I know the name," DeWitt said, "the first generation Dark Lord. What about the second generation?" "The second generation?" Professor Quirrell gritted his teeth strangely. He looked at his cheeks and laughed strangely a few times. He soon became serious again and said viciously, "Ah, the second generation, there is no second generation, compared to Grindelwald, the so-called second generation Dark Lord is just a retro dream chaser. If you are interested in these, I can tell you some specific stories in the future," Professor Quirrell said, "but now, we should return to the previous topic and talk about what happened when Miss Granger put you below when she said it as a matter of course. Do you think this is reasonable?" Chapter 46. DeWitt is willing to say that it is reasonable. He has long realized that people always have their own strengths, and he accepts this less than perfect self. For example, he will not compete with Hermione on who reads more books, or compete with Harry Potter on who has read more books. Who can ride a broom better? Being able to make those weird props doesn't mean that I am truly amazing. Now, DeWitt is just an ordinary new wizard with some curiosity who wants to find some secrets of Hogwarts. But he said, this is unreasonable. Professor Quirrell showed an expected smile, and he was sure that he had seen through the little kid DeWitt. Children of this age are like this. They have not yet recognized the reality. They think that they are omnipotent or will be omnipotent in the future. They think that they are really attracting attention, but they do not think that they have such unconscious thoughts. They will not admit defeat at the slightest provocation. This is the trick. I can give you the chance to change all that, Professor Quirrell said, but everything has a price. DeWitt thought that Professor Quirrell was finally going to reveal his true purpose, but who knew that Professor Quirrell immediately said, but there is no price between you and me. I voluntarily give you knowledge. You have to know that in the magical world, knowledge it's power, power within reach. Think about it, you know the spells that others don't know, you know the transformation skills that others don't know, you know the weaknesses that others don't know. If so, who can defeat you? The muscles in DeWitt's cheeks twitched. He gritted his teeth and said with a strange expression, Professor, what you said is so right. Then how should I obtain knowledge? From now on, Professor Quirrell said with a smile, we'll start with the curse. He really started explaining the spells to DeWitt. Compared with Professor Flitwick in the charms class, Professor Quirrell's teaching methods seem a bit radical. After confirming that DeWitt was proficient in gestures and spells, DeWitt was immediately put into practice, and the target of the practice was Professor Quirrell himself. No matter what kind of magic DeWitt used, Professor Quirrell could always crack it directly with extreme ease. He used the most intuitive method to show the strength gap between the two, used the gap to hit DeWitt's face, and proved it with his strength. Own credibility. On the one hand, DeWitt completely changed Professor Quirrell's impression that Professor Quirrell was a fool. On the other hand, Professor Quirrell tried to establish his own authority in DeWitt's heart, so that his authority would not be questioned. After this kind of after-school tutoring lasted for nearly half a week, Professor Quirrell concluded that DeWitt had obeyed his orders through DeWitt's performance. He stopped DeWitt after another defense against the dark arts class. And DeWitt came to Professor Quirrell without even saying anything to Hermione at the same table, looking very respectful. Professor Quirrell glanced at Hermione, who was leaving straight away. He smiled kindly and said, it's time for a practical act. Go and ask your good friend Hagrid to find out about any powerful creatures. Let's go deep into the Forbidden Forest. As Professor Quirrell expected, DeWitt really asked Hagrid. After telling Hagrid's answer to the respectable and lovely Professor Quirrell, DeWitt was informed that the subsequent actual acting performance was cancelled. What on earth is Professor Quirrell going to do? DeWitt couldn't sleep at night. He felt that there was something wrong with Professor Quirrell, but he couldn't see his purpose. He could clearly feel that Professor Quirrell had an intention, and this intention was very close to him. Maybe there's just a piece of paper missing, but I just can't see through it. It must be admitted that Professor Quirrell hides it very well. Although his behavior is suspicious, he can explain it with some far-fetched reasons. There is no way to tell others. At the same time, Professor Quirrell's requirements are becoming more and more strict. He did not allow DeWitt to communicate with those students who did not know how to make progress, nor did he allow DeWitt to violate school rules. He taught DeWitt more and more content, even from a teacher's point of view. Quirrell the professor couldn't have done a better job. At the same time, at Hermione's request, DeWitt always relayed to her what Professor Quirrell taught the next day. Every time he told Hermione about Professor Quirrell's suspicion, the more times he did it, the more Hermione became numb. However, out of habit, he would analyze it with DeWitt over and over again, and the more times he analyzed it, the more she would become numb. Even DeWitt began to doubt, could it be that Professor Quirrell really felt that he had a future? The good thing is that you have got it, so let's continue. DeWitt was a little careless, that's what he thinks now. The days will go on. After completing the first stage of magic learning, Professor Quirrell announced that he would enter the second stage. He now began to lead DeWitt to learn about some dangerous magical animals. DeWitt was still a little defensive, but his defense was no longer sensitive. Although his idea was to take over the benefits, if he was asked to do anything, it would not work. But for now, what Professor Quirrell said has indeed improved his magic level, and the spells he taught him are also quite powerful. On Halloween, Professor Quirrell called DeWitt over alone. He reservedly propped up his big head wrapped in a scarf with his arms and said, "It's time for an exam." DeWitt wondered if Professor Quirrell was trying to hide his secret, so he heard Professor Quirrell say, "I will release a troll during the Halloween dinner tonight." It was a large humanoid monster. Professor Quirrell said that the giant monster was extremely stupid in mind, had well-developed limbs, and was full of stench. Any adult wizard could easily defeat and kill a giant monster. As a disciple of Professor Quirrell, DeWitt must protect himself in front of the troll, otherwise his studies will be in vain. "Where?" DeWitt asked subconsciously. "Put it in the castle." Professor Quirrell looked at DeWitt calmly. His face that was too gentle and introverted to the point of weakness had a gloomy look that did not match his facial features. "Is this your purpose?" DeWitt thought he finally knew what Professor Quirrell was planning, but he didn't expect that Professor Quirrell's purpose was just to plan an attack in the school, introducing a giant monster in the name of an exam to paralyze himself and make him help others do evil. When the incident happened, he could be blamed. DeWitt thought he had seen through everything. But what kind of attacks could be unleashed by introducing such a monster? You have to stop Quirrell and not let him get his way. For example, if Quirrell lets himself protect himself, then he will kill the troll. "We can't expose him at the moment," DeWitt thought, and said, "Why a troll? I think it's completely unnecessary. What if I put it in the castle and hurt other people?" "Ah," DeWitt wailed. Professor Quirrell shook his head. "It seems that you still regard those classmates as friends. Is this good?" "Yes, this is good, you are very kind, but I have to tell you, this is unnecessary." "Professor, tell me." "All professors and students will be present at the Halloween dinner. I will release the troll at that time so that no students will have any accidents." Professor Quirrell arranged it properly. The professors will also be dispatched in time. All you have to do is during this time acquire the title of Troll Challenger. Chapter 47. If he were a child from a normal wizarding family, his parents would definitely teach him how to recognize potential dangers. But DeWitt didn't know that his knowledge of trolls and various magical animals was only superficial. He also didn't know how much Professor Quirrell retained when teaching. Yes, Professor Quirrell taught every spell very seriously when teaching magic, but when it came to the specific information about the monsters, Professor Quirrell was more or less concealed. This concealed part will not be recorded in the book, but will only make DeWitt ignore it, look down on the troll, look down on this example of imbecility that people have passed down by word of mouth, and think that he can really play with the troll. And DeWitt really didn't care. In fact, he had such capital, but he ignored that his peers were actually not as capable as him. His performance under such a mentality, he defaulted to the bold statement that he could pass the exam, which was just right. It also fits the image expected by Professor Quirrell, a reckless child who is inspired by destiny and specialness, thus blinding his rationality. He thinks he is different and has extraordinary talents, and he thinks he will shine in the upcoming examination. He guided DeWitt, and he thought he did so successfully. So Professor Quirrell looked at DeWitt, who was relieved, and he thought with a kind smile on his face, when this poor Gryffindor really saw the troll, he confidently rushed forward and used his teaching skills. How would the child feel when he was given powerful spells, only to find that these spells could only scratch the troll's skin? In any case, Professor Quirrell has never thought of relying on a giant monster to directly achieve his goals. It doesn't even matter whether DeWitt trusts him or not. So what if he doesn't trust him? Professor Quirrell is a professor, and professors always have more authority than students. But after today, DeWitt was right about this. Even if this so-called exam is really completed, DeWitt will still feel guilty because of this. The battle with the troll attracted some people's attention. The opinions and vision of the students around you are about to change. DeWitt wailed, "You are only one decision away from a new life," Professor Quirrell continued to encourage. "Why should you care about the safety of those idiots? You are already so kind and righteous, recall the cold treatment you received. At this time, it is enough to ask and get a promise that they will be safe, and think about Hogwarts, which is one of the safest places in the wizarding world." Perhaps other freshmen would be confused by what DeWitt has experienced in the past few days and be fascinated by Professor Quirrell, but as described before, even if DeWitt doubts his initial guess, he has never given up on it. Professor Quirrell was on guard. Now, listening to Professor Quirrell's suggestive words, DeWitt did not realize that the key to everything had been decided when he agreed to receive instruction after class. He still thought he had seen through it. The person who knew everything thought that Professor Quirrell's conspiracy would be revealed in front of his eyes. He seized the loopholes and asked, "Where did the troll come from in the castle?" Professor Quirrell had already thought of the answer. and he answered calmly, "Ah, that is a security measure. With Dumbledore's permission, every professor is involved." DeWitt was speechless. If he didn't pull out his wand and duel with Professor Quirrell at this moment, he would have no choice but to accept Professor Quirrell's reasons, otherwise he would be showing an attitude of open confrontation with all the senior leaders of Hogwarts. But of course he didn't give up, and still wanted to ask, "What kind of security measures will use a troll? Isn't this an irrational and dangerous monster? This is all for your consideration. Think about me." This answer was really unexpected by DeWitt. Professor Quirrell was able to say anything at his fingertips. "It was after meeting you that I selected the troll for my orientation level for today's test. After the troll, you have a new challenge. So today is not the last step in Professor Quirrell's plan. Perhaps before the last step, Professor Quirrell will not change his official position. This examination is highly likely to be safe." DeWitt felt that he could get some more knowledge from Professor Quirrell's mind, so he no longer hesitated and replied, "Okay, Professor, I will definitely be able to deal with the troll perfectly." Remember clearly," Professor Quirrell said at last, "on the second floor of the castle, you have to study in the library all the time, and be the last one to leave when the banquet begins. You will encounter the troll and deal with it finally." When the time came to agree, DeWitt was still recalling what Professor Quirrell said. "Was it to deal with the troll? Didn't you just say that you should protect yourself?" DeWitt almost thought he heard it wrong, but it didn't matter, he just knew what to do. With that, he put the troll question aside and wondered what would be at his Halloween dinner, a new scene or a new treat. Would it be a pity to miss the party? But at this moment, he had followed Professor Quirrell's instructions and appeared in the corridor at the corresponding time. It was already too late to think about anything. Hermione was the only one who knew that DeWitt would not be attending the Halloween party. Of course, he would not tell Hermione the specific content of Professor Quirrell's exam, but only said that he would complete it independently. "Of course," Hermione said as always, "tell me the exam questions when you come back, okay?" How to bring another troll to Hermione so that she can experience this novel examination method, DeWitt thought happily, his hand in his robes, twirling his wand round and round between his fingers. The sound of heavy footsteps and the vibration of the ground were transmitted to the feet almost simultaneously, openly announcing the approach of a huge monster. As soon as DeWitt realized that this must be the movement of the troll, a pungent stench came over. It was difficult to judge which smell was worse, this smell or the odor of Professor Quirrell, but the two were equally unpleasant. "It's just like a garbage dump, and the other is like a dry toilet in summer. The only difference is the type." Mixed in with the footsteps were the sounds of heavy objects being dragged, and the sounds of decorations being knocked down on both sides of the corridor. During the time when the troll was slowly approaching, DeWitt recalled the troll's weaknesses, whether it was stupidity, but intelligence is not an intuitive factor in measuring strength, and observed first. After disappearing, DeWitt moved silently and swiftly against the corner. He approached the source of the sound. When he was about to reach the corner, he stopped and took a few steps back. He waited with bated breath for a few seconds, watching the giant monster drag it, appearing part by part with heavy and sluggish steps. This ugly beast has thick legs and a big belly. The loose grey skin hangs down and overlaps with each other. But there is not only fat under the skin, but also large and thick muscles. Perhaps because the skin has fallen to the bottom, the troll's arms and upper body appear a bit thin, but this thinness is also seen from the troll's perspective. For example, its shoulders have to be stretched across DeWitt to be as long as they are. Moreover, the troll does not bend its legs when walking. It lifts its hips and always moves part of the left and right sides of its upper body forward. There is also one hand behind it, pulling a big wooden stick as if it is detached from the body, and the other hand you can touch the ground with your hands by bending slightly. The troll looked like a pile of randomly piled stones at the bottom of a cesspool, or like a rotten wooden pile. Looking at this monster, DeWitt was really confused. Should he chop off the monster's head, or burn it to ashes? Chapter 48. It's a little too early to think about how the troll will die, but DeWitt is really safe, because he has dealt with stronger things. However, out of a safe habit, DeWitt came to the visual blind spot of the troll first. This was very easy in the disguised state. He slowly made a small fireball. This is a very basic spell. DeWitt, without putting in too much power at all, he then controlled the fireball to go around to the other side behind the giant monster, and launched a tentative attack from there. The fireball didn't do much damage. It landed on the giant monster's shoulder, but it had just burned the monster's skin and scorched the flesh under the skin. Unfortunately, the arm holding the wooden stick was still connected to the tendons, so the exploratory spell was not removed. The extra victory, but logically angered the troll. The monster's head is like a watermelon seed in a big watermelon. It cannot understand the reason why all this happened, and it acts solely on instinct. It will fight back when attacked. As for whether it has a target, that is another matter. So the troll waved the club wildly, regardless of the injury to his right shoulder. Seeing that the armor on the corridor had evil intentions, the troll smashed the armor apart with a stick. Seeing that the torches on the wall had evil intentions, the troll first raised its left foot. After thinking about it, it felt something was wrong. It put down its left foot and raised its right foot, but it still something's wrong. The troll shook his head in confusion. How should he make that move? Aha, how should he jump up? It's normal for a troll to not be able to think of an answer to a question, but the troll doesn't give up so easily. It soon thought that it still had a big stick in its hand. All it had to do was lift the stick with an arm that had been tortured until only bones and tendons were left connected. Hey, DeWitt lifted the spell. He stood openly within the attack range of the troll, took out the wand, and held the handle with one hand hanging by his side, as if meeting a familiar relative or friend and talking to the troll. Say hello, have you eaten? This time the troll's logic went wrong and it found the culprit who attacked it. Of course, it might not think logically at all and just continued the action of raising the big stick without thinking. The difference is that this time it changed. Target. A little slow, DeWitt concentrated on his defense and made a positive evaluation of the troll's attack. The accuracy was still a bit off, and DeWitt didn't even move, so the stick fell into the empty space, because the wound on the troll's shoulder had exposed red and white bones. What about strength? Neither does strength. DeWitt did not throw any more fireballs this time. He created a sharp ice fragment too, and controlled the cold fragment from the air to penetrate the monster's wound, completely cutting off the monster's arm. When the whole arm fell to the ground, the big wooden stick also fell to the ground. The troll roared in pain. Low intelligence brought with it low self-control. It didn't even realize that every second in this situation could determine life and death. It only relied on instinct to decide its actions, and it could only sit back and wait for death in the face of pain. Of course, DeWitt would not miss this opportunity. He hated the giant monster so much that he preferred to choose a violent method to solve the problem. So DeWitt rushed forward a few steps and picked up the giant monster. Strangely, the wooden stick landed on the ground, turned slightly sideways, grabbed the thin end with both hands, then bent his knees, stepped heavily on the ground in the next step, jumped up with the wooden stick, and completed the action of swinging the wooden stick in a large semicircle in the air. And in the middle of the fall, the end of the wooden stick landed on the monster's head exactly. A dull, reverberating blast echoed through the corridor. The splattered dirty blood instead brought a bloody smell that was better than the stench. Part of the yellowish-white paste also flew towards DeWitt, but was stopped by an invisible barrier halfway. It turned out that DeWitt had not casting a spell to protect himself. Exhaling a breath of disgust, DeWitt threw the wooden stick aside. Oh my god, what have you done? Suddenly a voice said, you killed the troll with your bare hands and the troll's weapon. DeWitt immediately looked towards the source of the sound. It was an unknown ghost girl, wearing a simple and worn-out long skirt, with an apron tied outside the long skirt. On her feet she wore a pair of once splendid Oxford shoes, and the socks under the skirt were striped. Although ghosts have no color, this outfit makes people intuitively judge at a glance. When this girl was alive, she was probably in the same situation as this black and white outfit. It looks really cute. Loose, straight hair with few decorations flows behind her head, revealing part of her smooth forehead. Below the forehead are slender eyebrows, and below the eyebrows are a pair of big eyes. This is a cliché description, but beautiful eyes are usually big. The small nose is neatly placed in the most appropriate position, making it unobtrusive and unobtrusive. If you look closely, you can see that this is an exquisite design, which makes the lips neither thick nor thin. Someone saw what happened, but DeWitt didn't want others to know the details related to the troll, so he prepared a spell to absorb the secret source. He didn't activate it immediately. He had to try to communicate first. Those professors and students must be very happy, the ghost girl said coldly. Since no one has anything wrong, I will go back and report. You wait here. DeWitt frowned. He cancelled the secret source extraction he was preparing, and said loudly, wait. What's wrong? Is there any trouble again? What do you mean by professors? Today is Halloween. DeWitt knew, and he nodded patiently and said, yes. The living have banquets, and so do the dead. The ghost crossed his arms, and instead of continuing to float, he landed on the ground like a living person and leaned against the wall. I heard about the magic school here. It's lively, so I'll come and see it this year, but the group of ghosts praising each other is too boring, so I just want to wander around. DeWitt was a little anxious. Judging from the ghost girl's tone, the professors were on the way now. He didn't want too many people to know that the giant monster died at his own hands. I'm so impatient. I've already said it very succinctly, the ghost girl continued. At a banquet of living people, a gloomy person broke in and said, there is a troll. If he had a scarf on his head, it would be Professor Quirrell. I don't care who your professor is or what college you are from. The ghost girl was very dissatisfied with DeWitt's intervention. Her tone was a little disgusting. Then everyone started arguing, and a little girl ran to where the adults were eating. DeWitt had a strange premonition in his heart, and he interrupted again and asked, does that girl have messy and curly hair? The front teeth are not small either. The ghost girl raised her voice and glared at DeWitt fiercely. No. Do it. Interrupt. Talk. Listen to me, that girl said she has a friend named DeWitt. Oh, I'm DeWitt. Shut up. You nuisance. The ghost girl yelled. She flew in front of DeWitt, stood on tiptoes and glared at DeWitt. I told you, listen to me, listen to me. Otherwise, why don't you tell me? What can you say? After saying that, the ghost girl took a deep breath like a living person, adjusted her mood and continued, your principal happened to see me, and he entrusted me to take a first step to check the situation. Giant the weirdo is stupid, maybe I can help. Chapter 49. How could a disembodied ghost help? DeWitt wondered, then he thought of the troll's regretful intelligence. An invisible ghost would definitely confuse the troll, and the troll would definitely not understand why it couldn't touch something that he could see clearly. Really? DeWitt looked at the ghost girl and said sincerely, well, thank you, thank you. In any case, the ghost girl was kind and well-intentioned. She also told DeWitt everything. She deserved a thank you for such behavior, but DeWitt felt a little unnatural when he thanked him. He had thanked a lot. People will be divided every time, just like every time they say thank you, it is the first time to say thank you. The living say thanks to the dead. The ghost girl nodded as if she was considering something important. This is very interesting. But I have to go. I have one more request. DeWitt felt a little embarrassed, and he guessed that his face might have turned red, purely out of embarrassment for troublesome others, and a little bit of guilt. He almost absorbed the ghost girl's secret source of guilt. Go ahead. Don't let others know I'm here. DeWitt suddenly fell silent mid-sentence. He thought of a way to protect himself and at the same time let Professor Quirrell attract everyone's attention. No, in this way, I hope you don't tell others the specific content you saw. The ghost girl was very smart. She nodded considerately. Yes, everyone has secrets. I guess you don't want people to know, you have so much power. This is a little different. People are easy to treat those who are different as different, and then treat them differently. Is there nothing else? Okay, then I'm leaving. As I walked away, I remembered that I was a ghost again, drifting and sinking to the ground until the floor covered my head and disappeared completely. After a while, DeWitt immediately began to cover up. In professional terms, this kind of behavior is destroying the scene of the crime, but the magic world should not prosecute DeWitt because of the life of a giant monster. But I heard that what kind of rights do ordinary people value? Is there anyone who really wants to argue with me about the right of a troll to live? While thinking wildly, DeWitt's movements were not slow at all. He quickly moved the giant monster's arm with telekinesis, trying to remove the traces of fire, and then froze the unexhausted blood in it, so that the giant monster's broken arm could reach shoulder length. They were barely connected without too much external force, just like when the troll came to find themselves. They had already suffered injuries that were about to break their arms. No time to process any more. The corner of Professor McGonagall's green robe has appeared at the corner of the stairs going upstairs. She is the oldest, but walks the fastest, with a pace that is almost a trot, and the old wrinkles on her face stretch out with fear and anger. When she came to DeWitt, Professor McGonagall wanted to grab his ears and ask him what he was thinking, but she could see that DeWitt was unharmed, so she stiffened the muscles in his arms and looked coldly. Said, what is all this about? No one knows how rough the waves are under the sea, just like no one knows how fierce anger is burning under Professor McGonagall's unchanged expression. DeWitt glanced behind Professor McGonagall, and he saw Hermione following at the end. Seeing that DeWitt was okay, she breathed a huge sigh of relief. A little further ahead was Professor Quirrell. He was looking at the corpse of the troll in a trance, not knowing what he was thinking. Professor Flitwick was followed closely by Professor McGonagall. He was not too angry, but looked worried, the kind of worry one would feel when a student who has performed well suddenly has something bad going on. This is a test. DeWitt pretended to be an ignorant child, like a beginner swimmer who doesn't know the depth of the water and goes into the river. He answered with the fearlessness of an ignorant person. Professor Quirrell said he wanted me to challenge the troll. This was the crux of the problem. Professor McGonagall quickly realized this and said to Professor Flitwick, "Phileas, take Miss Granger back to the dormitory first." Professor Flitwick also heard what DeWitt said, but Professor Quirrell was far away. He was studying the corpse of the troll. If Professor Quirrell was there, DeWitt would not have said this at all. "Professor Quirrell!" Professor McGonagall watched Professor Flitwick take Hermione away. She shouted to Professor Quirrell. She called Professor Quirrell twice before turning back. "Professor Quirrell? Can you please deal with this place? It's not good to be seen by other students. I want to take this child away. This matter is very serious and must be dealt with strictly, otherwise I really don't know what outrageous things today's students can do." "Oops," Professor Quirrell said in an extremely incoherent tone, This is just a child, playing around, but a competitive spirit, a bit strong, I see. This matter, I'm not excusing it, I just think there's no need to pay too much attention to it." "Minerva," Professor Quirrell continued in a tone that was pretending to be affectionate and annoying, "this matter, yes, look, no one has had any trouble, right? This child is so afraid of you, look." DeWitt smiled at him. "Facing the fear of the giant monster is punishment," Professor Quirrell insisted, like a kind teacher who truly considers the student's feelings, there is no need to punish him anymore. Professor McGonagall waited patiently for Professor Quirrell to finish, and said, "I'm afraid not. The more serious the mistake, the more corresponding punishment. But I will consider your suggestion." Then she said to him in an unquestionable tone. DeWitt said, "Come with me." The outcome of this matter was decided in this way. Just like DeWitt was unable to question Professor Quirrell in the conversation before, Professor Quirrell was unable to question Professor McGonagall in this atmosphere. He could only mutter to himself after Professor McGonagall walked away, not knowing what to say. DeWitt followed Professor McGonagall to the office of the Transfiguration class. "You may have come here more often than some graduates." Professor McGonagall may have been joking, but her sullen face made the atmosphere in the office extremely tense. Seeing DeWitt, she seemed to be nervous. She didn't look too nervous. She shook her head and said in a lighter tone, "Tell me, what is going on, especially what you said, Professor Quirrell asked you to find the troll, this sentence, what do you mean?" "Professor Quirrell found me some time ago," DeWitt said, half truthfully, "he said he could teach me magic." When he started speaking, DeWitt paused for a moment and looked at Professor McGonagall's expression. Professor McGonagall thought he wanted to hear his opinion, so he said, "Hogwarts has this tradition. Professors will select outstanding students to form a club after class, but Professor Quirrell. The content is obviously not suitable for Professor McGonagall to say. I studied with him for a while." Professor McGonagall frowned and nodded. "He said the other day that it was time for a test," DeWitt went on. "He said he would put a troll in the castle today, Halloween. I asked him if it would hurt him. To other students, he said he would report it to you, all the professors, and then asked me to find the troll while everyone was attending the dinner. So you went." Professor McGonagall became angry when she mentioned the troll, and she said coldly, "That's great, a first-year freshman. Go and duel with the troll." She took a deep breath to adjust her mood. "Okay. This has passed, let's not mention it for now, but what next? What kind of magic did you learn from Professor Quirrell? What kind of magic can allow a little wizard to kill a giant monster head-on? Only evil black magic can achieve such an effect." Professor McGonagall is very concerned about this, because black magic can distort people's minds, and a little wizard used black magic. Immediately afterwards, Professor McGonagall saw DeWitt showing a proud and innocent smile, and heard DeWitt say, "It's the levitation spell. I just learned the levitation spell in Charms class today." Chapter 50. "Look," Professor McGonagall's mood sank, "look at how dark magic has twisted this child's mind. The levitating spell, the levitating spell can kill trolls." She looked at DeWitt worriedly to see if she could see the madness and stupidity in the details of his expression, but her words were mainly to comfort her. "Do you still remember what happened? Speak slowly, follow me." Tell me about it. First of all, the troll is stupid, DeWitt said, clearing his throat, so I hid first. That's no problem. Professor McGonagall can't think of any other explanation. Anyway, it's absolutely impossible for a little wizard to confront a giant monster head-on. Then I noticed that the troll's arm was somewhat injured, but it was just possible. The troll kept smashing and beating, and I couldn't see clearly, DeWitt said vaguely, then I don't know what happened, and I just from here, I can tell that there is something wrong with its arm, because its big club is out of hand. I looked at the troll's head, then looked at the troll's club, and suddenly I thought of the levitation spell. Professor Flitwick today, as I just said, Hermione and I used it in class, and Professor Flitwick even gave Gryffindor points. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall also showed a smile. Hermione is a good child, and DeWitt is not bad in talent, but he is easy to cause trouble. Then I used it, DeWitt said. I was still afraid that I wouldn't be able to kill the troll with one hit, so I floated the stick very high, with the big end down, and when it reached the highest point, I cancelled the floating spell, boom. Okay, the troll is down. Professor McGonagall immediately asked, no other magic? So far, DeWitt did not think that the magic world had the ability to check spell-casting records. He said decisively, no, I just used the levitating spell. Professor McGonagall stared at DeWitt and observed carefully. She saw a boy with lively eyes, rosy complexion, and full of energy. He stood with his head held high and his chest raised. Everything seemed to be fine. You're very proud, aren't you? Professor McGonagall suddenly asked. DeWitt thought that he was not suitable to be proud now, so he put away his smile in surprise, but it seemed that after being suppressed, the smile still overflowed uncontrollably. He defended, no right. You are just lucky. Professor McGonagall scolded mercilessly, if that giant monster really touches you, have you thought about the consequences? The giant monster is stronger than 10 adults put together. Big, and you think it won't eat you because everyone is humanoid? DeWitt walled. You are very talented. I thought you were smart at one time. Looking back now, I never thought that anyone would. If a student is stupid enough to confront a troll, will you consider teaching the troll to dance ballet next? Professor McGonagall was a good teacher. DeWitt lowered her head and listened to the professor's criticism. Until Professor McGonagall said enough, she thought DeWitt should realize the seriousness of the problem, and she also encouraged DeWitt a little, lest DeWitt was so frustrated. Of course, being able to bring down a troll at your age is quite a feat. This is the advantage of learning magic well. Professor McGonagall said every word after careful consideration, so as not to upset Dewey again. He was overly inflated, but this is meaningless behavior, kid. You have to keep your own safety at heart. Also, about Professor Quirrell, are you sure it was him who asked you to face the troll? He said it was a test, DeWitt replied clearly, and I went for it. Professor McGonagall was silent for a long time, with countless doubts flashing in her eyes, and she repeated the question again. This is a very serious accusation, related to Professor Quirrell's reputation. It is indeed Professor Quirrell who asked me to go. DeWitt said this confidently. If this matter is true, the consequences will be serious, Professor McGonagall said complexly. No matter what, Quirinus Quirrell is a professor at Hogwarts, and what he said to you has nothing to do with it. It's different from asking you to die, son, you must tell the truth. This is the truth, Professor. Of course, DeWitt knew the stakes, and he also knew that without evidence, there was nothing he could do against Professor Quirrell, because the consequences of this matter were very serious, and the more serious the decision, the more fair it was needed. I'm afraid I need evidence, Professor McGonagall said slowly. Without evidence this matter is difficult to deal with. She said it very hard, even though this was how it should be, but she felt guilty for betraying DeWitt's trust. But I will report it to Dumbledore, said Professor McGonagall. I think your tutoring with Professor Quirrell has come to an end. Professor, DeWitt said, Professor Quirrell also asked me not to tell others what he taught me. If he knew that I told you, would he? Professor McGonagall found that she had underestimated DeWitt. It turned out that the child had been prepared for it. It's a good thing to be prepared. Professor McGonagall thought she didn't need to say anything more, but she could still help DeWitt a little more in the end. Then you will be imprisoned, and you will not be able to study with Professor Quirrell because of the confinement. But you need to find a suitable occasion to talk to Professor Quirrell. Thank you, Professor. DeWitt really had to thank the confinement this time, otherwise he really wouldn't know what spells he should use to deal with Professor Quirrell. But later facts proved that DeWitt was overly worried. Professor Quirrell not only didn't care whether he leaked it to the outside world, but actually said a lot of good things after that. The turmoil surrounding the troll's appearance ended quietly. No one knew the troll's final fate, and DeWitt didn't know how the troll's body was disposed of. Professor McGonagall said that he would report it to Principal Dumbledore, but after waiting day after day, DeWitt received no news, except for the confinement kindly provided by Professor McGonagall. Now, besides going to Hagrid to help, DeWitt in particular, he also assists the librarian in organizing books after the library is closed. This was not a hard confinement, but the delay in taking measures against Professor Quirrell made DeWitt even more suspicious of the other professor's stance. Does Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of our time, live up to his reputation? This is probably a guess that cannot be made public. Now all the behaviors of those adults are contradictory, and everyone's attitude is brewing some secrets, but DeWitt is always missing the key part, which makes his daily life less peaceful than those students who don't know anything. It doesn't make sense. DeWitt still can't figure it out. If he were Professor Quirrell, if he saw the students being called away by the vice principal for questioning, he would definitely be worried about whether the other party could keep the confidentiality secret, and he might even be able to start working on how to deal with the leak, instead of continuing as usual or even trying to please the student. Something is very wrong, unless Professor Quirrell is convinced that he has no evidence and there is nothing he can do against him, or these professors are actually in the same group, which is unlikely. When he was tossing and turning at night and unable to sleep, DeWitt realized that he had gone into a misunderstanding. This matter had to be analyzed back to its original purpose.